Fly. This here recapping, predicting the World Junior Championship, U18 Women's World, the Men's World Championship, Women's World Championship, the U18 Men's World Championship. What is happening?
It is by far one of the dumbest things I have ever seen.
Prepare to die. Figured it was better safe than sorry.
Scores! Nathan McKinnon scores for Canada.
Your home for international hockey. This is On the Fly.
And good morning, everybody, and welcome back to On the Fly, your home for international hockey. Today we are going to be going live for, well, quite a few games, as we have a 4 or 5 game slate, I guess, today, all lined up, ready for you to go. Right now, currently happening, we have the relegation game, which is tied at 2 between Germany and Norway. There is 14 minutes left to go in that game. As well, we also have Czechia and Finland coming up in just under 4 minutes time. And it's going to be a really interesting day of hockey, right? Where anytime there's really a lot of games, there tends to be at least one big upset a day. And today I expect that to be no different. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case here. But you look at it we'll start with the Czechs. A bit of an interesting tournament for them, right? They start extremely hot in this one. Probably one of the best starts we've seen at a tournament for them, knocking off both the USA and the Swedes. And then from there, they lose to Germany, which was a bit of a shock. But each time, as long as you keep getting better at these tournaments, it's really all that matters. And credit to them, they stuck with it, and now it's just a matter of if they can get the job done today against a really good Finnish team, and one that coming into this tournament was absolutely considered a contender, and now we're going to see whether or not they are going to be able to kind of find their way back in and put together a performance that can get them into the semifinal round. So it will be interesting to see definitely throughout this game as it goes along. Puck drop is coming up momentarily as well. Germany, Norway fighting for relegation. It's been a bit of a start to this game, right, where we saw the Norwegians jump out to an early lead. Germany has stormed all the way back, and now it's a tie game. As we talked about in our preview yesterday for this one, don't be surprised to see this German team kind of pull away with a win here. But at the same time, the Norwegians, they are well known for their ability to continuously pull off big wins when the games matter the most. And so whether or not this is that game for them, time can only tell. But still, quite the opportunity here for Norway to stay up at this tournament for yet another year. The players have taken the ice for the Finland and Czechia game, so that'll be getting underway in just a few seconds' time. Minute 30 left on the clock before the opening puck drop, which will of course have that. We'll have that game going as well once that starts. I want to hear everybody's predictions for this game between the Czechs and Finland, as well if you really want Germany and Norway as well, which is currently tied at 2. We have one. I got Finland winning 4-3 in overtime. That wouldn't surprise me too. And I think overtime, especially for these teams, like it just feels right. And even for these first 2 games, really, between Germany, Norway, and the Czechs and the Finns, I would say that both those games realistically should probably find itself into the overtime frame. Martin Solovets in net for the Czech team today. Oscar Almaja-Harvey is in net for the Finns. This will be obviously a pretty good goaltending matchup. 2 really hot goaltenders so far at this tournament. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to kind of find their way and lead their team to a victory today. It's going to be a tough game. Any quarterfinal matchup where it's these two teams is always going to be a tough one. We're going to see, though, if either of these teams is going to be able to take that early lead. A reminder, and as we talked a little bit about yesterday, the Finns, a notorious slow starter at this, has been a notorious slow starter at this tournament. And so we're going to see whether or not they're going to start slow in this game. The Czechs have been very efficient early on. If they can jump out to an early lead, don't be surprised to see the Czechs run away with this game. However, if the Finns can be able to kind of hold off the early stage of the Czech attack, that's where they're going to be successful. Puck has dropped, and we are underway with Czechia and Finland action as well. Of course, Germany and Norway still on the road. So the Finns do collect it behind their own net, turnover in the finish zone. Czechs now. It's a good opportunity as well by Norway. And we're going to see early on, right? I'd say the first 10 minutes are going to be the most important part of this game for really the Finns, but also the Czechs. If either team can jump out early, it's a really good start for them. For most games, whatever leagues and tournaments are, I cannot watch it all. My country doesn't know the sport very well, so I keep checking the score on Flash Score. Well, hopefully this will be a little bit better for you today. We'll be doing some play-by-play commentary as well as this game goes along. We'll also be going live for Canada and Sweden later today as well, depending on as the Finns break in. Oh, we can't make a pass on the 2-on-1. Just guessing 5-4 win for Czechia. We'll be doing live commentary for both this game and the Canada-Sweden game, as well as later on. I'm hoping to still have a voice at that point where we might be able to do Latvia and the USA. And then depending on how bad my voice is, we might also end up doing Slovakia and the Danes, which will be the last game of the day there. So stay tuned. It's going to be an extremely busy day of action here. Obviously, whenever you get the quarterfinals and relegation action, there are a lot of games to keep track of. They've only spaced them out 2 hours apart, so there will be a little bit of overlay like there is right now. Germany, Norway still playing right now. They'll likely, at this rate, they're going to go to overtime as well. But so far in this Czech-Finn game hasn't been too much action, kind of neutral zone clog, which is more or less expected for these two teams. I think we had our final score prediction at 3-2 Finland, or 3-2 the Czechs in overtime. But really it could go either way. Oh, Pip Ryan, and a big hit by Zipa. Czechs collect it back within their own end. Shot, save. Tomanek there with the chance. Soronen for the Finns playing defense on a one-on-one. Cannot someone tell the Latvians not to get a penalty? Well, that's what I think it's ultimately going to come down to today for that Latvian squad, is if they can stay out of the box. Like, they have a good enough defensive core to be able to do what they did against teams like Canada at the World Juniors as well. I mean, you've seen what they could do so far at this tournament, even against the Finns, where that game, I wouldn't say was overly looking positive for them early on, but as that game continued, they got better and better. And so I think especially for the Latvian squad, they have a decent chance today to pull off an upset. Are they favorites to win? No, but they have a chance to pull it off. As it does appear that I believe Germany will head to the power play. Yes, Germany will head to the power play. Sondre Berg with the holding penalty. Oh, and a tough one. Oh, that's not even a penalty. They're calling that? And a weak holding call. That's surprising, actually. So the Germans will head to the power play in a tie game as of right now. Big opportunity for them. We'll see if they're going to be able to convert. If they can, obviously it's a step in the right direction. Then they'd lead 3-2 with 10 minutes left to go in the period. But that is a huge, huge call that could have a big swing on this game. And you never really want to see that happen. And it's just not a great call as the Czechs work it down low. So again, another kind of early slog for them here, but continuing to apply some pressure. Puck rims back around. They jump it back down. Czechs working down below the wall. Shot just wide of the net. Finns will break it back up the ice. Bit of a tough go offensively for both these teams so far. Haven't really been able to generate all that much, but makes sense, right? Two teams who are very committed to their defensive structure. So I wouldn't say that that's a terrible surprise. Oh, and a turnover at the blue line in the Germany game. Shot just wide of the net. Nearly a shorthanded goal there for the Norwegians, which would have been a surprise there for sure. Kelshi works in. Kelshi, what a move! Kelshi staved. Oh my goodness, what a save. Kick save on the goal line. Max Kelshi with a huge opportunity there for the German team. Goes to the jam play, can't get it. Oh, and a 2-on-1 evolving for Norway. Works in. Shot. Saved. 2 saves by Volter. Wow. This power... Oh, and works right back in. Oh, what a move. Shot. Saved by Volter again. There's been numerous shorthanded chances so far for Norway on this German power play. With the game hanging in the balance, you'd think they'd be a little bit more sharp with the puck. And I believe an offside call just under 14 minutes to play in, or maybe it's a penalty. It's going to be a Finnish power play. Maybe not. The Germans set it up in the offensive end. Works it across. Shot, save by Vatanos. It'll be cleared down. What is everyone's scores predictions? We have 4-3 in overtime, 5-4 overtime for the Czechs. So it seems like overtime is a pretty common theme so far today. I know mine too was also going to overtime, so we'll see. We'll see what's going on there. Oh, is there another penalty called? No, I don't think so. They're re-showing the Kelshi attempt there on the breakaway. And, oh, great stop. Now they're showing it back the other way. Where, once again, for this Norwegian team, they have been a scrappy team since really they've came up to the top division. But they always seem to kick it into that extra gear, which is one of the most important parts, especially at these kind of tournaments, because it is so difficult to try and find your way through. No, there's not another power play. Czechs will dump it down deep. Oh, great move. Can't find it, though. Yeah, a bit of a quiet start in the Czech-Finn game. We've kind of talked about the opening 10. Oh, is that a penalty? or tipped. Dominic Gipa with the tried to shoot it down into the finish end, but it ended up getting tipped out of play. No call will end up happening there. Block dumps it down for the German team. And more. Oh, 2-on-1 evolving for the Czechs. Oh, scores! Czechia gets on the board early today as Adam Klaus gets the opening goal, and right as well. The Germans put them on the board with a huge goal, 2 big goals. Adam Klaus with the breakaway attempt slides it 5-hole, putting the Czechs up 1-0 in this quarterfinal game. A really hot start today for this Czech team. We talked about it coming in. The important part for the Czechs was going to be their opening. A bit of a weird play, a bit of a deflection, lands it right on the stick of Klaus. He does not miss on his chance. Oh, and that's a tough goal to allow. Max Leitikainen poke checks the puck off of the Czech forward stick, but it lands right onto Klaus, who does not miss. Czechia leads 1-0. Germany also scores on that same transition, and they now lead 3-2. A really good start for the Czechs. The Germans have stormed all the way back. They now lead this game, and we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to kind of put an end to this one. Louis Becker with the goal for the Germans, as they now lead 3-2 with less than 6 minutes left to play in this one. Wow, what a last minute. That's a crazy switch up to what it just was. Katoličky now in the corner for the Czechs, trying to play with it. Is that a penalty coming up, or is that a high stick? Looks like it might be a hand pass or something. 5:09 left to go in the Germany game. Shot tipped wide. Look to try and go off the back door there for the Czech team. The Czechs have had a lot of early pressure here, and they've kind of done what we've expected them to do to this point. They get on the board first in a bit of a weird play, ends up landing on the stick of Adam Klaus, who does not miss his opportunity. A really good start for the Czechs today. Out of curiosity, for those who are in the chat right now, please hit the like button first as well. Let me know who you think is going to end up winning this tournament, because I know we have quite a few Finns and Czechs watching today. Saramaki's shot from the point just wide. Good save there. Let me know who you think is going to end up winning the gold medal as well, who you think is going to win this game. If you have score prediction, it might be a little bit tainted by the fact that the Czechs are up 1-0 as of this point, but still, this has a lot of game left. We've seen what the Finns can do at this tournament, especially when they are down. It shouldn't be too much of a concern there that they are losing at this point, because they are a team who does play well from behind. They've shown themselves to be able to come back in games since the very start. And so we'll see if they're going to be able to do that today. Germans work back up the other way. Rims it around the net. Shot saved. Tries to go short side. I hope Tomek gets rolling soon. It's sad to see him a little bit struggle when he plays in the men's league. I think part of it too is he came into this tournament hurt, so I'm not sure if that's going to have any impact on him at this point in the tournament. But it's always tough to kind of come into these tournaments hurt, because you always want to represent your country, which you can appreciate, but it is definitely a hard one to try and play through, especially when it's a wrist injury, because I'm pretty sure that's what he was more or less diagnosed with, although they are a little bit, they don't tell you a whole lot typically. Under 10 minutes to go now through the first period. We talked about the opening 10 being important for the Czechs. They do now lead at this point by a score of 1-0. Tipped. Oh, Zipa with a beautiful opportunity there for the Czechs. Great tip play in front, but Harvey in there for the Finns was up to the task. Ooh, weird play there. Shot wide of the net in the German game. And Vanacek will collect it back behind the Czech goal in the other. 3:15 left to go. Germany, Norway. Germany does lead 3-2. Czechia leads Finland 1-0 with 9:10 left to go in the first period. And it's been an interesting start. It was an interesting start to the shot way up over the net. I believe that was Kadalichki there. Yeah, Kadalichki with the shot misses just over the net. Oh! And a high-quality chance for Norway, but cannot find the back of the net. Loses the puck. Ooh, and knocked off the puck. Skillman moves it up. Oh, is that going to be a penalty? It is going to be a penalty. Norway will head to a power play down 1 goal with 2:27 left to go in this third period. Relegation on the line. This is going to be the most important power play of the tournament for this Norwegian team. Kielman makes a move at the line, gets kneed by Marcus Seither, and so and a great opportunity there. But Anderson just can't quite find the puck. And the Norwegians will call a timeout here. Yep. Thanks, Nick. This is going to be an interesting one. If the Norwegians can score here, it would be a huge goal for them. Likely we'd see overtime between these two teams. The Norwegians, well known for their ability to really pull off upsets at these tournaments, especially when it gets to that relegation game. After what has been a really tough tournament to start, it would only be fitting for them to kind of find it and pick it up like they've done so many times in this relegation game. We are quickly going to focus in on the Germany and Norway game. Czechs and the Finns, 1-0 Czechia, 8:20 left to go in the first period. But a big power play coming up for Norway. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to find the back of the net. Is there another penalty called? They get another? Oh my goodness! So it's going to be a 5-on-3 power play for Norway. Are they calling, what is it? Oh, hand on the puck? Did he put his hand on the puck? Is that why? Wait, what's the call? Oh, he used his hand off the face-off. Oh, that is a tough call to take. Norway will head to a 5-on-3 power play for what could possibly be the tournament. The penalty call is violation of face-off procedures, which I didn't actually realize that's what it was called. But wow, this is a huge opportunity for Norway. They will go to a 5-on-3 for 1:54, where they will look to potentially get 2 goals in this final 2 minutes and 27 seconds. If they can do that, they will secure themselves away from the relegation spot. As a reminder that although Czechia and Finland is a quarterfinal game, the relegation game was the opening one of today between Germany and Norway, where the loser will be sent down to the Division 1A level for next year. Armolson shot. Saved by Volter. This is a huge opportunity for Norway here. Armolson walks in. Waits. Sends it down low. Back up top. Down shot. Tipped in front. Oh, and cleared away. Wide open net there. Armolson again. Waits patiently. Shot. This is just wide of the net. Jones-Nielsen down. Over to Armolson. Passes across. Misses wide. Armolson again. Walks the line. Up top. Shot. Blocked out front. 1:48 left to go now in this period. Germany still leads 3-2 as far as the score goes. Armolson walks in. Passes it across. Armolson shot. Misses wide of the net. And it'll go all the way around and out of the zone. 1:27 left to go. Last chances for Norway to try and tie this game. He walks in. Armolson holds. Down low. Norway has pulled the goaltender to 6-on-3 shot. Scores! Nicholas Armolson ties the game for Norway, making it a tie game 3-3 with 1:14 left to go in the third period. They will have one last chance on the power play where we will see whether or not they are going to be able to find the go-ahead goal. Wow. We talked about it yesterday quite extensively. This Norwegian team, when the moment gets big, can find chances that weren't there. Armolson waits patiently, waits out the goaltender, and fires it top shelf inside the post. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a goal. That's a huge goal for this Norwegian team. Now, the question becomes, can you find the go-ahead goal? They are, I believe, still on the power play. 47 seconds left to go on the last power play for this Norwegian team. There's 1 minute, 8 seconds left to go. We enter the final minute of play in this period. Kielman passes it across. Kielman, gets boarded in, but keeps it alive. Walks in, shot straight up in the air. The Germans will not be able to clear it out. Kept in at the line. Moves it down. Armolson now. Shot. Saved out front. Tries to get cleared away. Can't. Kept in at the line. Norway. 10 seconds left on the power play. 35 to go in the period. Armolson walks down the half wall. Throws on the brakes. Sends it out front. Down low for Norway. Jam play out front. Can't find it through. Moves it back up to the point. Penalty's done now. Shot! Scores! Nicholas Armolson puts Norway 4-3. Your key players have to be key players in these moments, and their best puts them into and keeps them up at this tournament for at least one more year. Nicholas Armolson makes it 4-3 for Norway with 23 seconds left to go. Wow, 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 wow. And absolute heartbreak for the Germans. 2 penalties late. Norway scores 1 on the power play, 1 in the dangerous minute following. And we talk about key players needing to be key players. Nicholas Armolson, curl and drag from just above the dot, fires it past Nicholas Volter, and Norway now leads 4-3 with mere seconds left to go in this game. Wow, what a switch up. You talk about teams finding their way at this tournament. After an absolutely disappointing tournament for Norway, it all comes down to this final game. They go up early, they of course lose it, and then in the final 2 minutes, they find themselves back into this game, and now they find themselves with the lead with mere seconds to go. As a good save by Solovets there as well. The Czech and Finland game's also going on as far as this crazy days already started. But wow, what a game. Volter will start a net. I would assume he gets pulled very shortly thereafter. 22.2 seconds left to go in the period. as Kalshi is on the dot there. Of course, makes sense. As Norway wins the draw back, 20 seconds to go. They'll try and dump it in, but picked off. The Germans now will work in. Dumps it down deep. Picked up. Looking for a jam play. Works it back up to the point. 7 seconds to go. Shot. Blocked out. Cannot find the rebound. It will not come out. Norway will stay up at the top division for yet another year, winning their 4th straight relegation game. Germany will be sent down to the Division 1A level for next year, where they will be replaced by Switzerland. Wow, what a game. What a start to today. Germany leads 3-2 in the final 3 minutes. They take 2 penalties, one a face-off violation call, and the other a bit of a trip. And all of a sudden, Norway scores 1 on the power play, 1 in the dangerous minute following, and Germany blows their 3-2 lead in the final 3 minutes. Wow. Absolute heartbreak for Germany. Wow, what a game. What a game there. That is absolute heartbreak. Oh, you got to feel for the kids. But you talk about key players being key players, is what we talked about all day yesterday in our playoff previews, what we talked about in our final day recap as well. You look for your key guys to be key guys. Kalshi with 2 today. Aram Olsen picks up the last 2 goals of the game to put Norway and keep Norway up at the top division. Wow. What a game. And this game is also final. I probably should put that in there. But wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It's crazy to think just how quickly these games can kind of find themselves done. So that'll do it for that first game, the relegation game. Norway will stay up at the top division for at least 1 more year. We called them relegation merchants in the past, and they continue that this year after a brutal run where, of course, they had a bit of a tough go, losing to Canada 6-0. They lost to the Slovaks 6-1, 8-1 against Latvia, and of course they also lost to the Finns in there as well. And so, what a game. Truly, what a game. And that'll be the first game of the day. Final 4-3 Norway in a beautiful, beautiful comeback. Berk Martinsen, the player of the game for Norway. I didn't catch who the player of the game was for Germany there, but I might not be Kalshi. He's probably already... Oh, it is Max Kalshi. Wow, what a final result. That's actually crazy. Because they were so close, too. Wow, that's nuts. Final minute to play here in Czechs, and the Finns will be a little bit more active for this second game, or the second period rather. That was a crazy end to our relegation game action, which we put a little bit of attention on, but now we will of course focus in on the fact that we have another hockey game to get to with and a big one between the Czechs and the Finns. Shot fired over the net, 10 seconds left to go in this one. And that will be cleared down. That will end the first period. Czechia does lead Finland after 1 period of play by a score of 1-0. Mihalik and Vanacek all are taking a whack there. That was interesting, as they're trying to make sure they don't get extra penalties. Saramaki in the area there trying to get under the skin of the Czech players, but that will do it for the opening period of play. We will see the Czechs lead 1-0 there. Didn't expect this. It's been wow. I still can't get over the fact that Norway just pulled off I don't want to say one of the greatest comebacks in relegation history, but you talk about a complete and utter change and a swing in a game. After being really dominated all tournament long, the Norwegians end up finding their way through and staying up at the top division for yet another year, and they will get to sing their anthem. Wow, that is a crazy... That's insane. It is first intermission, so if you have questions about the tournament, we will be we'll be showing you our preview from yesterday's podcast. Wow. What a scene in Trenčín, like crazy. 4-3 Norway over Germany in what can best be described as an absolute stunner. Wow. That's awesome. I feel terrible for the German squad, but you talk about storybook, you talk about fairy tale ending for Norway. Coming into this game, they were expected to lose. I think we had them losing 4-1, I think was yesterday's score. I honestly can't remember. It was a while ago. But you look at it for them, and they weren't expected to really be close. They jump out to an early lead. They lose the lead. And then all of a sudden, they kind of storm their way back. And it's part of the beauty of these tournaments is it's never is a decided result to the final whistle. We had 4-1 Germany yesterday, just checking my notes from back yesterday. But it is truly great to see. The Finns look like they are starting to pick up the pace towards the end there. Hopefully we can reset. I would expect them to do that. They had some good chances, especially late. Solovitz looked pretty good. A few really nice, and they're showing a tip save right there right now on the IIHF TV site. But you look at this game for the Czechs, they got their opening goal like they needed to. This game is following pretty similarly to what we expected. A little bit of a slow start by the Finns, like they really have all tournament long. That hasn't been much of a surprise. Isn't really much of a surprise there, but they will also look to see if they can continue that. Norway's relegation saving goals in each of the last 3 years. 2023, 65, or the shootout. 2024, I think I lost that. I think it just got deleted. 2 costly penalties have probably sent Germany down. That is very true. There it is. Norway, 60. So shootout in 24, shootout in 25, and then 2026 with 23 seconds left to go in that frame, which was it's just crazy, right? Like you don't really appreciate the fact that how difficult that is to do, especially with the pressure mounting. What is that? That is a great start to today, and I'm very happy that we got a bit of a good game to start the program and start the stream of what's going to be quite a long day of streaming. But if you are new here, please do hit the like button, and while you're at it, please do hit the subscribe button. I got the years wrong. Yeah, that's all right. It's all good. Please hit the subscribe button. We are on the road to 1,700 subscribers now, I think. I think we're at that point. And so please do hit the subscribe button as well. While you're at it, let me know what your thoughts are. Who you think is going to win the gold medal at this year's tournament as well. What your score predictions are for this game. While we're at it, let's actually check our poll because we haven't done that yet today. Let's see. Where is our poll? There we are. Let's see what we're looking at here. So as of right now, our current poll sits at 49 votes. Czechia leads at 63% of the vote. So our Finnish friends, make sure to share with all your friends to get that number up. We tend to see a pretty good correlation between the poll and the final result. So if you're superstitious, might help there. But the Finns or the Norwegians now are taking a picture over at center ice after their big their big relegation saving win. We talk a lot about games that matter on this channel, and for Norway, this was always going to be the game that mattered for them. They had a chance against both Latvia. Of course, they got blown out against Latvia. They had a chance against the Slovaks. But you knew from the very start that this Norwegian team had their sights on this relegation game. Whether it be Denmark, whether it be Germany, whichever team was going to end up coming down, you were expecting them to bring their best, and they did a really good job today, even when they went down. And it was a disappointing start, right? And it really was a disappointing start. They continued to find their way and push through the adversity, being a resilient team, relying on a guy like Niklas Olsson, who I think earned his draft stock at this year's tournament. It was a bit of a quiet one for him to start. We talked about it coming in. He wasn't necessarily the kind of player this Norwegian team needed. I believe it was a goal and an assist, or just a goal coming into this game. You knew he needed to be big when those moments got brightest. And credit to him today, he found the 2 goals that mattered the most. He scored the tying goal, he scored the go-ahead goal, and now we see Norway staying up at the top division for yet another year. For Germany, a bit more that disappointing factor, where they end up getting sent down to the Division 1A level. They will be relegated at this year's tournament. The Norwegians celebrating here in grand fashion, thanking their fans for the support. Lots of hugs, lots of... They still haven't left the ice. The game ended probably, 5-ish minutes ago. And so, what a sight to see. And a really good start to today. As much as Norway has struggled, every team now to this point now has a win at this year's tournament. I can't remember the last time that would have happened. But you look at it for Germany. Wow. And they're showing kind of the highlights of the game now, but a lot of really interesting things happened in this game between Norway and Germany. Of course, Norway jumps out to a really early lead, but from there, Germany storms on their way back. They go up, and in the final few seconds, Norm Olsen also got a hat trick. I kind of forgot to mention that part, but it is interesting to see kind of just how far this Norwegian team has come at this tournament, especially it was a really well-played game by Norway, even when Germans got their chances, as much as you knew that was eventually going to happen. I did think that they did play decently well, but key players got to be key players, right? And unfortunately, just a bit of a difference maker today. Wow. We are, I believe it's either says 8 minutes or 6 minutes away from the second period of action in Czechia and Finland. A reminder that we will be showing our Canada-Sweden preview as a bit of a break for my voice, as we are going to be doing quite a few games today. But a really interesting start to this one, where we have Norway. If you're just joining us, Norway just beat Germany by a score of 4-3. A late surge from the Norwegians. Germany with a big comeback. They came back down from 2-0, stormed all the way back to 3-2, and in the final, they held that lead for the final 2 minutes. They took 2 penalties, and then from there, the Norwegians found a goal on the power play on the 5-on-3, and then they couldn't find a goal for the rest of the power play, but in that dangerous minute, Niklas Olsson potted his 3rd goal of the game. And talk about key players needing to be key players. As well, also throw on top of that Max Kelce also had a 2-goal game today as well. So key players as well need to be key players. So, but wow, crazy game, crazy start to today. The Czechs and the Finns, still going to be a good game as well. We'll see which team can come out on top there. We'll only have 1 game of action going on right now, and so obviously that'll continue throughout this, but we'll see kind of what's going to be the next big thing here in this game. If you are new here, please do hit the like button. It helps get the stream out to more people. As well, hit the subscribe button while you're at it. We do a wide range of IIHF content. As well, leave a comment in the chat. And I think that's all. I think that's all the fancy things for me to go and tell you to do. But as far as well, that I'll also kind of throw on top of there is, where was I going with that? Oh, and we blanked out this morning. Throw a comment in so we can answer your questions here at the intermission. We'll be doing as well. We'll be previewing the Canada-Sweden game in just a little bit. We also went live yesterday, so you'll see a bit of that podcast clips from yesterday. So stay tuned for that. We have 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to go before the retake the ice. You know why relegation promotion works well for soccer, accountability, but also potential new away days for the fans. Blackhawks fans travel to Milwaukee, for example. It's interesting, and I always like the relegation aspect at this IIHF because it gives teams not only a chance to kind of earn their way up, which is important, especially for growing the game, but also kind of in the sense where you want to see teams continue to kind of evolve and find their way through at these tournaments, and gives teams a reason to play, right? More than anything else, it gives teams a reason to try and earn their stripes at these tournaments, because frankly, if they didn't have relegation, most teams would be content with being, 6th, 7th, 8th place or 9th, 10th place, whatever you want to call it, at these tournaments. And so the fact that you put relegation in there gives not only the sense that you want to try and make the playoffs and do well in the playoffs, but also continuing to earn your rate. And so for me, that's one of the cool parts that I like about relegation, is the fact that it gives a lot of different teams the chance to try and earn stripes at these tournaments and try and earn momentum for their country, where you even see what it means to a team like Norway, where you feel like you're going to go to that relegation game, or you're going to be relegated down to the Division 1A level, and a huge win today now secures them at not having to do that. And that for me is one of the cool parts about these kind of tournaments, is you always find new storylines, new really everything. And yeah, like you can see how much it means to teams, because the relegation game now matters, and it means something to these teams that they are going to have to try and play their way in, try and keep themselves up at the tournament instead of being sent down to the lower divisions, which, I mean, that too is a game in and of itself. And for Germany this year, you knew coming in that they were going to be a significantly weakened team. And we talked about that in their team preview, that it was probably one of the, I don't want to say worst German teams they put at this tournament in quite a few years, but you knew coming in that it was going to be a tough ride for them. And we saw that in this game in particular, that they had their chances, right? They definitely generated their chances, but unfortunately in the end just couldn't quite get that last goal to put them over the edge. That was a difference maker in today's game. They do end up losing 4-3 to the Norwegians, but still, and we'll switch our attention to the Czechs and the Finns game now, as this is probably, it's also the thumbnail on this live stream. And so, kind of shifting gears as far as the quarterfinal action, this has been a good start to the Czechs. For the Czechs, we talked about it coming in. Your first 10 minutes were going to be the most important 10 minutes. You needed to see the Czechs go up early, because if they couldn't, they probably weren't going to be able to come back in this game. And so the fact that they got there, for me, was a really good was a really good thing. And so now there are taking the ice right now as we shift into our second period of coverage. You're going to see what that pushback is, because each time that we've seen every time we've seen the Finns go down in games, we see them eventually storm their way back. And this game, I have no doubt, will be the same. So we'll see whether or not that is going to be the case. Second period of action coming right on up. If you look at our current poll, we have 63 votes in there now. 67% of the vote is with the Czechs, 33% for Finland. If you haven't already, be sure to go vote in that poll who you think is going to win. As well, let me know who you are cheering for in the chat and your gold medal prediction for this year's tournament as we do start to head into our second period of coverage today for the Czechs and the Finns. A reminder that we will also be having coverage of the Canada and Sweden game coming up at 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. That is 2 o'clock p.m. Central European Time and 3 p.m. Eastern European Time. So stay tuned for that. That will also take place in the third period of the Czechia and Finland game today. The winner of Czechia, Finland makes the semifinals for the first time since 2022. For those who don't know, Canada, USA, Sweden, Slovakia were the final four the last 3 straight years, and that's exactly right. As we are just about back underway here, they're playing their little double IIHF song, and we will see. I thought they were showing a goalie change for the Finns, but no, Amos Harvey is still in net for the Finns. Shots at the end of the first period, 7-7, 1-0 on where it counts on the scoreboard for the Czechs. They do lead it, but we are just about back underway for second period action here in Bratislava. And so, once again, we'll see what's going to happen here with the Czechs and the Finns. A good start to this one. Czechland versus Finnia. Don't mix me up that much. It's Czechland. Yeah, Czechland's a new one for me. I don't think I've ever called them Czechland. But names are tricky. As it's dumped down deep. So we'll see kind of what... If the Czechs can hop out to an early start to this period, it'd be probably what you're expecting. And you talk about quiet. We were just talking about how guys like Nicholas Armolson and Max Kelshi in the Germany-Norway game were pretty quiet. Juho Pipparainen has been extremely quiet at this tournament. Oh, and a turnover there picked up by the Finns. Shot from the point. Good save there by Sklenička. Or Solovets, rather. Sklenička on the bench for the Czechs today. Latikainen shot from the point. Good screen there by Kallio. Looked like that shot might have ended up wide of the net. 19:15 left to go in the second period. 1-0 still the score for the Czechs. Suvanto will line up against Zihash. Moves it around. Dump down deep. Inside the Finns will break it back out. Shot saved by Solovets. Found Talo with that shot there. Moves it around. Stretch pass. Moves it up. Sheepa. Shot! Kicked away by Amos Harvey. Shot is again, but kicked away. Finns have done a pretty good job outside of that one giveaway at really limiting this Czech team as far as their chances have gone so far. They'll look to keep doing that as they try and... Oh, and a 2-on-1 emerging. Shot saved by Solovets. A real good save there. Suvanto, the opportunity there. Moves it up. Katalichki now. Dumps it down deep for the Czechs. Latikainen back there for the Finns to gather. Latikainen will skate out with it now. Breaks it up for the Finns. Tries to shovel it across to Santala. He wasn't in the area. Oh, and the Czechs now working 3-on-1. across. Oh, and tries to jam play, but broken up there by the Finnish defender. A great play. Shot from the point. Misses wide of the net. Vanacek works down low. Shot across. Kicked away. Works down deep. Vanacek tied up by Rory. Rory works around. Shot from the point. Misses wide of the net. Shot again. Broken up by Mihalik. Oh, and they run into each other. Both defenders, Mihalik and Vanacek, run into each other, but still doesn't resolve in anything, as the Czechs will dump it back out to open ice. Stretch pass, misses. This will go for icing. 16-11 left to go in the second period. The Czechs do lead this one by a score of 1-0. Showing the chance. Fuglberg over to Suvanto, but Solovets in the area there to break it up. Sedlacek trying to kind of jam play it across, broken up there by Saramaki. They're showing the replays. Dumps down deep. The Finns will go back in there and put some pressure on the Czech team. Pipparainen tries to feed it across, broken up. Czechs work down deep, dumped out, and they'll break it out at the center. Oh, and a penalty upcoming. I believe it'll be on the Czechs for cross-checking. That was kind of weird. The one of the Finnish players just kind of acted like he got high-sticked, but I believe it was because the whistle was too loud for him as he was right beside him. But a 2-minute penalty here for hooking. Finland will head to the power play. 15:25 left to go in the second. We'll see if they're going to be able to find the kind of equalizer here. Michal Sebesta is going to be going to the box. Nice to see Slovak and Czech jersey right behind you. I've got one for every team at this tournament with the exception of Norway, which is the next one on my list. So glad you like it, and figured it'd be good to represent the teams playing in this game. Jam play. Jams in front of the net, and they score. It's waved off, though. Oh, and Euronen is very unhappy with that call. So they're going to call, I would assume, goaltender interference there, but a jam play out in front of the net. The Finns celebrate like they score, and we potentially have a goal on our hands 21 seconds into the power play. A complete jam play out front of the net. Everyone, really all of the players on the power play in the area. We'll see here if the goaltender gets pushed in. No, this should count. Fuglberg, I believe, just shoots the puck straight into the net here. A weird kind of jam play. Yeah, this should count. This should definitely count because the goaltender interference happened before. Assuming the Finns challenge this play or if they talk it over, this will likely ending in a goal. And so, yeah, they're going to go to video review. This should count. No goal called on the ice, so they need to see conclusive evidence to overturn that call. But very much so, I would expect here that the Finns will walk away with a goal from this sequence. Fugelberg with the goal for the Finns, and another really kind of a good kind of bounce back as what was expected for this Finnish team. On the power play too, I might add. Looks legit. It really does, and I would expect this to count. If this doesn't count, I would be a little bit surprised, to be honest. So we'll see. But yeah, this should. So showing the replay again. The overhead's the best angle of this. Yeah, he shoots it right through the pad, right before the goaltender interference happened. So it should, yeah, it just should count. I'd be surprised if it didn't. As we await the call on the ice, please do hit the like button, hit the subscribe button so you never miss an upload. We will be staying live for the Sweden-Canada game coming up in just a little bit. And so we'll see, obviously, in that one, whether or not the Canadians can find their way through at this tournament. Probably one of the best as we get our call. And it's a goal. And Finland will tie the game at 1 on the power play. Fugelberg with the goal for the Finns, and they will tie this one at 1. And a really good jam play there. Obviously, it ended up jamming through the pads, but that's what you want to see, right? You want to see players being willing to go to the danger areas and those kind of gritty areas of the ice. That they did a pretty good job there. So Pavel Fugelberg will be the opening goal scorer of today. The Finns have tied the game at 1, 15:04 left to go in the second period. Face-off won by the Czechs, cleared back into their own end. Klaus tries to feed it along, knocked down. Moves it up now. Whistle called. I would assume that's going to be for offside. Looked like Karasari there might have been offside. Face off in the neutral zone. Won by the Czechs. Czechs will move it up here. Puck will be cleared away. And kept in here by the Czechs. A decent sequence, but still kind of not being able to generate terribly much. Rummel tries to dump it down deep. He will. A lot of high play here from the Czechs. Haven't really been able to get anything going down low. We'll see if that can change here. Shot. Oh, I'm looking for the rebound. Can't find it. Oh, and a big hit there. Fired all the way down. That will go for icing. 13:27 left to go in the third period. Hey man, fan from Czech Republic. Really like the content you do. Keep it up. Well, thank you very much. It's been a decent start for your Czechs so far. We'll see if they can find that kind of the answer back now, as we like to say. They've looked decent so far, and it's just a matter if they can keep that going. They've had their looks. Shot. Mihalik there, blocked out front. Kit never got through. They've had their looks, right? And for the Czechs, that's what you want to see. You want to see them get their looks in early, see whether or not they are going to be able to kind of get that big opportunity, but still, dump down deep now. Oh, is that going to be a penalty call? No. Looked to be some form of interference. Dump down deep for the Finns. They will collect it. Valros and Kalios. Comes it down deep. Euronen. Lettikainen. Over to Kallio. Lettikainen tries to shift it across to his partner on the line. Is that going to be a penalty? No call. Looked to be a slash. The stick was taken right out of the hands. It's a bit of a surprise no call there. Oh, nearly a turnover there, but keeps it alive. Vanacek there. Fired down deep. Solovets out there to play it for the Czechs. Tries to rim it around. Pipparainen now in the neutral zone. Vanatello tries to throw it out front, but no luck. Oh, and a 2-on-1 emerging. Oh, no, but kept good poke check there. Good poke check. Oh, how many men on the ice are we playing with now? No call, though. The Czechs look to get away with one there. A lot of players changing as the puck was thrown to their bench area. Good play. Keeps it alive, throws it down deep. Czechs will go in there and try and earn their... Oh, and a takeaway. Shot saved by Amajaharvi. 11:02 left to go in this second period as we go ahead to another power break here in the action. Fan here from Slovakia, been watching since the start. Thank you very much as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the Slovaks can do later today. I know I've been fairly critical on them over the last little while, but I do think that they will put together a pretty good performance in today's game. I'm excited to see for sure what they'll be able to do. So definitely a team to keep an eye on at this tournament as well. Now, especially with their... given the fact that they're playing against Denmark, where that should be a shoe-in, then it'll come down to, well, who are they going to get in that next round? I think you look at whether it be Canada, whether it be the Swedes, whether it be the winner of this game, I think realistically they'll be competitive. I don't know whether or not they'll be able to pull off a win, but I do think that, you never want to play a one-game knockout game against the home team, because especially for a team like Slovakia where the fans are just so into it, it's very difficult to try and win a game there. And so I'm excited to see kind of what ends up happening. But we will very likely be live as well for Slovakia, Canada if it happens. We'll see kind of what the time slots are like. We might do both semifinals, just kind of depending on kind of how the day goes about. But the one nice thing is that I don't believe that they're one after another, so at the very least we'll get accustomed to that. This puck will be cleared out to neutral ice. Czechs collect it behind there. Oh, and a weird play there. Rummel tried to throw it out. Oh, and a great stretch pass there. Oh, but just off the stick. Olejovsky tries to work it out front, but can't. Sedlacek works down the corner for the Czechs. Cleared out. Shot from the point. Blocked out. Try to be cleared, but can't be. Fired down, right back down deep. The Czechs, fourth line here, trying to do some magic, but looks like the puck will be cleared out. Santala now works in. Santala tries for a pass, can't find it. Czechs will work it back out the other way now. 9:31 left to go in this period. Fugelberg tries to pass it over, can't. Oh, and a big hit there. Tomac gets upended. Oh, and a 2-on-1 emerging for the Finns. Shot saved. Rebound saved again by Solovets. Shot wide of the net there by Tomanek. Oh, and a weird play, but Shia now. Shot! Oh, and misses just wide of the net. It looked like it went in. The Czechs with a really good opportunity there. Shot from the point, tipped. And Jipa tries for the tip play, but saved once again by Amaja Harvey. Still tied at 1. 8:30 left to go in the second period as we head to yet another power break. A reminder that in our second intermission for this one, we will take a look ahead to the Canada and Sweden game coming up in just under 45 or a little bit over 45 minutes time. It will be a really important game for this Canadian team, and same with the Swedes, as they both look to try and earn their stripes at this year's tournament. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do that there as well. Obviously, we'll get the conclusion of this third period when it resumes, but we'll definitely be on a great opportunity there that just misses wide of the net. Oh, and Tomac, after being upended, looks to be hurt again. A guy who has shown a lot of resilience to even be at this point. Looks like he might have re-aggravated his hand, wrist, or whatever had been hurting him at the start of this tournament. And so a tough sight to see, especially for a guy who's shown a lot of commitment to this team, but still really tough to see. As Shihas will line up against Uronen for the Finns. Shihas wins the draw. Katolicki down in the corner, collected by Mihalik. Mihalik walks the line. Mihalik holds and waits, shoots. Kicked away. Katolicki now works down in the corner. Katolicki pinned up against the boards. Vanacek keeps it in at the line. Czechs will dump it down deep. Hartle in pursuit of the Finnish defender. Tipped out. Oh, and a great stretch pass. Volro shot. Saved by Solovets. Uronen now. Uronen picks it back up from Volros. Thrown around. Fired back around the corner, picked up by Mihalik, who tried and dump it out to center. He will be successful in doing so as the Czechs now break it back in. Hartle gets around the Finnish defender. Oh, and a great play there to keep it alive. Finn for the Finns, but clear back out to center ice. Oh, and a great pass again. Oh, doesn't end up turning into anything. Van Talo there. Dump back out to center. 6:15 left to go in this second period. Sounded like they were chanting USA there for a second. I was quite confused. Santala now works back in. Santala picks it back up. Tries to throw it across, but can't. Santala works up to the point. Oh, and all alone in front. Saved by Solovets. Real good save there and tight. Fugelberg now, already with the goal so far in this game. Walks it up around the point. Oh, and what a play by Fugelberg. Shot. Misses wide of the net. Pipperainen. Oh, another great move by Fugelberg. Moves it over to Pipperainen. Oh, and he falls. After a guy who's been struggling. We talked about him in our preview. Czechs work back up the other way. Shot. Saved by IIHF. A real good save there. Works back in. Finns will dump it down deep for Ori now. Goes into chase. Puts it back up to the point. Alalari along the side. Dumps it down deep. Vori. Alalari tries to work the half wall. Cleared back out to center. Uronen. Shot. Misses way wide of the net. Katolichki works back in his own end. Rummel fires it down deep. Picked up by IIHF. Moves it along to Kallio. The Finns will work it back up the ice. Uronen now dumps it down deep. Here come back the Czechs the other way. Back and forth action we go. Puck poked off the stick. But puck go all the way down for icing. 3:40 left to go in the second period as the puck will go back into the Finnish end after an icing call. Some back and forth action there. Hello from Russia. Hello from Canada. It's been a really good back and forth period so far from both these teams. And you always kind of talk about whether or not these kind of games end up starting to get ugly, because sometimes they can. Shot from the point, Mihalik blocked out front. Vanacek keeps it in, feeds it across, but picked off. Finns will dump it down deep. 3:20 left to go in the second period. Oh, no. And a bad turnover there by Vanacek. Finns all alone. Saved again by Solovets. A huge stop there. Works it back up to the point. The Finns in the zone. Shot from the point. Rebound. Saved again by Solovets. A huge opportunity there for the Finns. That just can't quite find its way through. Pipperainen with the puck will try and dump it down deep, but picked up by Mihalik. Vanacek, stretch pass. Oh, and it'll go for icing, despite the Czech player actually picking up the puck. Vanacek turnover in his own end. Replaying it now. Vantalo in the area that unfortunately just couldn't quite find his way through. But a real good opportunity there for the Finns. Solovets again up to the task. He's been really a huge part of this Czech team so far today, or this morning here, this afternoon, I guess, for our European friends. Fired around, Alari sends it down to DeSantala. Santala walks it around. Fugelberg, pass it in front. Oh, but can't find Santala on the backside. That's so offside, yeah. 2:05 left to go in the second period. We're going to another power break for some reason. So we'll see what's a little ice scrape, I guess. Just got here. How did Norway beat Germany? You missed an excellent end to this game, my friend. Basically, Norway went up early in this game. They went up 2-0. We saw the Germans storm all the way back. 2 big goals for Max Kelschy as well. Got off the schneid. And then in the final 2 minutes, the Germans took 2 penalties. Norway scored on the first penalty. They didn't score on the second one, but in the dangerous minute afterwards, the Norwegians scored 2 goals, or scored an extra goal. Nicholas Arum Olsen completed his hat trick and really kind of put the Norwegian team on his back today. A huge win for Norway as they do stay up at the top division. As they're showing now a clip, or they're showing an image of Peter Tomek, who is injured, clearly hobbled over on the bench. A tough sight to see for sure. But for Norway, Germany, once again, a really well-played game by the Norwegians. Kind of just holding, couldn't quite get that last chance where it mattered. That was the big difference maker in this one. And thanks for the question. All right. Owen works right back up now. Oh, and a big hit there by Klaus. Knocked over Uronen. Oh, and a shot misses just wide of the net. 1:30 left to go in the second tier in this period. That's like 5 times now they've survived. Yeah, they've certainly been consistent with their ability to avoid relegation, which, I mean, it was nice to see them after what was a pretty disappointing tournament so far, to see them kind of find their way back. Unfortunately for Germany, just an absolute heartbreaker though with the way it played out, but a great game and a great comeback. Oh, to play out in front for the Finns, but kicked away by Solovets again. He's been really good so far in this game. Klaus now works in for the Czechs. Šipa, shot, scores! Czechia finds themselves on the board in the final minute of action. What a goal for the Czechs. Look at that, Tadeusz Šifka. Wow. And the Czechs find themselves up 2-1. A bit of a surprise there. Kind of a 3-on-2 emerging, but didn't really look like it was going to be much. But Tadeusz Šifka ends up finding the back of the net. Oh, and a screenshot. Wow. It is now 2-1 for the Czechs, and quite the turnaround late in the period here. So it's 2-1 Czechia. Wow. A late goal is the big difference maker here. And the tables have been swung quite quickly. 33.6 left to go in this first period. Klaus over to Žipa, over to Šifka, who then fired it into the back of the net. Wow. Great goal there. The Czechs now lead this one 2-1. We'll see what the pushback is from the Finns. It may have to come after this period, though. Late goal killer. Worked back out to the point. Pepperinen shot from the point, kicked away by Solovets. 10 seconds left to go now. Zlatikainen will come back for the Finns. Passes up to Suvanto. Just out his outstretched stick. And that will do it for the second period of this game. And they're showing Peter Tomek now. He's not doing very well. You can tell definitely from that reaction. But the Czechs do lead this game 2-1 now. We will see whether or not they are going to be able to close it out on the third period of action. We will be showing you a clip in just a few seconds here of previewing our upcoming game between Canada and Sweden. We'll, of course, still close out this game between the Czechs and the Finns. More on that in just a little bit before we shift to Canada and Sweden coverage. But as far as your goal scorers so far, Adam Klaus had the opening goal. Fugleberg for the Finns tied the game. And then Schifka scores for the Czechs, making it a 2-1 hockey game. And it's been quite the game so far, really, for both these teams. But for the Czechs especially, Germany led 3-2 with under 2 minutes to go before Nicholas Aram-Olsson scored twice in those final 2 minutes. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, anyway, we'll be shifting our coverage now. We'll be back in just a few minutes, but we'll show you now a quick clip as we get set up for game number 3 of today with Canada taking on Sweden. We'll show you the preview of that now. Stay tuned. We'll have our third period coverage of action between the Czechs and the Finns coming up just after this short break. Between Canada and Sweden. And this one, I would say, is another one where two teams that have very much struggled early on in this tournament. And it's one of those things, right, where it's very difficult to try and put words to the fact that you have two legitimate teams that have found a way to play awful. Like there's no way around it, right? And they've gotten better as the tournament has gone on. We'll start with Canada, where for Canada, they lose 2-1 to the Slovaks on the opening day. We had our reaction to it. We lost our mind. The cold open was the cold open. We talked about the game. What I'd say is that game for me, my take on it, kind of looking back on it, was that was the wake-up call type of game. Where for a team like Canada, you'd rather lose in the preliminary round, like you did against the Slovaks, than lose that kind of game in that quarterfinal against a team like the Czechs, like we've seen at the World Juniors the last however many years, right? I think that loss against the Slovaks set up the rest of this tournament for the Swedes, or the rest of the tournament for Canada. From there, of course, we see them kind of bounce back in a huge way against Latvia, winning 6-0. They go out and beat Norway 8-0, a blowout win there. And then they pull off probably one of the bigger wins at this tournament, knocking off Finland by a score of 7-0. And so you ride into this game, you're extremely hot, right? You start the tournament really cold, right? You kind of fall off the cliff off the opening game. Then you continuously build up that momentum going down the hill, and you're building up and you're picking up speed, you're picking up momentum. And now you're going to go up against what I would consider to be a bit of an immovable object in the Swedes, where we're going to see whether or not this Canadian team is going to be able to punch through against a really good Swedish team. And for the Swedes on the other side of the equation, very similarly to Canada, except for the fact that they won their first game against Germany, they then lose against the Czechs, right? And for the Czech team, we just talked about them in that last segment, but they got progressively better as the game went. They started extremely hot, then they continued to play well throughout the game. The Swedes started really cold, couldn't really find their way back into this game. We then saw basically the exact same thing in the next game between the USA and Sweden, where the US got off to another early lead, and the Swedes cold off the start, looked relatively flat. They gave a lot of chances as well in that first period, a lot of power play looks that, frankly, the US just couldn't figure out how to run a power play on. Should have been a lot more of a margin at the end of this game, but fortunately for them, it was only 9-1. And then from there, it was, okay, well, is the Swedish team just going to roll over? And because at that point in the tournament, the question became, are they going to get relegated going into their game against Denmark? And of course, we end up finding out that that wasn't going to be the case, as of course Denmark ends up winning Sweden ends up beating Denmark 10-1. But you look at that game in particular, for me, was the biggest, I don't want to say wake-up call there, but a really important game for the Swedes going into this playoff round, that they've shown that, look, we might lose off the start, right? And that's just bound to happen. But at the same time, you need to find your way back, and that 10-1 win for me is that kind of bounce back type of performance where all of a sudden it's, look, what's behind us is behind us. We have a good team. We still have a good team. Now we just need to perform when the moment is biggest. And a quarterfinal round, the Swedes have the longest active semifinal streak in the II or at this tournament, the IIHF. We'll see whether or not the Canadian team is going to be able to find their way through a Swedish team that, very frankly, and we talked about it in yesterday's day recap video, this situation reminds you a lot of what happened at the Olympic Games, where for Sweden, they lose a big game against the Finns. Of course, the Slovaks beat Finland on the opening day. And then unfortunately for them, they just couldn't quite get the goal differential they needed. They end up third in that group. They end up having to play the US in that quarterfinal round, and they end up losing. And I think this tournament has been very similar to that, where aside from, it's not necessarily the Finnish game, I'd say was more the Czech game. They end up losing to the Americans as well, which was always going to be a tight battle between the two. And then unfortunately just kind of finds themselves on the wrong side of things going into the quarterfinals, where at the Olympics there was also the placement or the kind of the qualification round, but you go in, you know who you're going to play in that quarterfinal. It's going to be the US. Here it's going to be Canada, who coming into the tournament was arguably the top team on paper, that just kind of struggled in the first game of the tournament, which ended up costing them dearly. And so for Canada, I'm really interested to see what they can bring tomorrow. It's a huge opportunity for them. We'll see which kind of team they can end up bringing. But Canada, Sweden, it's going to be a really good one as far as some kind of key players to watch for in this tournament, this game. For Canada, it's going to come down to how well they can play defense, right? And the Swedes are a very offensive team. If they can find offense, they're going to be successful. We've seen that kind of the teams that are successful against the Swedes so far have been able to limit them to a kind of a lower range of goals. And so Canada, the offense is going to come, and that's not a question mark at this game. It's going to come eventually. The trick is going to be, can you make sure you give yourself an opportunity going late into games to be able to end up scoring that goal that's going to count? And for Canada, I think they'll be just fine in that. They're riding in with 3 straight shutouts. We'll see if that can continue into tomorrow's game. But one of the biggest parts of a shutout is your goaltending. And Gavin Betts, who started the tournament, we thought he might have been hurt as he got leg cramps and then kind of got taken off the ice. Turns out it was just cramps, spasms, whatever you want to call it. He'll be fine to go for this one. But it was a bit of a scare for a team like Canada that, hey, your goaltender just went down. Is this going to be a problem? And we've seen him kind of bounce his way back. He's looked good. He's looked good so far. We'll see if that can continue going into this quarterfinal round. But a really important part to the Canadian team. We'll see if he can pull through. As well, for the forward side, Dima Zilkin, who's been one of the most important parts on the goal scoring side. He currently leads the tournament with 5 goals, 2 assists for 7 points. He'll need to be big for Canada, especially when those offensive opportunities arise, that he will need to find the back of the net there. Another guy is Ryan Lynn, who's the defenseman. He's also put together a really impressive performance. I'd say he's Canada's best defender so far over a guy like Keaton Verhoff, who for Verhoff, I don't want to say it's been a bad tournament for him, but he hasn't exactly looked great, especially in that kind of opening loss against the Slovaks. That was a disappointing one to watch. But for Ryan Lynn, he's a guy who you're going to look to kind of provide both shutdown, but also on the offensive side, they'll rely upon him in all 3 zones, really. 1 goal, 5 assists for 6 points. You'll need him to definitely contribute offensively against the Swedes, where it might end up being a little bit more of that offensive type of battle. We'll see which team can end up prevailing. Ryan Lund's definitely a guy to keep your eye on there. Over to the Swedes, as far as key players to look for, Elton Hermansson, 2 goals, 6 assists for 8 points. 6 assists is the tournament lead in assists. 8 points is tied for the lead with Wyatt Cullen of the USA. And so for Hermansson, you're going to look for him to definitely be a pretty big part. And you think kind of the way that the Swedes have played so far, their offense is going to be what's going to drive this team. And if they can't find offense, they're going to struggle. And Hermansson, who's shown himself to be that leader of the offense so far at this tournament, is going to need to continue that. He's a guy to definitely keep an eye on as it goes onward. Kevin Tornblom, the goaltender, he's played all 4 games so far this tournament. I'm expecting him to continue that into this quarterfinal round. He will need to be good. The Canadians are going to provide a lot of offense tomorrow. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to be up to the task there as well. The last forward we'll talk about is Alexander Command, a great name, but also a guy who you're going to look to is trying to earn his NHL draft stock. 2 goals, 3 assists, 5 points. A really important piece for the Swedish team, especially on the offensive side of the puck, where we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to continue some success down the line there. A really good player who has shown at times an ability to kind of make the extra pass. He's looked good so far, and so we'll see if he can keep that going. Alexander Command, the last player to keep an eye on here for the Swedes. And then as far as some more general notes for this matchup, this is the gold medal rematch from last year happening in that quarterfinal. This was once again a 7-0 win for Canada last year. We'll see whether or not there's going to be another huge score in this game. If Canada can find the offensive touch, if they're able to shut down, more importantly, the Swedish offense, it wouldn't surprise me to see this kind of result, very similar to what the U.S. just did a few days ago. And so that'll be definitely something to keep an eye on there. They were the number 1 and number 2 teams entering this tournament from my eyes as far as our kind of power rankings went. We did have Sweden losing to the U.S. in the semifinals just because Sweden always seems to kind of choke their way through these things. And so felt more comfortable putting the U.S. in that spot. We'll see going into their game against Canada tomorrow whether or not they're going to be able to, or if they're going to end up pulling through in that game, pulling off a bit of an upset. I'd say slightly favored Canada is going into this game. Just with what we've seen so far, it's very difficult to put the Swedes much higher, but still should be an interesting one there. And then as far as kind of final prediction goes, I'm going to take Canada by a score of 4-2, your final. I think it's going to be a really tight game. I'm not sure which way it's really going to end up going, but one game that could absolutely go either way. We'll see which team ends up prevailing tomorrow. A big game coming up at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And a reminder as well that we will be live for that game here on YouTube. This will likely be the last game of the day we do. We'll also catch the tail end of Finland and the Czechs, which will be at 6 a.m. Eastern, which will be 12 o'clock noon Central European Summer Time. As well, we'll be catching the tail end of the Germany-Norway game at 6 a.m. So to come back for that, where we'll be doing our full coverage and watch-alongs for what's going to be a really busy day tomorrow for the IIHF and for the U18 level. Definitely stay tuned for that. Lots of content coming out over the next couple days. But that'll do it for Canada and Sweden today. Well, we're back. We are switching, obviously, our coverage over now to the upcoming games, as kind of taking a look ahead, as you just heard in our preview as to what to keep an eye on for. Of course, the coming up at the top of the hour, Canada will take on Sweden. We are still going to, of course, talk through the rest of this Czech-Finland game, which is coming up quite quickly. And so we'll see which team comes out on top in this one. Obviously, an early lead here for the Czechs, and so if they can keep that going, they will of course end up taking this game. But it looks like we are just about back underway. I think there's a little under 4 minutes, or maybe it's 5 minutes on the clock. And so we're going to obviously have that action coming up quite shortly here. But we will set up in our standings or our scoreboard. Oh, it's actually 2 minutes, which means that we were a lot closer than I thought we were. And so we'll make this part short. As far as what to expect in this period, you're going to see a pushback from the Finns. We're going to see whether or not this Czech team is going to be up to the task. I think that they will be, but at the same time, you really never know. And so it'll be a tight game, right? And we're going to see which team, if they can come out on top. If this Czech team comes to play in this period, look for them to really kind of take care of it. But it's going to be a tight one. Right to the very end, Czechia, Finland, Czechs lead 2-1. As far as the shots go, I believe that says 14-24, which doesn't sound exactly right, but I'm sure it is. You look at these two teams, the way that they've played so far, it's going to come right down to the wire. We'll see which team can kind of find their groove and end up on top. But for the Finns, look for their desperation factor. They are going to need some kind of kick into gear, as both teams have now taken the ice here in Bratislava. We will see whether or not the Czechs today can end up pulling through with the win, putting them on to the semifinals for their first time since 2022. The last time these two teams faced off against each other was also in 2022 in that bronze medal matchup, where the Finns ended up taking that game. And so we'll see whether or not, of course, history will repeat itself like it did then into this game. But early signs, the Czechs are on top. A really interesting goal that towards the end of that period that, frankly, I'd say kind of threw a bit of a wrench into things. And so we'll see, kind of going forward, whether or not this Czech team is going to be able to hold on. Solovets has been extremely good so far for the Czechs. If he can continue that, they will be just fine in this game. But it is definitely going to be something to keep an eye on. Peter Tomek got injured in that last period. He'd been on the bench for quite a while, hadn't been able to move. I haven't seen anything on him as of yet, but I would expect him to likely not play this back period, which is it's a huge loss for a team like the Czechs. But at the same time, we'll see, of course, whether or not they're going to be able to kind of pull it off for their captain. Should definitely be something to keep an eye on. But we are just moments away here from puck drop between Finland and Czechia in the first quarterfinal of the day. We'll see which team can come through on top in this one. But here we go, right? And 24-14 are the shots going into the third period. Czechia leads on the scoreboard, however, 2-1. And the puck has dropped, and we are underway for third period action between Czechia and Finland. We'll see which team here is going to be able to come out on top. A big opportunity here for the Czechs to continue what has been a bit of a disappointing tournament for them so far, or a bit of a disappointing past tournaments, trying to right the ship, oh my goodness, weird play there. Solovets still up to the task. Shot from just above the dot, or circles, ends up. Puck's bouncing really weird to start this period. Skalio looks like he just ran over Solovets there in the net, which is strange. Really strange start to this third period so far. A lot of weirdly bouncing pucks. $19:28 left to go in the third period for Czechia and Finland. Canada and the Swedes coming up in just a little bit of time. There is 7:47 local right now, so puck drops probably about 5 after, maybe 7 after. So about 20 minutes still to go before we see Canada take on Sweden in our marquee quarterfinal matchup of the day. We'll have full coverage for that game, and then depending on how we're feeling, we might also sneak in the USA taking on Latvia. And then if we really are feeling good, we might also do the last game of the day. But given we also have some recap videos due tonight, we'll see kind of how the voice is feeling. Finland works in now. Shot, Fantalo saved by Solovets. A real good stop there. That could have been ugly. Wow. Vanentalo has had a game so far. Nothing to show for it, but he's looked really good so far. Had a lot of really good opportunities that just haven't quite fallen, but Solovets comes all the way across on the 3-on-2 to make a huge shoulder save. Oh, the Finns working. Shot. Save again by Solovets. Shot again. Kicked away. Solovets absolutely scrambling there. But a big stop still remains as the score stays at 2-1. Santala collects the puck behind the Finnish net. Cycle it back. The Finns now will work it up. Broken up there, Santala's pass. Czechs dump it down deep. Collect it. Oh, and a weird play there. Holozhovsky just knocked down Pipparainen. Pipparainen has really struggled at this tournament. You talk about a guy who's going into his draft year. You're hoping to see him kind of take it to that next level, especially at the U18s. He's had a bit of a tough go so far, and the kind of performance that could very well also tank his draft stock, which is tough to see. Oh, and that's a bad penalty to take. Uronen gets taken down. A trip called against the Czechs, and we will head, and Shabesta will go to the box for the Czech team. Finland will head to a power play. A huge opportunity here for the Finns here to get themselves tied back into the game. Their last goal came on the power play as well. Remember, back to the jam play, which was then originally called no goal on the ice, was then sent to review, in which it was then later reviewed and called as a goal. And so we'll see kind of what's going to end up, if they were going to be able to find their way through on this power play. Uronen wings the puck. Fugleberg or to Alari. Fugleberg walks in. Jam play out front. Can't find his guy. And the Czechs will dump it all the way down. Dump down deep. Oh, and loses the puck behind his own net. Alari now, up at the point. Suvanto curls, Drake's shot saved by Solovets. Good stop there. Alari. Down to Santala. Works it down behind the net. Over to the corner. Uronen. Back down behind the net. What happened? Finns do have a power play. Puck collected right behind the net. Passes it over. Cross crease shot. Oh, it's behind the net. It looked like it went in that side netting there. Pipparainen passes it across. Czech defender draped all over him there. Surprised there wasn't a call. Vori walks in. Tries to jam it across. Can't. Pipparainen drags back on the line. Moves it over to Vori. Vori. Over to Pipparainen. Sends it across. Walks it. Pipparainen shot. Misses wide of the net. And it will be cleared all the way down. 20 seconds left to go on the Finnish power play. And a disappointing, looks to be going to be a disappointing result on this power play for the Finns. Shot blocked out front and cleared to the corner. Saramäki now walks the line, shoots, misses wide of the net. The Finns with a little bit of pressure, gaining some momentum from that power play. Fire it all the way around. Dangerous minute now for them. Passes it down. Walks the line. Oh, and a turnover in their own end. Oh, and Suvanto looks for the extra pass instead of shooting it. An opportunity there gone to waste. .14:30 left to go in this third period. If you are new here, please do hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Let me know who you think is going to win in our poll. We currently have, Currently have 102 votes in our poll. 69% of people are saying the Czechs will win. We tend to see a pretty good correlation between that poll and the eventual winner. So if you are superstitious, make sure to vote and make sure to share with your friends so that your team ends up winning. Piparainen now shot, saved, or blocked out front. Alalari walks in. A lot of pressure by the Finns here. Going very much northbound so far in these last few shifts. Kallio's shot blocked out front. Czechs done a really good job so far at shutting it all down. Sent down to the corner. Piparainen now picks up the puck in the offensive end. For a shot, misses wide of the net. Piparainen tries with another chance, but whiffs on it. And the Finns, once again, with the puck coming back to the neutral end, will go straight back after it. Tries the backdoor feed, blocked and saved by Solovitz. Oh, they call in crease violation? Or net's off. Oh, the net's off. Net is off its pegs. With 13:06 left to go in this third period. We'll see a lot of forward pressure so far from this Finnish team and a really good look for them. Eventually, if you put enough pressure, eventually something will break. But the chances so far have been very good for this Finnish squad. And they're looking like they're, I don't want to say in a prime position to kind of get that next goal, but you feel like if you do enough right, at some point something has to fall. Fugelberg now walks in, tries to play. Jam play shot, misses wide of the net. Oh, and Tomek is back on the ice for the Czechs. We saw him go down earlier, but looks like he's okay now. Oh, and Tomek. Oh, and there's another hit. Yeah, you can tell he's not playing at 100%. He looks very visibly shaken up after that last hit. Oh no. Bit of a giveaway. Oh, and someone just went down for the Finns. Move it back up the other way. Tries to feed across, broken up. And the Czechs will dump it all the way down, picked up by the goaltender for Finland. The Finns now break it up. Break it up ice. All the way down, dump down deep. Vori in to go get it. But cleared back out to center ice. And we'll sit a little bit longer in that neutral zone. 12 minutes left to go now for the Czech team. The enemy of that team as of right now cannot seem to tick down fast enough. As for the Finns, a quickly draining clock. And we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to get a goal in the next little bit as they look to try and tie this game and force it to overtime, or potentially to score 2 goals in regulation and end up winning it, like what we saw with Norway earlier today. Oh! Uronen almost just put that in his own net. Shot had kicked off the pad of his goaltender. That could have been bad. Shot. Kicked away. Kallio there looking for a one-timer. Kallio now. Up to Pipparainen. Pipparainen walks the line, keeps it in at the line. Shot. Saved by Solovets. Voros. Down to Uronen. Over to Pipparainen, who walks in. Shot. Saved by Solovets. And the Czechs will dump it once again back out to center ice. Pipparainen now walks in with it. Throws on the brakes. Tries to send it across, but can't make it. Pipparainen ends up losing it. Goes out to center ice. And Uronen, the defender, will pick it up for, and a misplay, but fortunately covered up by the goaltender, Majaharvi. 10:26 left to go in the third period here for unofficial live TV channel, 11 to go. We just hit the power break. I also think that the stream platform that we use to get you the graphics, I believe, is also on a time delay. And so what you're actually seeing is a little bit less. And so the current time as of Eastern time is 7:59, which is 3 p.m. Central European. No, that's not right. 1 p.m. Central European, or 1:59 Central European, and then 2:59 Eastern European. Yeah. So we are making our way through this game so far. The Czechs have looked relatively flat to start this period, committing to a more defensive structure, which makes sense. They're trying to sit on their lead as long as they can. We've seen it be successful, especially at the World Juniors, where they have utilized that kind of tactic system as well. We'll see whether or not that is going to end up working out for them, because once again, it can be definitely a tough one to try and pull off. But as far as our poll, the people still believe that the Czechs are going to pull through. Current tallies say 70% think that the Czechs are going to win, while 30% say the Finns. 106 votes in the poll so far. If you haven't already, be sure to go vote in that poll. We'll be getting you a new one very shortly for the Canada-Sweden game, which is about to kick off underway in a few minutes' time. So we will definitely see. So we'll see. 10-10 left to go in this third period. A huge game here for both Sweden and for Canada, as they are kind of doing the pregame show over there for the Czechs and the Finns. They're hitting the 10-minute mark. We are halfway through this third period of action. We'll see whether or not the Czechs or the Finns are going to be able to pull through. Oh, and a great stretch pass there. Oh, and a cross-check not called there. Looked to be a bit of an ugly one, as Elias Uronen ends up cross-checking from behind, throws the Czech player into the boards. But got to remain clean. Tomek back on the ice for the Czechs. An absolute warrior of a game so far. Fugleberg tries to play. Good poke check there. Kick back out to center ice. Shots so far in this period, 10-1 for the Finns. But at the same time, where it counts on the scoreboard, the Czechs do still lead 2-1. Santala gets worked over in the corner. A good hit there. All over him, no call. 8:35 left to go as the clock continues to tick down on this Finnish team. Oh, and a great stretch pass there. Works it out. Is that not a penalty either? Yeah, that's going to be called. The Czechs will head to the power play here for a chance to potentially stretch out their lead. Juho Pipparainen sent to the box for the Finns. A tough call there, but a good little cutback play ends up being the reason why it's necessary. And as we flip over, as they're showing some coverage now of the Canada-Sweden warm-ups right now. We'll see kind of what ends up happening there. As far as starting goaltenders, I would assume, they don't actually list it here, but I would assume it's Gavin Betts and Kevin Tornblom as both starting goaltenders. We talked about yesterday. You saw it in that preview at the start of the intermission break. Very likely that's who we'll end up seeing as the goaltenders for today's games. As well, we'll see whether or not, for Canada at least, they're going to be able to find a big win in today's game. A huge opportunity for them to continue their success at this tournament, obviously in search of a three-peat. We'll see whether or not they can do it against one of the better teams at these U18 tournaments over the last few years in Sweden, who haven't exactly enjoyed a whole lot of success to this point. It will be a very difficult game to win today. And so we'll see, right? It's part of the beauty of these tournaments is you really never know right to the very end which team's going to end up taking it. But for the Czechs, they do win the opening face-off draw on this power play. Pass out front shot saved by Harvey. Yeah, good kick save there. And so you look at this power play in particular, this is a huge opportunity here to really kind of take control of this game. A 3-1 lead is much better than a 2-1 lead, but especially for this one, we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to kind of pull through with a big opportunity here. 1:45 left to go, and the puck cleared. It's not cleared out, kept in at the line there from the Czechs. And a good bounce back hit there. Shot from the point, tipped, but cleared away, and it will be sent all the way down the ice. 7:45 left to go in this period. 1:10 left to go on the power play. Works it around. Passes it up top. Sends it across the line. Down low. Back up to the point. Czech set up now in their offensive zone. Shot. Saved. Rebound. Cleared out to the corner. And passed around. They will look up and they will shoot it all the way down. The Finns down to 7 minutes now on the clock. 30 seconds left to go in this power play. It looks as if the Finns will kill off the last of this Czech power play. 20 seconds now to go as the Czechs try and work it back in for one last big opportunity here. So they fire it all the way around. Picking up the puck. Dumps it down right back down deep. Walks in, but no. Passes it down deep. Tries to feed it over top, but can't. The Czechs throws it out front, but can't. And then the puck gets fired down. This will be icing as the penalty has expired. 6:15 now left to go in the third period. We will of course see what ends up happening here. Shot from the point, but no go there. 6:05 left to go as we hit under the 6-minute mark left to go in this third period. For Canada today, Gavin Betts is the starter. Kevin Tornblom, surprise, the goaltender who has played all 4 games so far for the Swedes at this tournament. Currently sports at 2.7 goals against average. As for Gavin Betts, 2 games played, he didn't actually win that first game. But we are getting underway here between Canada and Sweden. I will say that one of my least favorite jerseys is, well, it's not my least favorite jersey. Like, I still think they look good, but is the fact that they've gone away from the royal blue Sweden. They've gone to this weird navy blue. Not a terribly big fan of that. Still think that they should stick with their royal blue. It looked a lot better than the navy, but that is okay. As I believe the Czechs have called a timeout here. Puck is dropped and we are underway in Canada versus Sweden. 2 teams looking for some revenge at this tournament. For Canada, looking to try and repeat what happened last year where they won 7-0 in the gold medal game. As for the Swedes, looking for some revenge from that game as well as on this general tournament. It's been a disappointing start for them with losses to both the USA, a 9-1 loss there, and the loss to the Czechs. And then, of course, they followed it up with a win over Denmark, but still a disappointing one there. We'll see if they're going to be able to find their way through at this tournament. Here we go. We'll see what goes on in this game. A huge opportunity here for the Canadians. I'd end up pulling through in what would have been our gold medal prediction at the start of the tournament. We'll see if it comes true again today. Shot from the point, saved. Passing it around. Puck will wiggle its way down. Oh, and they're going to call that for icing. Wow. Surprised by that. .5:17 left to go in the Czech game. Canada shot Zilkin for the Canadians. A really important player for them here. Send it across. Pipparainen walks the line. Sends it across, but can't. And here comes the Czechs working back up the other way and trips over the... Oh, did he lose a skate blade? No. Just fell over the ice. The ice is pretty slippery after all. No. Ole Karlsson with the opening goal for Sweden, and Sweden now leads by 1 goal, 1-0 early on in this one. Oh boy, not again. Oh, and a beautiful tip out front. Ole Karlsson scores for Sweden to put them up 1-0. Oh, no. This is going to be bad. This is going to be a really bad. 4 minutes left to go in Czechia and Finland. As far as starts go, that's got to be one of the worst possible thing. Oh, and all alone, but can't find it through. 2-on-0 there, just quickly emerged, but not a lot of room to do anything with it. Ironen. 3:30 left to go. Shot from the half wall. Gets blocked out front. Oh, no luck on the rebound there for the Canadian team. 3 minutes left to go now in this third period between Czechia and Finland. Ironen now shot. Blocked out front. Mihalik works it up along the boards. Saramäki. Hermansson now works in. one of the best Swedes offensive players that they've had. And the Finns have pulled their goaltender. 2:49 left to go in the third period. Oh, wait, maybe not. Oh, yeah, no, they have. They're just calling a timeout. I would assume that they're going to end up pulling their goaltender here. Timeout called by Team Finland. We'll see. Oh, and Olsen for Canada just missed over the crossbar. Real good opportunity there. If you are new here, please do hit the like button. We'll be putting out a new poll very shortly once this Czech-Finland game is done. But a good start for the Swedes early on here. Not a terribly big fan of it as a Canadian, but we'll see if the Canadians are going to have a response. It kind of reminds you a little bit of that game against the Slovaks, where they didn't start all that great, and it didn't necessarily turn out all that great either, but probably facing the best team they have so far. We'll see if they're going to be able to bounce back here. Puck is dropped back in the Finland game. We'll see if they can, with the goalie now pulled, we'll see if they're going to be able to find an answer. Alalari tries to walk the line. Puck is poked off, but no luck getting there for the loose puck. The Finns now work it back in. They'll look for an opportunity here. Forey tries to get there. Alalari steps down on the half wall, pinches out front. Suvanto in the area, can't quite get there. Suvanto down to Santala. Santala walks over. Up to Alalari. Alalari tries for it, but can't. Oh, and cleared out. Is this going to go? It's not. It's going to go for icing. Just wide of the net. Canadians break it back up. Tries to throw it across, and no go on the kind of late emerging 2-on-1 there. Oh boy. Alalari now walks the line for the Finns. Shot from the point. Saved by Solovets. Big stop there. And it'll be cleared all the way around. .130 now left to go. Oh, and a good hit there. Can the Czechs get to the loose puck? They can't. Uronen tries it. Shot! Change of angles does not go. 120. Czechs now break it back up the ice. Pipparainen. Uronen fires it down deep. Good. It's interesting. They've changed their top unit now. It's their second unit of top 6. Oh, and cleared out. 1 minute now left to go. They time the enemy of this Finnish team. We'll see if the Czechs can hold on just long enough here. Fought for it. Solovets now collects it behind the Czech net. And the puck will be cleared out to neutral ice. Leijonat now with for the Finns. Fires it down deep. 30 seconds left to go. And the puck will be cleared down. The Czechs will be first to this puck. Skates around with it. 15 seconds left to go. Leijonat for the Finns. Breaks it back up. Last chance rush for the Finnish team. Throws on the brakes. Tries to throw it across the line. Can't. 7 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3. Great shot opportunity blocked out front. And that's going to do it. The Czechs will move on to the semifinals of the men's under-18 World Championships. A huge win for them, taking down the win over the rival Finns 2-1. Great performance there by the Czechs. A great end to that game. You think about the opportunities they had, really sticking to their defensive structure, even when it got tough. A really well-played game from them today. They do end up taking it here by a score of 2-1, securing their spot into the semifinals, which then means, as far as kind of your general standings go, as far as what to expect the rest of the day, assuming both Slovakia and the U.S. end up winning, depending on the result of Canada and the U.S. or Canada and Sweden today. If the Swedes win, the Swedes will take on the U.S. in that semifinal round, and the Czechs will play Slovakia. If Canada ends up winning, the Czechs will play the U.S. yet again in another fun type of matchup that we get used to seeing at these tournaments. And so a huge win for Team Czechia as they lock up the top spot in the first spot, I guess, rather, in the semifinals. We'll see whether or not Canada can join them very shortly as we now shift into coverage for that. For the Finns, a disappointing end to this tournament. You think about their tournament so far, the chance to really be up there with a team like the Slovaks. Unfortunately for them, just lost a few key games and lost out on a few key points. The real difference maker there is Tynan Lawrence now with a great move to try and get in through the defenders. Zilkin sends it on down. That score for Czechia is final. They do take the crease violation, I'd assume, as they do take the very first game, the very first quarterfinal of this tournament. A huge win for them. We'll see, obviously, what's next for the Czechs as they look ahead to the semifinal round. I'd say if you are a supporter of the Czechs, you're probably cheering for the Swedes in this game against Canada. Because if the Swedes win, you get probably an easier or a bit of an easier matchup against the Slovaks. Still not an easy win. Not going to say that it's a guarantee or a lock or anything, but you look at the way the two teams match up between the Czechs and the Slovaks, very equal, I'd say, and definitely a game that this Czech team can and probably should win. So we'll see, of course, whether or not they are going to be able to do that. And depending on what the result of this Canada game is, it's going to be a stressful next few hours. But we'll see whether or not Canada can end up coming up on top. But as far as your scores go for the opening games, a reminder that Norway ended up winning today earlier. A big comeback win from them, a 4-3 win at that. 2 late goals on the power play ends up being the difference maker. Solovets gets the Player of the Game award for the Czechs. Surprise, surprise there. 36 shots against, 36 shots received, 35 saves, 1 goal allowed. Definitely a well-earned performance from him, and a well-earned performance, and one of the biggest reasons why they ended up making it as far as they did and ended up winning this game, and a huge game from him in that one. Let's see. Czechs forever. Oh, I missed a few comments. Hi from Czechia. Love your videos. Well, thank you for watching. I'm glad to see your Czechs end up taking this one. A real good start to the quarterfinal rounds. We had Norway go and upset Germany earlier today, which was a huge win there as well. Of course, the Czechs just took that game most recently, and so it's going to be an interesting next game here as we'll see whether or not another upset could potentially take place, depending on how you look at it. It's Lemieux getting into it with, I think it's Anderson. What is happening right now? They're taking slashes at each other. Czechs forever. The Swedes always go for the early goal. Well, hopefully they don't go for many more goals, because at this rate, it's not looking too great. Sweden now with the puck in the offensive zone. Oh, and a rebound chance, but no go. Anderson again there. Passes it out front. Macbeth will pick it up for Canada. Clear it across. Here comes Lemieux. Lemieux tries to fire it forward. Oh, and a weirdly played puck, but no luck. Smalte Gustafsson now will pick it up behind the net for the Swedes. Czech beer is the best in the world. It's all around the world. Isaacson puts it back up to Olofsson. Olofsson shot from the point. Cleared away. Bertholdsson. Shot. Blocked out top. Here comes the Canadians. But no go. As this puck will go all the way down. 10:15 left, or 10:16 left to go in the first period. As the Czechs will sing their national anthem here over in Bratislava. A huge win for them as they will ship off to the semifinal round where they'll see and they'll await who they will end up playing. Very likely it will, depending on the result of this Canada-Sweden game, be either, depending if Sweden wins, it'll very likely end up being the Slovaks. If not, it'll likely be Canada wins, it'll likely be the U.S. Oh, and a good tip play out front, but can't find it through. It's already nervous times here, and I think this is Trenčín. But, man. Should probably change the jerseys up, too. The next break, we'll switch up our jerseys to fit the proper teams for this game. Stagnay there in proximity. A little bit of rough stuff after the whistle, which between these two teams is definitely expected, which does remind me I should also put out the poll for this game. If you are new, be sure to go and vote on the poll. See if I can get that to work. Be sure to vote in our poll, which just got posted right now. If you are new here, a reminder that typically whoever ends up leading in the poll ends up winning. You can see the result of the Czech-Finland poll, where we saw 72% of people say the Czechs are going to win. So if you are superstitious, I'm just saying there is a proven track record for it. So don't be surprised to see that team end up taking it. So once again, vote, tell your friends to vote, so that way it can help your odds, just saying. But we are going to quickly step away and between Canada and Sweden. And we are going to step away real quick as we take a very brief intermission to put the right jerseys on the wall, and we'll be right back before the next commercial break. And we are back with the proper jerseys now for this game. Canada back underway. Under 10 minutes left to go now in this first period. And for the Czechs, coming off of a big win, they now celebrate with their fellow teammates in the locker room for the Finns. Absolute heartbreak as they give hugs coming off Suvanto, the last one at the door, commemorating his players as they walk through. Obviously a disappointing result for a team like Finland coming into this tournament. Medal hopes, as always. They had a good roster this year. Unfortunately, a bit of a kerfuffle over in Group A off the start of the tournament, with Canada losing to the Slovaks, really put them in a tough spot going into this round, and from there just couldn't really get themselves out of those top two spots. We'll see now whether or not kind of what's next for this Finnish program. Obviously, they're, oh my goodness, shot off the side, and then I thought that went in. As there's currently a fight about beer going on in the comment section here, or the chat here. It's Linden. Shot blocked out front. Under 8 to go now. So Swedes work in. Shot! Cleared off the line by Ambrosio. Oh my goodness. Great stop there. Cleared off the line as it snuck through Betts, but luckily Canadian came back to stop it from going in the net. As here comes the Canadians again. Shot. Kicked away. Rebound shot. Saved. Tornblom up to the task. Diorio. Tries to kick it out to Verhoff, but can't find him. Kick back out to center. Hamilton tries to find it through again, but still nothing seems to be working for this Canadian team thus far. A lot of half-decent chances, but nothing kind of can get to that front of that. Hamilton shot kicked away by Tornblom again. Oh, and a huge hit there by Gustafsson. Oh, and tied up in the corner. As the Swedes break it back up. Oh no, and a player not unmarked. Came right off the bench. Snuck right on in. Canada will sky it out to the neutral zone. Sweden will pick it up right behind their net. Okay, Sweden does lead right now 1-0 over Canada. A good start with Ola Karlsson tipping one home to put the Swedes on the board. A real good start so far for them. If you are new here, please do smash the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are on the road to 1,700 subscribers here on YouTube. So please, if you have not already, be sure to smash the subscribe button. We have had two pretty good games so far today. This is our third game that we are covering. We picked up the Norway-Germany game for the third period, and then we got the full Czechia and Finland quarterfinal action. Both of those games so far have been really good ones. As Lemieux now works back in, shot. Tries the one-timer from Lawrence, but misses way over the net. As well, let me know what your predictions are on this game for Canada and For Canada and Sweden, obviously two teams that were kind of considered medal favorites, if not gold medal favorites coming into this. We've quickly seen that narrative change, as obviously between the Swedes losing to both the USA in embarrassing fashion, and of course the Czechs as well, which was another really tough loss for them. And then on the other side for Canada, losing to the Slovaks on the opening day of action, two real kind of disappointing starts to this tournament for both these teams. And so we'll see whether or not, of course, games start to matter now, and we'll see for really both these teams which one's going to come out on top today, because it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game right to the end. Silken now in pursuit. Can't quite get there. Swedes will dump it in down deep. Lawrence tries to pick it up, but can't. Yes, the Czechs did end up just winning. Huge win for them as they lock up a spot in that semifinal. Very likely they will play whether. Oh no, walks in, shot. Oh my God, 2-0. Anderson with the goal. Ludvig Anderson with the goal for, obviously, the Swedes. Captain gets the Swedish team on the board. And it's 2-0. It never ends. It actually never ends. 2-0. This year has been absolutely brutal for Canadian hockey. 2 losses at the Olympics. World Juniors, where they took home a bronze medal, which is just a disaster. I'm going to lose it. I apologize if anyone's listening with headphones. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Sweden now leads 2-0. And we knew coming in that this game was going to ultimately come down to how well Canada could play defense, and 2 absolute breakdowns in their defensive structure. Absolutely abysmal. I somehow don't believe Sweden will really win it. Canada will come back. You're more confident than I am, I'll tell you that much. I watched the game against the Slovaks, and it's the same thing. It's teams that don't seem to care about this. Canadian team has been terrible. All tournament long, this team has been absolutely awful. Awful. And all of a sudden, it's just it just never changes. It really never changes. It's pathetic effort after pathetic effort after pathetic effort. Outclassed, just simply outclassed like they always are. Swedes now break it back in again. Like, they are struggling right now to try and shut down any kind of their offense. Shot from the point, saved by Betts. Like, at what point do you make, like, oh my gosh. I promise I'll try and be more impartial, but that's it. I'll try. Probably not going to end up happening. Ludvig Andersson with the goal for the Swedes. Huge goal there as they look to continue some success into this period here. So many lanes. Elofsson tries for the tip play. He's been a pretty quiet player too at this tournament. Expecting a lot more from him, especially after his performance at Hlinka. Moved around. Shot saved by Betts. Elofsson puts it around the boards. Kicked out. Luckily, a Canadian gets to it. Fortunately, at least. Here comes Verhoff. Another guy. Oh, no. And a huge hit on Verhoff into the corner glass. Looks like it might have rung him up. Was that a hit to the head? Oh, and Canada will go to the power play here. Well, some Swedish players are sick and they lost badly to the U.S., so it would be strange if Canada wouldn't win, but you never know. Canada is not as dangerous in hockey as they used to be. That's very true. Sadly, that's very true, and especially this will be the last defending champion, like as a winner, a gold medal, that Canada will have on the IIHF stage as of right now. As the refs are conferring about, I'd assume, whether to make it a major penalty or not. Is it going to be a 5-minute major to review? 2 minutes for hit to the head is going to be the call. As Canada will head to a power play, I don't agree with that call, but I'm not going to complain about it. I'll tell you that much. Gideon Verhoff ends up getting the cold shoulder by Elton Hermansson, which, I mean, it was just a good hit. Unfortunately, just into a bad spot, into that kind of corner dasher, the curved part. And that was the biggest problem. A, what you just said, and B, other countries caught up. Yep, that's true. Well, even look at it, right? Like teams like the Slovaks, it used to be that Canada could play their B or C game, right? And they could get by, but nowadays it's just you can't do that anymore. Like obviously there's been ups and downs for the Slovak program, and they're kind of doing a similar thing to what the Czechs are doing now, where they're on their way back up as well. But Zilkin now walks around with it. Passes up to Lynn. Lawrence shot, blocked out front. And it'll be cleared all the way down. Absolute disaster of a Canadian power play. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? Oh, and a tip play there. Preston fires it around, and it'll go all the way down for, not icing because it's a power play, but go all the way down. 1 minute left to go in the Canadian power play. 2 minutes left to go in this period. As still another disappointing effort from this Canadian team has put them in a bad spot. Lemieux throws it across. Oh my goodness, I can't even stick handle. Throws it out front. Lemieux tries to go across, can't. Nice shot, tipped out front, jam play, and cleared out. Vandenberg trying to find his way through there, but can't. Oh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. 1:23 left to go in the first period. Brutal. Well, Slovakia tends to play completely different against North American teams. We've seen that time after time. So, yes, it was an upset, but wouldn't judge Canadian team based on that one loss. Yeah, and I wouldn't say that either. Like, part of the issue is, especially we see with this Canadian team year over year, is that they tend to be slow starters because most of the players haven't necessarily played together. Their only real opportunities at Hlinka, where the World Juniors as well is a little bit like that, although we tend to see a little bit of a better start just because you get the U18s and the Hlinka Gretzky. And so part of that also has to do with it, with building up chemistry. And there's a longer build-up time as well for a team like Canada in the prep for the World Juniors as for the U18s. you don't get as long, especially considering as Tornblom's pad has come undone. You don't necessarily get as long to kind of prep up and build up that chemistry factor, which is so important at these tournaments. And so that's part of it too that you do have to kind of consider. 16 seconds left to go in the Canadian power play, 1:23 left to go on the clock. We will see, of course, whether or not Canada is going to be able to find a goal here on the last 16 seconds. It's starting to get down to that time again. It's do or die, because you do need a response at some point. So we'll see. Face-off won by the Canadians. Down to Verhoff. Eshwakogan. Walks in, tries for a little pass, but kept in at the line. Oh, and a great move. Oh, can't find it though. Eshwakogan, another good move, but unfortunately nothing to show for it. Game still remains 2-0. I'd say Canadians are too confident. I would have to agree with that. I think part of it too is just expectation factor, because it really is gold or bust for Canadian teams at just about every tournament they go to. And pressure is definitely a big part. As we look at our poll, it is currently 50-50, 51-49, back to 50-50. 56 votes in, so be sure to get your vote in too. We typically see a pretty good correlation between who ends up winning and the poll, so superstition people, let that be known. But also, as far as else, please do hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, as we do enter a minute left to go in this first period. Turnover at the line. Cali now. Shot saved by Tornblom. It's fired up and around. Verhoff pinches down low. Cali down to Diorio. Tries to fire it out front, but can't. Moves it around. 20 seconds left to go in the period. Canada with one last chance. Oh, and a big reverse hit there. 10 seconds now. Swedes will bring it back up. Oh my goodness. Okay. And that'll do it for our first intermission, or they'll do it for our first period. We'll head into our first intermission. Canada also is not on the power play anymore. It was an interesting period, and we saw the Swedes obviously jump out to the early lead. It's going to be a very tough road back for Canada in this game. They're going to generate some offense. They'll have their looks, but if you can't capitalize on it, it just means a whole lot of nothing. And so, as far as the goals, Ola Karlsson with a huge tip goal to start off this game. Ludvig Andersson with a great shot over the chest protector, the shoulder of Gavin Betts. Makes it 2-0. And from there, we will now see whether or not Canada is going to be able to find their way back in this game. Obviously, we've seen them have a bit of a struggle in coming back in games in the past. You think most notably their game against the Slovak team. So we will see whether or not they are going to be able to do that. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Okay, let's see what we have as far as comments. Be sure to leave some questions in here. We'll answer your questions in the first intermission. And then in our second intermission, we will preview the USA and Latvia matchup, which gives me a chance to step away and probably go grab some breakfast. But once again, we'll answer your questions for this intermission. So be sure to put it in the chat what your thoughts are on the game, or if there's any kind of questions you might have. Okay, let's see. Oof, that 2-0 just completely deflated him. You're going to get used to that today. It's been that kind of tournament so far, and it wouldn't surprise me to see it keep going. What else do we have? I feel like the Czech Republic and USA are getting stronger and stronger in the last 5 years and on every level. On the other hand, Canada seems to get a little bit weaker. The Finns and the Swedes are still okay. And I would agree with that. I think the Swedes have had some very good teams and some really good prospects these last few years. They haven't, and they've slowly but surely been developing, but they haven't necessarily developed into that next big prospect. The Czechs are a very young team as well, who I think could do very well. Same with the Slovaks. The Slovaks have done an excellent job in their development. I think you look at the Olympic team, they have a lot of really good prospects that, whether you want to call them prospects or not, that are up and coming at these tournaments. And I think that's a huge opportunity there, that you even see their World Junior campaigns over the last several years, where my most notable one was the 2023 year, where they nearly beat the team that ended up winning gold in Canada. That tournament really turned some heads. Same thing with the Czechs too, where for the Czechs, they have been getting slowly but surely better as well at these tournaments. And so we'll see kind of going forward whether or not the Czechs are going to be able to, or the Slovaks and the Czechs are going to be able to kind of replace Canada at these tournaments. Because international hockey, and we made a podcast topic about this, it might have been last week's podcast, maybe 2 weeks ago's podcast, about kind of how international hockey is getting a lot more competitive. And it really is. You don't really appreciate just how competitive it's gotten, but it is ridiculously competitive now because of the fact that you have teams like the Slovaks, like the Czechs, even like Latvia, who I would say has definitely taken a big step over the last little while. We'll see whether or not a team like a Latvia can kind of take that next step up. And we've seen them succeed on the World Championship stage. Same thing with Germany as well. But it's going to be interesting to see whether they can do it at the Olympic level, assuming, of course, NHL players continue to go to the Olympic Games. We'll see that big kind of next tournament come in. I think the World Championships as well, which is quickly upcoming, and we'll be doing our full tournament coverage for that tournament. As obviously, as we look, it's about 16 days away now, or 17 days away now. So we're quickly approaching that, which will be a great time as well. And we'll see. Early signs indicate that it's probably going to be the Finns as kind of the leader of that pack as of right now. The Swedes will be good. The Czechs will be interesting to see which players they can end up picking up, because obviously the players that you have available also kind of ends up determining how well you can do. And so I'm excited to see. And I think that this is going to be a really exciting next few weeks, just as the international season really kicks off. We also have some lower division tournaments, which we'll be doing our coverage for. And yeah, it's gonna be a busy next couple stretch, but it'll be definitely a really good one as well. Another factor is that hockey is becoming a luxury sport. Crazy price for equipment, crazy price for training, etc. Less people can afford it. Less talents get a chance. Yeah, I would agree. Sorry, I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything else. I would say, yeah, absolutely. And I think part of that too is it's development of players. And I think the majority of the rest of the world is catching up on that account, because, there's other sports out there that are growing rapidly in Canada as well. And obviously hockey's always been kind of the main one you go to. But I'd say there's other sports. Soccer's quickly growing here in Canada. There's also obviously baseball, lacrosse is pretty big as well. And so that's what I'd say you kind of have to keep in mind, especially when the costs are fairly high for a sport like hockey, that there are other options out there that take a lot of precedence, especially in the sport. By the way, I know you are Canadian, but what is your second favorite team? Like, not only at this tournament, but in general? I'd say it more so depends on the specific tournament. I tend to like upset stories. And so for years, it was always the Slovaks at the World Juniors. That was kind of my underdog team. I always loved watching the Czechs. Latvia, I'm a big fan of now. Obviously, with them knocking off Canada every year, as long as they're not playing the Canadians. Swedes, Finns, US, really all of them. Like, there's no one particular team that I'd say I gravitate to. I always kind of growing up, I always loved the Slovak goaltending. And so that was a big one for me, was kind of seeing just how well they played at all these tournaments, because they were a big part every single year for that Slovak team. And so whether it be Simon Lactosi or Adam Gajan, kind of you can keep going down the list, but every year they seem to put together a new goaltender that turned ahead at a tournament. And so I always enjoyed watching that Slovak team. And so it's also why I kind of get extra critical of teams like this year at the U18 level, where you see what they were able to do in the past compared to what they're doing right now. I just don't, I'm not as big of a fan as this Slovak team. I know a lot of people are kind of up in arms about it in our comments section. I do see those comments. I try and respond to as many of those as I can. But I would say that it is definitely part of it. So that's kind of a long way of saying that I don't really have one specific team. I tend to like underdog stories, and so if an underdog story involves a specific team, it's probably going to be the team I'm cheering for. And so as far as, once again, those kind of the key reasons why I ended up picking those teams, whoever it might be, were just kind of the underdog stories that they were at the tournaments. Typically when Canada gets knocked out, you then cheer for whatever underdog either beat them or is kind of the prevalent team that has a shot to pull off an upset. And so that's why I tend to cheer for those kind of teams. All right, what else do we have? All right. Do you think the Penguins are going to reverse sweep the Flyers or no? I wouldn't be surprised by it. The Flyers jumped out way too quickly, and they looked really good in doing so. But unfortunately, with a younger team, and the common expression is the last one's the hardest one to win. It does ring true, and it absolutely will ring true throughout the rest of this tournament. But I would say, especially for a team like the Penguins, who are so veteran heavy, versus a team like Philly, where they are so obviously youthful and lots of rookies on that team, it's very difficult for them to kind of hone it in the right way, whether or not they will end up being and end up closing out the series. I would say realistically they still have to win 2 games, right? And so whether or not they can do that, time will tell, but we'll see kind of going forward whether or not the Penguins are going to be able to pull off that last big upset. As well, the Bruins are a very similar boat to that series as well, where they just pulled off a big win last night over Buffalo. Another kind of series that kind of reminds you a little bit of the 2023 Bruins-Panthers series, where the Bruins just couldn't really close them out. Feels a little bit similar there. We'll see whether or not the Penguins and the Flyers are going to be that as well. We're kind of struggling to close out the series, but the Flyers, they've had a really good start, probably a lot better. So we'll see. Okay. Canadians or Bolts tonight. Series is tied, I believe, going back to Tampa. I would say that Tampa ends up taking that game. I think it's going to be a very close game, but I think in the end, Tampa takes it. I think Montreal wins back in Montreal, and I think Tampa wins in Tampa for Game 7, if I had to guess, as far as kind of the rest of this series, as far as it would go, would be my guess. Canada will have a very good team. We'll see for this Men's World Championships. Like, it's always interesting to see what kind of players that they end up getting. I know Schaefer just announced he wasn't going, but we are getting, I believe the Canada's getting Celebrini and McKenna, so that'll be an interesting one. I haven't heard anything on Bedard. I'm not sure if he's going to be going. There's a lot of players that could go. We'll see if they do end up going. It'll be interesting. But obviously we'll have our full kind of tournament preview, team previews and whatnot for that tournament. I'm hoping to do a few more of these live streams for that tournament as well, especially for some of the playoff games. So we'll see whether or not that's going to be something. Definitely for the gold medal game, if Canada's in it, we will be live for that. because Canada hasn't won a gold medal at a IIHF tournament since this tournament last year. And it is extremely disappointing. We'll see. This might be one of the first years in quite a while, I think, that Canada hasn't walked home with the IIHF gold. I honestly can't remember the last time they wouldn't have, because between their World Juniors and the rest of it, they've had a pretty good track record these last few, outside of the COVID year where they didn't play any of the tournaments. I wouldn't say Canadians are getting worse in quality. They just seem to overestimate themselves at these international tournaments and get very surprised that other countries can play well too. I think part of it is that is partially true. I think also just kind of every year you have such a good roster that unfortunately you just expect a win. And I don't know if that's necessarily the problem with it is expectation-wise, but I do think that they do definitely need to figure it out, because frankly, it's a disaster at this point. Their program from top to bottom. We also made this a podcast topic a few weeks back. They have struggled mightily over these last few years, and they've been getting progressively worse as time has gone on. This year in particular has been really bad. Their women's program is probably the least competitive it's been, I guess it's the most competitive it's been, but the least good it's been, like the worst it's probably been since its inception. Their U18 program just lost to the US team, and that wasn't they didn't look all that great at that tournament either. The World Junior campaign, obviously they lost to the Czechs again. Surprise, surprise. And then the men's under 18s this year, we'll see what they can do there. The Olympic Games, 2 losses there. And it just kind of feels like they're slipping quite a bit. And so whether that's expectation, I think part of it is you look at their team every year and you put together the best players in the world. I think their system and their tactical shift needs to change. I don't think it's working, especially against the European countries anymore, where they've caught up in skill. And so the European system, the way that they play, will always beat a North American system if the talent level is the same. The talent level hasn't been the same over the last few years, and that's been one of the reasons why I'd say Canada has been so successful, and now the talent level is catching up, and so that's part of the issue as to why you can't keep going like what they're doing. They need something to change. Whether it's an increase in skill, whether it's an increase or a decrease in tactic, I don't really know what it's going to be, but it's going to be interesting, especially kind of as these IIHF seasons continue. You think about more incoming competitors. Eventually, someone's going to knock Canada out of that relegation spot. We just saw the Finns women's under 18 program go to relegation. It was their first relegation in program history. Canada and the US are the last 2 who haven't been relegated to a Division 1A tournament. So we'll see if that's upcoming. I'd say Canada's definitely kind of leading the charge there, especially on their kind of under 18 side, but also on the women's national program, where I think they'll be knocked out of a medal spot fairly soon. They're still kind of heads above, teams like Japan and teams like Germany and teams like Sweden, or maybe not Sweden, but Germany, Japan, and then the Division 1A kind of elevator teams where you see them come up and down every year. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough next few years for Canada. We'll see, of course, whether or not they can do it. It's going to be fun to cover it, because I don't think international hockey's ever been so competitive, but it's interesting to see for sure. What else do we have? Probably because up to 30, 40 years ago, it was a genuine surprise, except for Russia and the USSR. That's true as well. The Soviet Union. I'd say as well, for kind of as we think about the Russia, when they do come back, you look at their roster, and I would say that realistically, they have a chance to kind of slot in as the near top team on the men's side, at least. Not on the women's side. I expect them to struggle a little bit, especially early on in that kind of tournament. But you especially considering the rise of the Czechs, the rise of the Swedes on the women's side, it's going to be difficult for them to kind of break through there. But you look at it for the men's side, and they have a lot of talent. The KHL is still a predominant league in Europe, and we'll see whether or not that's going to be a factor as well. And we are back underway here for second period action. We'll try and get to the rest of the comments as we go along here. But Sweden does lead Canada 2-0 in this game. We will see whether or not Canada is going to be able to find their way back here. A huge opportunity for them to kind of jump back into the game. A tough start to this one so far. Now it's just a matter if they can kind of find their groove. Shot from the point, misses just wide for Verhoff. Oh, and a good move there. Shot, Diorio saved by Tornblom. 19:07 left to go in this second period. Current poll projections say that Sweden is in the lead with 56% of the votes, 44% for Canada, 79 votes in. Be sure to get your vote in the poll, as typically it does have a pretty correlated result with the end score. It will be 2-1 at the end of this period, you think? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by that. But we'll see. Like, Canada's one of those teams that could very well end up taking it and coming back in grand fashion. They have the offense for it. They have the defense for it. But at some point, you need to definitely break through and get that momentum shifter. Canadians collect it back inside their own end. Palma fires it back down. Here comes Tynan Lawrence. Over the line, shot, misses wide. Macbeth pick it back up in the Canadian end. To Lynn, down to Zilkin, who will dump it down. Lydon back for the Swedes. Kept in Verhoff. Fires it down, Palma. Shot, saved by Tornblom. A little bit of extra activity out in front of the net. It has not been a great turn. Like, you think about the bounce back, I'd say, for Canada, where you lose your first game, yes, right? And then all eyes are on you. How are you going to respond? You have to go out and play kind of two weaker teams in Finland with Latvia and Norway. I thought they responded really well in that game against Latvia, not to allow a team like Latvia into the game where you take them out early and really kind of take them out. But it's definitely an interesting one. Oh, pressure. Pushed off the puck. Swedes now move it up. Gustafsson will dump it down deep. Oh, and another turnover in their own end. Got to clean that up. Verhoff will speed it up the half wall. Dumps it down deep. Passes it up. Good keep in there. Canada in their offensive end with a chance. Moves it up. Sweden now picks up the puck. We'll go for a little skate. Shot misses way over the net for the Swedes. Tries the bank pass, picked off by Gustafsson. And the Swedes now work back in. Shot misses way wide of the net. And Gustafsson will be there to stop the puck. Oh, and a cross check that won't be called on. A great pass. Preston over. Scores! Dagenais with the goal, and Canada gets themselves on the board. Maddox Dagenais with the goal, and it is now 2-1. Still lots of hockey to play, but Canada with a bounce back. A cross check that wasn't called, leading to a 2-on-1. Mathis Preston over to Maddox Dagenais, who puts it into the back of the net to get Canada on the board. Good start. Good bounce back to this period. It's what you needed to see. You needed to see something out of them, especially... Oh, wait. Uh-oh. What are they talking about? They're talking about something. And a little bit of trash talk in our chat. Tickets to Canada are on sale for tonight. Have a safe flight. Oh, that's great. That is excellent. Oh, that's actually very funny. 15:45 left to go in the second period. We'll see if Canada can find themselves back into this one. Diorio, line up and draw. Take on command. Swedes win the draw. Shot from the point, misses wide. Passes it down, shot, saved by Betts. Pass up front again, shot, saved again by Betts. Good opportunity there for Hermansen, who could not get it past the goaltender. Gustafsson walks the line, shoots, blocked out front. Hamilton there with the block shot. Moves it up front, shot again, tipped, saved by Gavin Betts. 15:18 now to go left in the second period. Two to 1 the score. Our current poll doesn't actually have anything on it. We'll see what the poll is currently saying. 58% for Sweden, 42% for Canada. Be sure to get your votes in, as well as hit the like button and hit the subscribe button if you have not already, so that you are, and the notification bell so you are notified when we do go live here on YouTube. We are hoping to do a few more of these, especially as the playoff rounds continue. We'll have the Men's World Championship coverage coming up shortly soon as well. Once this tournament gets done, we'll start to turn our attention over there, as obviously it's a big tournament to talk about with quite a few really different, interesting kind of storylines heading into that one. Olofsson's shot from the point blocked out front. Poke checked. Canada can't get to that though. Macbeth spins it around but can't quite get it all the way down. Fires it down. Bats back behind the net to play it. Dagenais moves it up. Here's Lawrence. Lawrence with Silken. Lawrence turns back. Tries to throw it out front, but picked off by the Swedish defender. Here's Macbeth back now. Oh, and Lind trips over the stick. Silken picks up the puck. Fires it around. The Swedes will break out the other way. Kim now in pursuit. Passes it around. Here comes Verhoff. Verhoff with the puck. Wheels it up the boards. We'll dump it down deep. Gustafsson. Verhoff. Valentini almost loses the puck but doesn't. Preston up to Valentini. Valentini will chip it in. Passed along. Chip back out. And Preston will be back for the Canadians to pick up the puck. .30 to go left now in the second period. Sweden does still lead 2-1. Betts plays it around. Here comes Mathis Preston. Preston fires it down deep. Goes to go dump and chase. Olofsson fires it across to his partner. We'll then dump it down deep. Tipped in. And a huge hit there. Valentini. Jacobson with a chance. This is just wide of the net. Plays it. Gustafsson. Over his stick. Hicks now dumps it down deep. And a weird play there. Open out defender. Lind now takes it. And it'll be offside. As they'll come together, Palma and Lind, two players giving each other some pleasantries, wishing each other a very nice game and hoping that each other are doing well. Maybe something like that. Maybe not. I have to get through the rest of these comments. I haven't done that quite yet as we're on commercial break. What else do we have? Vladar for the win. We'll see if he can get the job done. Do you remember the 2019 World Juniors? I do. And then Celebrini, McKenna, O'Reilly, and Tavares. Yep, I think that'll be an interesting team. I know they've been confirmed, I believe, at this point. I'm excited to see what else comes for Canada, especially as this next round for the NHL playoffs does come to a close. We'll see which players end up coming over. I'd be interested to see who kind of takes that next step. I'd say, depending on who ends up losing for the lose out of the NHL playoffs, we could see quite a few players going over from that. And so it'll be interesting. Which teams have not been relegated in the highest division? It's only Canada and the U.S. Sweden's been relegated on the Women's World side, I believe twice now. Finland just got relegated at the U18 Women's for the first time in their history. And so they're your two teams that haven't been relegated is the USA and Canada. I don't like the Russian team that much. They don't have any centers. That is the only concern I have with them as well. And it was something that we've actually talked about. I don't remember when. Might have been at the Olympics or something like that. But yeah, no, it's a fair point. Like they don't have a ton of centers, and their wingers are really good, and their defensemen aren't bad. Like I know a lot of people are saying that their defense aren't good, but like they're big and they're tough to play against, and I think that's all they really need. And so I think good hit there. I think that's part of it too. So we hit the 12-minute mark now in the second period. Dude, Canada's doing so bad. I know. Oh, no. Nordmark there, all alone in front. Could not get it past Betts. Yeah, Canada's not doing terribly great, but the one thing I do appreciate, though, is the fact that they have actually scored a goal in this one and kind of made an effort. That's got to be a penalty, surely. Yeah. Canada will head to the power play and interference call, a tripping call, rather, out on the blue line. Marcus Nordmark will be the guilty recipient of that, and he will head to the box. Canada will head to the power play, and just a weird kind of play. Kind of weird play there. They're showing the clip of Nordmark's chance on the other side of the ice. Tries a little flip play, can't quite get it to go. But Canada will head to a power play with a chance to tie the game. We'll see if they can do that. Time can only tell. Our poll currently says 95 votes in, 58% for Sweden, 42% for Canada. Face-off draw won by the Canadians. Lynn moves it over, shot, misses wide. It's Preston on that attempt. Who's playing better in the other game? The other game's done as of this current moment. The U.S. plays at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be probably doing the first period. If the game gets ugly, we'll probably end it there. If it stays close, we might stick around on that one a little longer. But that'll be that the U.S. will play shortly. We'll do our preview in this upcoming second intermission. Good pass across to Lawrence. Lawrence to Valentini. Back up to Lawrence. Lawrence walks in. Valentini, chance drive. Tries to jam play it in. Can't. Silkin with the support. Lynn tries to keep it in but can't. Pressured. But ends up taking it out. Oh, taken away. Oh my goodness. Ole Carlson, looking for his second of the game, had two grade A scoring opportunities there shorthanded, but luckily for the Canadians, could not find it home. Preston now skate with it. Oh, Lawrence, good pass catch there. Lawrence walks in, shoots, can't find it through. The Swedes will pull back, fire it all the way down the ice, and there'll be a minute left to go on the Canadian power play. Need a big goal here. A reminder of scores from today's games. We started the day with Norway coming back to beat Germany 4-3. 2 goals in the final 2 minutes. Nicholas Aram Olsen, NHL Draft eligible player, ends up securing the deal for the Norwegians to stay up at the top division. Jacobson walks in, shot. Misses wide of the net as well. The Naganay now works along the half wall. Eshko Kogan moves it over, shot. Rebound, no good. And puck out of play. As well, there's Norway avoiding relegation. We also saw the Czechs beat Finland 2-1. Late goal in that one was the difference maker there. A really good game from both sides between both the Czechs and the Finns. They played decently well. The Czechs, as was expected, started relatively good as well and started kind of hot. And then the Finns, very similarly, we saw the Finns end up kind of responding in kind. And then late into the second period, the difference maker in that one, the Czechs scored a goal there. And that was the difference. That was the end of that game from there. A real good push in that third period. Unfortunately, nothing to show for it for the Finnish team. And once again, the Czechs did end up taking the first the quarterfinal of the day. They will move on to the semifinals, where they will await the winner-loser of this game today. Oh, that's not it. And so, once again, as far as kind of what you can expect the rest of the day, USA will take on Latvia. I don't expect that game to be too terribly close. You think about those two teams, not necessarily the most competitive. As well, Slovakia taking on Denmark. So I see there's a question there, who I think wins Slovakia and Denmark. I would say the Slovaks should win. I believe our prediction, just checking that now, was 5-1 the final. We also had 4-2 Canada in this game. So we'll see if that's the case. We also had 5-1 Slovakia over Denmark, 5-1 USA over Latvia, and we'll see whether or not that's going to be the case coming up very short while from now. Once again, we'll be doing our preview for the men's under-18 quarterfinal between the USA and Latvia coming up in the second intermission. So stay tuned for that. And then we'll be shifting over to third period coverage as well as dual game action coming up for the third period of this game. As Tornblom, I believe, had his mask break or potentially just get it knocked off. So he got his head elbowed, actually. My tip is 3-2 overtime. Overtime for Denmark. Ooh. I'll be honest, I think there is the potential for it. Like, if there is going to be that kind of big upset of the day, it wouldn't be, it could be Latvia over the U.S., but I think the Slovaks are very likely to do it. Okay, let's see. Slovak fan of yours right here. I think it was you that put the comment on our podcast yesterday. I really enjoyed that one too. You have to be careful with all the Slovak fans in there, which isn't wrong. But no, like, I think the Slovak team this year, aside from their opening game win, which I thought, like, yes, right, that's a sign you want to see, is them take home an early win. I struggle. I really do struggle to say that, yeah, like the Slovak team is going to go all the way, because realistically, they won their opening game against Canada, and they haven't really put together that impressive performance since then. They beat Latvia. They didn't look all that great 5-on-5. Their offense was mainly generated from the power play opportunities that they got. And so for me, that wasn't good enough to kind of put them into that upper echelon of teams. Tip play. Goaltender interference? Hello? Nordmark is like actually in the crease, so this shouldn't count. As Verhoff and Nordmark are exchanging pleasantries. It will currently stand as a goal. I don't expect this to count just because of the fact that that Marcus Nordmark was on Gavin Betts in the net. But it is now 3-1. Oh, maybe not. Oh, no. Is that going to count? Does he try and slide across? I'm not sure if this will count. This better go to review. They're challenging it. We are under review. There it is. Let's draw the little box. Actually, that was off screens. That doesn't really work. All right. Play is under review for a goal. The third goal for the Swedes. This looked in real time, this looked like it was goaltender interference. We haven't seen a full replay of it yet. Canada's coaching challenge. Oh boy. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a very bad feeling about this. Because I just don't see where the push off is, because he's just in the wrong, like, wait. Okay, wait, where's the pushback? Does he not just slip? I think that should count. I'm not sure there's enough, because I don't think, oh, well, the argument is, did he push the guy in to cause the interference? Which I would say he did, but I'm not sure there's enough there to overturn the call. Oh, this is a tough call to make. And it brings us back to the grand old question, what is goaltender interference? Because no one actually knows. I actually have no idea whether this will count or not. This is one of the few calls that's like, this might be a call that you just keep the current call on the ice because there's not enough evidence to overturn. Which would suck for Canada, because that means that's their second. Oh, well, maybe, because that is the... Oh, he might have been able to get across. Oh, yeah, no. But is that him who's doing... Like, is he the one who's committing the act? Like, there's no doubt he's in the crease. There's absolutely no doubt that he's in the crease. Does anyone else think that this is going to count? Like, there's definitely contact. There's no doubt that there's contact, and I'm not sure if that obscures him enough. Let's see. So he tries to push across there. What happened? They didn't show it. I'm going to assume it didn't count because the ref went straight over to the Swedish bench, so... Yeah, no, they definitely called it back. The Swedish coach is not very happy, to say the least. And so, yeah, no goal. Johan Rosen not extremely impressed by that call. And so the game remains 2-1. Goaltender interference saves Canada's skin at this tournament for at least a little bit longer. And now we'll see if they can respond. Shot off front. Tried to get a shot there. Couldn't. 8 minutes now to go left in this period. Lynn. Oh, no, he whiffs on. Oh, but he keeps it in. A good play there by Lynn to keep the puck in. Bouncing. Shot. Misses wide of the net. Valentini now will collect it. Saucers it over. Passes it up. Tips it in. And the Swedes will go back and collect it. Malte Gustafsson slides it on over. Gudmundsson now around the boards. And Canada will look to break out. Lemieux. Shot saved by Tornblom there. 6:51 now. Oh boy. I forgot how much this sport is stressful sometimes. current vote totals say 56% for the Swedes, 44% for Canada. We are 103 votes in. For those who have not already, please do smash the like button, hit the subscribe button if you have not already, and hit the notification bell so you never do miss an upload. And a live stream as well, which we trying to do more of, especially with our new podcast that we've launched, as well with our day recaps. We'll see what we can. We're going to continue posting those, so stay tuned there. Which team do you think will be promoted to the Division 1A level from the 1B of U18 men's teams? I'd say right now Lithuania, although I didn't actually check what the score of that game was today. Typically watch those at night, and so I haven't actually checked what the score of those games were yet. And so we'll actually see that now. We've been live for most of the day, so we haven't actually got a chance to check out the Division 1B tournament yet for today. Let's see what the scores were. Because if Lithuania won, they're pretty close to earning their promotion to that next level. So Lithuania won and South Korea, and that was yesterday's games. Oh, they didn't play today, right, because they play tomorrow. I would say Lithuania, they have a big game coming up tomorrow. Eshkowakogan's shot misses wide. Or if they can win that, they're in a pretty good spot going into the final day. I forgot that they give the day off. There's another tournament starting up today. Men's World Championship Division, I believe it's Division 1B, starts up today. So in China. So we'll see which team ends up getting promoted from there. We'll have our day recap, our short form day recap for that tournament. But for the men's under 18s, as far as who's likely to be promoted there, very likely we'll see Lithuania as of this point. Austria you could see as well, although that's seemingly starting to be unlikely. It kind of all just depend on that last final game where we'll see those two teams face off against each other. Swedes now work it around the boards. Passes down deep. Oh, and a good move there. Cleared away. Wilson. Sit down to Gustafsson. Gustafsson shot tipped out front. Blocked out front, though. Eshkowakogan with a good shutdown, lockdown there. Oh, no. And Sweden will head to their first power play of the game. And a little bit of extracurriculars after the whistle. Trying to get an extra call. But it looked to be a tripping call. Or maybe a slash. Not really sure what they're going to call there. Could be a hook as well. But Sweden will go to the power play. And, not good. Not ideal. I'll say that much. That is for sure. But we will see. And part of the beauty, too, of these kind of tournaments is you always kind of wait for one big moment in a game. Because one moment can have a huge impact on a lot. And so, of course, we'll see whether or not that is going to be the case for this Swedish team. This power play coming up could have a huge swing on the final parts of this game. But time will tell. We're just adding in the Sweden power play marker. Oh, I guess that's not the right one. As they will head to the power play, we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to find a goal here. A good offensive attack that they have, and so we'll see whether or not they will end up ending up taking this and finding a goal here. But the Canadians work back shorthanded. Callie's shot whiffs on it. Chance there, though, for the Canadians. Sir Monson will work in. Gustafsson now works up to Command. Command wheels it around. Nordmark. Down to Command. Command back to Nordmark. Nordmark works it up. Gustafsson. Down to Hermansson. Hermansson wheels around. Passes it back up to Gustafsson. Gustafsson. Over to Nordmark. Looking for Hermansson on the backside. No one there. Chance out front. Wheeled all the way down the ice. Under 4 minutes left to go in this period. Sweden still on their power play. 45 seconds left to go. Fires it around the ice. And Command could not keep that in. But we cleared back to Gustafsson. Nordmark now. Wheels it in, picked off there. Jacobson works back up the other, or Diorio rather, works back up the other way. Oh, and a tripping call, surely. No, nothing. A missed call there. Nordmark now will skate in with it. Nordmark's shot misses net wide. He'll pick up his own rebound. Bartholdson, shot. Good block shot there by Macbeth as the power play does expire. Streaking player. Coming back up the other way. Shot. Saved. Vandenberg there coming out of the box. The opportunity. Valentini tries to do a little back pass. Can't. And now the Swedes work back up the other way. Shot. Misses wide. 2:12 left to go now in the period. And saved by Betts as Betts gets a little bit aggressive after the whistle there. Yeah, Vandenberg out of the box. Opportunity there. Lofson comes back for defense for the Swedes. Vandenberg will take on the chance now. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to find it in. Kim against Vandenberg. Vandenberg takes the draw. Oh, and a huge hit there. Was that delay of game? As Goodmanson just got absolutely lit up. Oh my goodness, he's back on his backside. It was a huge hit. I want to show the replay of that clip. A huge hit there. I think it was by Vandenberg too. Had quite a few strides in on him as well. Oh, in our poll, we have 115 votes registered. 58% say the Swedes are going to take this one home. Canada with the other 42%. Oh, Mathis Preston is getting into it there. They're going to call a penalty. Hampus Zerath is... Not sure why that whistle was called, but it looks like they're dealing with something that happened on the bench. Which is strange. Oh, now they're talking with the bench again. Yeah, these refs got to quit worrying about the small stuff and just worry about what's actually happening on the ice, because they're still missing a lot. It's just brutal. So fired around the ice. Betts works it back. Zero shot. Passes it around. Bit of a nothing burger so far in the offensive zone for the Swedes, waiting for a chance to kind of find their way through. And a nice hit there by Macbeth. Zerath gets worked over by Vandenberg. 1 minute now to go left in this second period. Puck worked up along the half wall. As the Canadians are worked back out. Vandenberg pokes it around. Tries to get Preston. As this game's, the physicality's definitely picked up a little bit. Preston shot. Oh, weird save there. Awkward by Tornblom. Oh, as Preston goes flying into the ref, too. 31 seconds left to go in the second period. A reminder that we will be doing our preview for the Latvia-USA game coming up in just under 16 minutes' time. So basically right as this intermission ends, we'll likely be having that U.S. game on. And so will be a very interesting game for sure. Zilkin, pressure. Oh, no call there. Zilkin throws on the brakes. Shot misses way wide of the net. Time to Lawrence now. Picks up the puck. Works it along Deganay. Over to Lawrence. Lawrence knocked over. Keeps his feet moving though. 5 seconds left to go in the period. Works it around. Shot tipped. Oh, is that in? Buzzer beater. Callum Croskery, I think, just put it in. I'm not celebrating yet. I want to see the clock. That was like bang bang with the timer. Is it a goal? Is it a goal? Wait. They don't know. They're gonna review it. And now we wait. Are they at least gonna let the intermission clock count down? This doesn't actually help. It's a nice play. Deganay across to Croskery. Okay, that also doesn't help. There's no timer on that. Okay, wait. What's the call? Here comes the refs. Come on! 2-2. I apologize for hitting the table. We now have a tied hockey game going into the second intermission. Wow. That is something. Okay, there's hope. There's actually still hope. And a beautiful play. Buzzer beater play as well. All alone on the backside. No one there to get him. 2-2 hockey game. You're telling me there's life. There is life at last. At long last, there is a chance. There is a chance. And so we'll see how good of a chance that's actually going to be. But there's a chance. There is a chance. So time will tell there. We will Slovakia or Canada as far as who I think would win. Or who do you think will win the gold? Wait, what's this asking? Hey man, great content as always. Thank you very much for watching. Glad you're enjoying it. It's very unrealistic that Denmark beats the Slovaks. Slovakia doesn't have a problem with outsiders. Time will tell. I would say it's going to be an interesting one there. Should Sweden score now, it would be hard for Canada to come back. It would be, especially at that point when you would have commented that. But luckily they made it. They didn't blow it. So all good on that account. Who do you think will win the gold medal this year? We did our tournament predictions yesterday inside of our podcast, our episode number 8 of the On the Fly International Hockey podcast, on which we took Canada to beat the USA 4-3 in overtime. And so that'll be my prediction for that game as well. Slovakia or Canada, I would say Canada will end up beating the Slovaks in the semifinals, barring any upsets in that stretch. But as of right now, Canada's looking half decent as they've kind of really responded well after a pretty abysmal first period. Canada with the refs on their team as always. Sometimes you got to pay a little extra. You know, you got to do what you got to do. They don't ask how in this sport. They just ask how many. But we are going to shift very quickly doing our preview of the upcoming game between the USA and Latvia, which will be our intermission report here. We're going to give you a clip from our podcast a couple days ago. We'll be back after that stretch to kind of start to focus in on what's to come. Obviously, the USA-Latvia game starting up at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time in 11 minutes. And so, once again, we'll be back for that. So stay tuned. More after the break, which we don't actually have uploaded, so it doesn't even matter. So might have to wait a little bit longer for that one. I thought I'd uploaded this, but once again, it should be in here. We'll see. Once again, we'll see you kind of after this break, as Latvia USA coming up very shortly here. In my eyes, the next two games are going to end up pretty bad as far as final score goes. I think Latvia, if they can play their best defensive style, they have a chance. And I'd say that if they can find some offensive game against the U.S. team who notoriously can give up chances, I think they have a chance. But you look at what's happened so far at this tournament. We'll start here with the U.S. They start the tournament with a disappointing loss, a 3-2 overtime loss against the Czechs. A good battle type of game. Unfortunately, they just kind of find themselves on the wrong side of things. That was a really tough loss for them. And obviously, it ends up working out through the top seed in Group B coming into this playoff round. But that was the kind of game that they were hoping to have. And so, as much as, yes, they end up taking this, I do think that for the Czechs and for the U.S., importantly, it was a good kickstart and a good reminder that they're not untouchable at this tournament. Then they go into the second game against Denmark, where that game was absolute chaos for the U.S., where they had every opportunity to score and unfortunately ran into a hot goaltender with Anton Emil Vilde-Larsen, who we talk quite a bit about here on this channel. And so that game, I'd say more than anything else, was a good reminder of the fact that you can play your worst game and still come out with a win. But you need to still continue to play your game, because otherwise you end up losing that game kind of 9 times out of 10, especially with how tight that game went in right to the very end. They outshot Denmark 54-9 in that game. Then they pull off what I would say was one of the biggest wins of the tournament outside of, Canada, Finland, we just talked about, was one of the biggest ones as well. The USA beating Sweden by a score of 9-1 was an incredible performance. One that I want to say was dominant. I don't want to oversell that win, but it's the fact that they can do that against a team like Sweden. It sets them up extremely well going in to the eventual playoff rounds. They win their tiebreaker. They're now the number 1 seed, which means that we might see the U.S. take on Sweden again in this semifinal if Canada ends up losing to the Swedes. The Swedes move on, then the U.S. would play the Swedes very likely in that semifinal, and so that could be a really interesting part there. But you look at it for the U.S. team from there, it's a 9-1, it's a convincing, it's a statement win, whatever you want to call it. They then followed up with another big win against Germany, where an 11-2 final. That is the kind of performance you wanted to see going into the quarterfinal round, where you're going to play against a weaker opponent in Latvia. It's a really impressive win for them. And so we'll see going forward whether or not they're going to be able to find their way back in. A big win by the U.S. there against the Germans, kind of building up that momentum. On the other side of the puck, you have Latvia, who is entering in as the 4th seed over in Group A. It hasn't been a great tournament for Latvia. They've been okay. They start the term with a 6-0 loss against Canada, got outshot 48-19, a bit of a disappointing end there. Finland and Latvia, 2-0 loss for Latvia in that one. I'd say this game was a little bit tighter as far as kind of what you were hoping to see from the Latvian team. 35-14 shots for Finland. Still a good performance from them, holding in and kind of neutralizing a lot of the chances. Whenever you play the Finns, always difficult, especially as a team like Latvia, the way they play within their tactics. It's difficult to go in and beat a team who plays fairly similar to you, and so I'm not terribly surprised in that one that they end up losing 2-0 the final there. 8-1 win to get over Norway for Latvia. This was probably one of their biggest wins, and one that you think about as they look to try and build momentum in a tournament. That kind of performance is what you want to build upon going into this game against the U.S. This win over Norway was, I will say, it was probably the best result they could have had as far as performance, as far as really up and down the line goes. Everything was working in that game against Norway, and that is what you kind of need to happen if you're going to pull off a big upset, is you need your goaltending to be good. You need your defense to be able to play defense as well as contribute offensively. And you need your forwards to be fast enough to be able to beat U.S. defenders. And in my eyes, all those things really worked for this Latvian team. And that's what you're going to need to have going into this game against the U.S. I'm really excited to see kind of what's next for them coming off this game. Obviously, they end up losing to the Slovaks, right? And this was a game that can be best characterized as just a lack of discipline from the Latvian squad, and something that absolutely cannot happen against the U.S., where Latvia gave Slovakia 4 power play goals. Their penalty kill wasn't great, even on their chances that didn't go in. I think there was 2 others. Everything that happened in that game ended up nearly backfiring on them. And so for Latvia, you need to find a little bit of success there. You need to be able to kind of shut down any kind of opportunity. And every power play, especially bad penalty like was taken, you give a team like a U.S. a chance to get back into a game. And so if you're going to put together an upset performance, that's what needs to happen. We'll see whether or not it can, but definitely something to keep an eye on there for Latvia, as they did lose their last game 5-2. So as far as momentum goes, kind of a killer a little bit there, but still going into that game didn't matter as far as their standings went. They couldn't have moved up, and so not necessarily playing for anything at that point in the tournament. And so we'll move over to kind of some key players to keep an eye on. We'll start here with the U.S. team, and for the U.S., Wyatt Cullen has been probably one of the biggest names, the front runner for MVP so far at this year's tournament. 3 goals, 5 assists for 8 points, the tournament lead with 8 points. Mikey Burchild's another guy who I'd say has been that kind of force. He was a returning player, a guy who we highlighted back in our team preview for this U.S. squad, which you can find in the link in the description below. A kind of player, 4 goals, 2 assists for 6 points, who you knew had to be a big part, not just on the ice, but also off it, being able to calm down his teammates, especially when these moments get tense. He's been a guy who I've really enjoyed his game over the last couple. So we'll see whether or not he can continue that success going forward. Brady Nolings, another guy, the goaltender for the U.S. team. He'll need to be really good. He played both the game against the Czechs and the Swedes. Likely will also get the start in their biggest game of that quarterfinal round against Latvia. You also get the day break, so not a whole ton of sense to resting your goaltending. Very likely Noling will get the start against the Latvians. For Latvia, as far as key players, Oliver Zmiernieks has had a pretty good campaign so far. 1 goal, 3 assists for 4 points. Look for him to really kind of take it to that next level if this Latvian team is going to be able to pull off an upset. He's a kind of guy who can more or less play in all sorts of roles, but you like him as kind of that defensive first-minded forward, and when you play against the U.S., you're going to be stuck on that defensive side first, allow him to transition off the offensive attack. And so if there's going to be a lot of offense generated, I'm looking for a guy like Zmiernieks to kind of provide that attack. As well as for a forward for the Latvians, Martin Klautsens, 2 goals, 1 assist for 3 points. A guy who I'd say needs to kind of take it up that extra gear as well. Between Zmiernieks and Klautsens, 2 guys who I'd say very likely will have a huge role as to how far this team goes. Keep an eye on both of them. A big part to this team, this Latvian team, if they are going to pull off a big upset there. And then the goaltending, I'd say Patrick Plumins is going to be the goaltender for Latvia. He had a big win over Norway, and very likely we'll see him continue that success in that role into this big game against the U.S. It wouldn't surprise me as well if they don't, but I think as you just look at his track record at this tournament, Nikitins is another guy who very well could get that role, but I do think that Plumins is just that much better of a goaltender, so it wouldn't surprise me to see him be the starter, especially given the fact he played the game against Norway. Very likely that will mean now that he will end up taking that role over Nikitins. So look for Plumins to be the goaltender for Latvia as we'll move on to some more general talk about this tournament, or about this matchup. As far as what's happened, Latvia in the past, Latvia is 0-8 against the U.S. at the under-18s. We'll see whether or not they can make it 1-8. Very likely, though, they will be 0-9. Their last matchup came last year in the quarterfinals as well. So this is another kind of rematch from last year where the U.S. did end up taking it by a score of 6-3. And so we'll see once again whether or not this Latvian team this year is going to be able to find their way through. Some good goaltending, some good defensive play, and some good offensive chances will likely be the difference maker in this game. So we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to pull off an upset there. But as far as the prediction goes for this one, I am going to take the U.S. to beat Latvia 5-1. In our tournament prediction video, which we made at the start of this tournament, we did have the U.S. beating Latvia. They were matched up in that quarterfinal round, albeit a little bit of a different situation as far as the general standings, as we had Latvia in that 3rd spot in the group, where the U.S. was the 2nd spot. We had them 4-2 final there. And so I just think that you look at the way the U.S. has played so far at this tournament. Latvia has had chances, but especially when they go and play good teams, I just don't necessarily think that it's going to be all that realistic whether or not the U.S. is going to be able to keep that, or the Latvians are going to be able to keep the U.S. at bay and only let them score 4 goals. I don't know if that offensive uptick we're going to see. And so that for me is going to be the main reason why this game ends in a score of 5-1. But once again, it really could go either way. So we'll see going into this game. We might also catch the first period in a bit on our live stream. So please do come check us out tomorrow on YouTube. That is right. We might catch the first period and a bit of that for this live stream. And so obviously we're about to head into our 3rd period coverage here for Sweden and Canada. As well, we'll be doing some coverage over for the USA and Latvia game. Depending on how far this game goes and just kind of judging on the strength of my voice, if it remains close through the first period, we might stick it out a little bit longer. But as soon as this game does get out of hand, we will likely call it a day for the streams. But if these two teams get close, always want to help call an upset there. So once again, as far as kind of what to expect, it's going to be a tight game between Canada and Sweden, as we've anticipated since the very start. It is going to be interesting, however, that this game is going to, it's a 2-2 game right now. In our predictions, we had 4-2. You always knew that it was going to be a bit more of that kind of offensive-minded game, and I thought both these teams have really generated quite a bit of offense to this point. It will be interesting for sure to see whether or not, for Canada, for Sweden, whether or not they are going to be able to kind of find their groove. But as we kind of move over to the scores for our new game. USA, Latvia, it's going to be an interesting one. Do I know how this game's going to go? I'm not overly sure as of yet. But I would say that very likely the U.S. should walk away pretty handedly. Those first few minutes are going to be very telling what kind of performance the U.S. is going to put forth today. It will be definitely one to keep an eye on, whether or not they can kind of find their groove. If they can find their groove, look out, because there's a chance. But, I mean, if they can't, there is the potential for Latvia to definitely pull off an upset at this tournament. They are a very good team. They have the pieces to pull it off. We've seen, of course, at the World Juniors, the Latvians over the last few years really kind of put forth some impressive performances there. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case this time, or this go around. Should definitely be definitely one to keep an eye on in that game. But we are just about back underway for third period action between Canada and the Swedes, which would be a really good game as well. We'll see which one or which team can come out on top in that one. But it's gonna be a fun next couple minutes, or next basically hour. We'll see which team can pull through in this one. Okay. And the puck has dropped, and we are back underway for third period action between. Oh, never mind. They fake dropped it. Jokes are on you. Haha. I got you that time. And the puck is dropped, and Canada has won the opening face-off draw of this third period. So they cycle it all the way around the boards. Tynan Lawrence with not a great giveaway, but here comes Gameday. Walks over the line. Zilkin, shot, misses way over the net. Looks like it got tipped out front by Command. Our current poll, for those who are curious like myself, the current sitting poll with 138 votes currently sees Sweden in the lead with 57% of the vote, Canada with 43%. And so once again, if you have not already, be sure to go vote in that poll as well as hit the like button and subscribe if you have not already, as the Swedes do break it back up the ice, but taken away by the Canadians. Oh, and a stretch pass to Lawrence. Oh, he misses. He loses the puck. Would have been a good move, though. Worst part is he had a step. Zilkin tries to put it between his legs and loses the puck. Zurath. The Swedes pick it up and will collect it back into their own end. Rune Olofsson. Zurath brings the puck up. Over to Meyer. And Macbeth will work it up for the Canadian team. Bit of that kind of pinball type of moment right now, as the U.S. is taking the ice over in game number 2 of the day, or game number 3 of the day, or 4. It'll be the 4th game of the day, the 3rd quarterfinal of the day. As we've already seen, Norway beat Germany 4-3 in a late game comeback. The last 2 minutes, we saw Norway score 2 different goals. One was on the power play, one was in the dangerous minute after the power play, to keep them up at the tournament for at least one more year. And then the other game of the day, where we saw the Czechs knock off Finland 2-1, the final score there. Hamilton works in, shot. Oh, good save there by Tornblom. Diorio can't quite get the puck there. Oh, no. Good block shot there by Keaton Verhoff. And another good shot blocked there go. And here comes Verhoff. Fire it down the ice. Fire, and the Swedes will dump it all the way down, which I have to. Oh! That's got to be on a unsportsmanlike penalty, surely. Nordmark just went straight after Gavin Betts and sprayed him with snow. Oh, what a dumb penalty to take. Wow. I would assume it's an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. But goes in after the whistle on an icing call, knowing that he's going to cover it, and just sprays him with snow. Oh, my goodness. Wow. What a terrible penalty to take. So unnecessary. Canada will head to the power play, where they will look to see if they can put together definitely an interesting opportunity here. Where if they get the goal, then all of a sudden they're in the lead for the first time in this game. So we'll see. Good pass there. Lawrence. Shot. Blocked out front. Beth. Back up to Lynn. Lawrence shot. Rebound. Cleared out to the corner. Lawrence. Oh, no. Lynn coughs it up at the line. Here comes the Swedes back the other way, but will turn back. And the Swedes will hold on to it in their own end, fire it down the ice. Betts will pick it up. And Lynn will break it out for the Canadians. And the Swedes will fire it all the way back down again. 45 left to go on the Canadian power play. Puck is dropped in USA versus Latvia. And so we'll see whether or not which team is going to end up pulling through there. Jacobson works in, fires it across the ice. Waits. Degan tries it, but doesn't work. Jacobson now picks back up the puck. Moves out to Deganay. Eshkawakogan's shot. Good save by Tornblom there. Deganay. Jacobson's shot. Saved again by Tornblom. Eshkawakogan. Jacobson's shot. Oh, hit the crossbar. Deganay. And that'll do it for the Canadian power play. A real good look for them there. As there's less under 15 minutes to go. Puck dumped down deep. Oh, and the ref gets taken out. Chance out front. Hamilton with the chance. Cannot find it home. Tornblom with another good save there. Tornblom's been good so far. Oh, the Swedes work in. Chance. That should be a penalty. Not sure it is, though. Command there had all sorts of opportunities out front, but could not find it home. And the Canadians will sky it out. Oh, and a good pass there. Oh, opportunity for the Swedes, but no good. Hermansson, shot. Blocked out front. Dagenais now works out with it. 2-on-1 evolving. Dagenais with Lawrence. Oh, and a great attempt there, but no, could not get the tip home from Lawrence. Silken gets taken down. Lawrence works in now. Lawrence passes off to Zilkin. Tries for the backdoor jam, but no good. Zilkin now collects it at the blue line. Nolan didn't see that shot. Oh! Kogan picks it up for Canada. Swedes cycle on a Lofsson. Shot! Tipped out front. Blocked. Saved by the goalkeeper. Oh, that's a high cross check. No penalty, though. Feels like the refs are starting to bury their whistles a little bit, especially after the goaltender interference call earlier in the game. That was a big turning point for this one. Good save there by Gavin Betts, who will hold on to it. Pixel Miner, thank you for the €2. Who do I think will win first and third place? My first place prediction is still Canada, depending on how this game ends up going. As far as my third place prediction, we had the Czechs beating Slovakia in the bronze medal game. We had Canada beating the US. As far as scores for those games went, let's see what those scores were. I'm pretty sure I had 4-3 in overtime for Canada over the US, and then I had 4-2 Czechia over Slovakia as my final predictions for this tournament. As kind of my updated tournament predictions. At the start of the tournament, we had, I believe it was the Swedes taking home bronze and the Czechs coming fourth. And then USA, Canada still a 4-3 final in overtime. I believe was the predictions. 16 minutes left to go in the first period over in Latvia versus the US. It's been kind of a bit of a slow start for both those teams. Latvians are currently out shooting the U.S., but at the same time, there just hasn't been too much action as of this point. And so obviously that'll change as this game goes along. But starting off here today, a bit of a quiet one for the U.S.-Latvia game. We'll see how quickly that picks up here. Wyatt Cullen working around. Tries the wraparound attempt, saved by the Latvian goaltender. Oh, here comes Canada. Chance. Valentini. Tries it out front. Shot. Blocked. Verhoff the attempt there. Oh, and both Swedish players run into each other. Valentini over to Verhoff. Oh, is that going to be ruled offside? Interesting. If you are new here, please do hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't already, be sure to go vote in our poll. Currently, 151 votes are in. 56% of people say Sweden is going to take it. 44% say that Canada will end up winning this game. So be sure to let me know who you think is going to end up taking this. Because, once again, as we said multiple times throughout, we tend to see whoever ends up leading this poll end up in the victorious spot. So for my superstitious friends like myself I'd like everyone to go vote for Canada, please, so that way they can win. Macbeth leaves it for Rousseau. Up to Macbeth. Across the line, shot way over the net. Good pick off. Jacobson. Shot from the point. No good. Oh, takedown, no call. Bartholdson in pursuit of Macbeth. 10:20 left to go in this third period for Canada-Sweden. 14 left to go for Latvia and the U.S. There's a good chance there for the Latvian squad. They've started pretty hot so far in this game. Under halfway through this third period, stretch pass. Cali. Shot saved. Cali waits onto it. Tries to move around the defender. Gets it taken off of him. But the puck come back up to the point. Diorio now. Cycles it down to Cali. Good hit from behind there as the Canadians will work their way up here. Eshwa Kogan. Works in. No. Silken now. Puts it up to the point. Cross-screw shot. Already has one. Well, today's shot misses wide of the net again. Reminds you a lot of that game against the Slovaks, being too perfect. You just get it dialed in and hit the net. There's 9 minutes left to go. Shot. Oh, the stick went flying. The blade went flying. Lynch tries to go for the jam play. Comes out front. No one there, though. The Swedes pick it up. Zerath works back the other way. Cut off by Vandenberg. Cross-screw now. In pursuit. Zilkin. Oh, no. That's a terrible penalty to take. Oh, delay a game, I think, on Canada. Straight out of play. Sweden will head to the power play. That is a tough penalty to take. Sweden will head to the power play. Power break on both games right now. Let's double check. I haven't missed anything. Where are you? Locked this game? Where are you? Not sure what that's asking, but I'm going to say you locked this game. Canada has problem. Yeah, they do. They always do, though. That's nothing new. On the bright side, it's going to make for some great content tonight. I need everyone's opinion. Do I yell as loud as I possibly can tonight in our cold open or what? Callum Croskery with the delay of game penalty. Straight out of play. Disappointing. That's a real tough call to take. We'll see whether or not it comes back to bite them. From Czech Republic, our team is in the semis. Yeah, it was a huge win earlier today. We were live for that game too. Out front. Go. Verhoff skate. Doesn't. 1:30 left to go in the Swedish power play. The Czechs had a big win today over the Finns. They'll go to the semifinals where they'll await their opponent. Likely, depending on the result of this game, if Canada wins, they will likely play the Slovaks. If Canada wins, they'll likely play the U.S. If Sweden wins, they'll likely play the Slovaks. Hermansson waits, shot, scores. Bartholdson puts it home for Canada, or for Sweden. 3-2, power play goal. Can't take stupid penalties. This is what you get. terrible. Absolutely terrible. The fact that it's the same issues. It's been the same issue since the very start of this tournament. The same issues. A lack of attention to detail, a lack of picking a guy who's arguably one of their top players in the middle of the ice that you cannot see is ridiculous. It's actually terrible. 7:15 left to go in the third period. Hermansen with the assist on that goal. 6:53 left to go. Big hit there by Verhoff. .625 left to go in the third for Canada, Sweden. Canada struggling to get this puck out of their own end. There we go. Breakout now. Nope, maybe not. Oh, now they pick up the puck. Some sloppy play at the last minute. Really by both sides. Lofson works up. Oh no, Nami's shot. Misses. Vandenberg dumps it down deep. 5:30 left to go in the period. For Canada, their hopes at this tournament slowly but surely dwindling away. And Latvia gets on the board. It's 1-0. Potential for an upset. Martin Cloutsands with the goal. Wow. You're telling me there's a chance. Latvia will get on the board early here. Play at the line turned over. A little one-time action from the slot. Maybe it's Obuk. No, it is Cloutsands. Martin Cloutsands. A big goal there. As all of a sudden that game becomes a lot more interesting. Oh my gosh. 5 minutes to go now. Now I'm back to being sad because I'm looking at my Canada score again. Tip. Oh, come on. Find it through. Under 4. Zilkin works in. And Latvia is also on a power play right now. Not sure what the call was. Didn't see it. Rotholdson from a knee. Stops up. Shot. Saved by the Canadian goaltender. Solovitz got 1 goal from 35 shots. Yeah, Solovitz was really good today. Yeah, he looked pretty good. Swedes work it back up the other way. Throws on the stop. Throws it out front. Oh, tic-tac-toe. No good. Shot. Saved by Nolan. Oh, we go to a commercial break. Canada's actually about to get knocked out of this tournament. Are you kidding me? You have to be kidding me. This is the last tournament. They have lost every tournament so far. This is the last, well, there's also the Men's Worlds, but this will be their last tournament that they don't have a gold medal in. Because every other tournament they've already lost so far in the last cycle. Dirty play. Oh man, this is gonna be bad. How y'all think who will win U18s? Well, I was gonna tell you Canada, but I can't tell you that one anymore. This is going to be ugly. This is going to be really bad. Just got called. Oh, offside. Under 3 to play. Shot blocked. Verhoff now works in. Oh my God. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Jacobson now with Lemieux. Lemieux! All in front! No! Had a great opportunity there and did not finish. Question is when's the goaltender coming out? This is probably it. 2:10 left to go in the period. We'll see when Gavin Betts is on his way to the Canadian bench. It's offside. That play's offside. This entire play is offside when they score. This entire play is going to be offside when they score. Okay, never mind. It's cleared out. 1:40 left to go. They still fire it down. Canada rims it around the boards. No, they miss it. Puck goes down into the empty net. Canada loses 4-2. They just took a penalty. It's going to be a lot more. Another year of absolute disappointment for a Canadian team at these tournaments. Oh, they didn't even take a penalty. Might as well have. Every year there's something different. Every year there's a new disappointment. It's been the World Juniors the last 4 years now, 3 years now. 26, 25, 24, 3 years now. They lose for the first time at the men's under 18 in history to Slovakia. They follow it up by dominating the preliminary round, the rest of it at least. And another year of disappointment. Another year of it. I feel like this has to be one of the most disappointing tournaments. Disappointing years for Canadian international hockey. Yeah. You lose the World Juniors to the Czechs. You end up taking home bronze, which is a consolation trophy. Women's U18s, you lose to the US. Olympics, you lose to the US twice. Men's U18s, you lose to Sweden. And then the last one, it's coming up soon. Good old Men's World Championships, where you'll probably lose to Finland. So, is this the most disappointing year in Canadian international hockey history? I feel like it is. I feel like it has to be. This game's turned final. Assuming both the Slovaks and the US end up winning today, Czechia will place the Slovaks in the semifinal. Your other semifinal will likely be the USA and Sweden. I don't know. This is not fun. I don't know anymore. I just... I have no words. The year of Canadian embarrassment continues. It's another tournament where it's just the same mistakes, and it's individualism, it's a lack of team play, it's there's just so much that's gone wrong. And there's also the Women's World Championship in November, which I didn't include that in it because obviously it hasn't happened yet. But that tournament is slowly but surely shaping out to be another, probably one of the worst performances ever by a Canadian team, and they came third in 2019 at the Women's Worlds. So hockey might not be Canada's sport anymore. I think this year has really proved that. I think there's a lot of soul searching that needs to be done with this Canadian program from top to bottom. I don't know. I don't know what to put this with words. It's the same feeling of another tournament that going in, like, and don't get me wrong, I'll preface it with the fact that I'm not as much upset about the loss to the Swedes as I am kind of the whole tournament in general, because they start extremely poorly against the Slovaks, right? And if they don't lose that game, they end up as Latvia will head to a power play in that game. If they don't lose to the Slovaks, they don't end up in this game. And the game against the Swedes should have been and would have been a gold medal game if what happened in Group B didn't also happen. This whole tournament has just gone so downhill for this Canadian program. Like, it's just infuriating to think about, just because of the fact that with a single win, this entire thing is completely different. Don't play it with your hand. First intermission for Latvia, USA. Latvia does lead 1-0. Yeah, I don't even know. The Latvia survived the first period. Yep, I sure did. That's what everyone's saying. Will you continue with the other two games, or when Canada finishes, you will close the stream? I feel like it's worth staying live for until Latvia ends up looking like they're about to lose. So, I mean, we'll keep being sad Canada fan until then, I guess. But so, like, It's the fact that they go out and lose to Latvia that hurts the most, or Slovakia that hurts the most. Latvia, they've already done that multiple times. Because you look at it, right, and for a team like Canada, coming into this tournament, clear-cut favorites. And every game they play just gets significantly worse. And so, I don't know, right? Like, it gets to a certain point where you come to expect it, right? And you do, and you really do, especially when they lose that first game, because you know what's coming. And at some point, you can't even prep it now because you understand what's about to happen. There's a reason why I lost my mind after that game to the Slovaks, because I knew what that loss represented and what it meant for the rest of this tournament. And after probably one of the most chaotic starts to a tournament, I don't know. I just don't know. The biggest issue I have is I don't even know where they go from here. Because, it's not even like it's a specific tournament issue. It's not it used to be a player selection issue. Like, the World Juniors in 25 in Ottawa was a selection issue. We learned pretty quickly that it's no longer a selection issue. And so, I don't know. A lot of soul searching needs to be done over the next little bit. Shots in USA Latvia is 12-6. But yeah, I don't know. I was a little fancy stuff before the game in Latvia and USA. Just another year of absolute disappointment for a Canadian team that frankly didn't deserve it. And we saw this year, they've seen this year entirely, the fact that you have to care. Because there's been games that they've been outwilled on. And those games hurt the most. I even think back, if you think back to the pick a tournament, we'll say the Olympics. On the women's side, they were outwilled in multiple games. They should have lost that game in the semis to the Swiss. They played really well in their second game against the US, but frankly, they should have lost that game too. Probably by a lot more. They got blown out against the U.S. in the prelims. And it's just been kind of a lack of care. And so, I don't know. I just think there has to be, something has to change. Something has to change. Because right now, it's simply not good enough. ESPN says that Czechia will play Sweden in the semifinals. That's not right. Well, unless Latvia. So the only way that would happen is if Latvia were to beat the U.S. and Slovakia were to win, or if the U.S. were to win and Denmark were to win. Which, I mean, it could happen, right? I'm not going to say it's not going to happen because, honestly, who knows with this tournament anymore? But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We're going to be doing our tournament recap tonight. Or, not tournament recap. Day recap tonight for the quarterfinals and for the relegation game. That's not going to change. We're still going to keep doing with this tournament for those who might be new. Does anyone know where I could watch USA versus Latvia? It depends on where you're from. If you're from Canada, it's on TSN. If you're from the US, it's either on ESPN or NHL Network. Outside of that, I don't really know. Oh, IIHF TV probably has it too. Like every year, Finland loses in the quarterfinal. Yep. Well, Canada's joining you guys in that one. So if the USA and Slovakia, who will play whom? If that happens, it would be the Swedes would end up playing. Swedes would play the Slovaks. Sorry, no, the Czechs would play the Slovaks, and Sweden would play the U.S. So that is disappointing. Disappointing to say the least. Yeah, changes need to be made. Something has to go. I don't know what it is, but it's been too many years now of the same issues costing this Canadian team. And it's every tournament. World Juniors, Men's World Championships. It's really all of them. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to say. Who do you think helped his draft stock at this tournament so far? Elton Hermansson's had a really good tournament. He continued that today. From Sweden. Nicholas Aram Olsson had a pretty good tournament, especially today. He had a rough start to the tournament, but he's definitely picked it up. Dima Zilkin from Canada had a pretty good tournament. Yeah, there's been a few guys for sure that I'd say have definitely impressed so far, but once again, it's the same issues. It's can you win in those big moments, and a lot of that is part of the issue with. I say part of it is probably with Canada too. Is they're more worried about individual talent. They're more worried about earning draft stock. They're more worried about kind of making a name for themselves than actually trying to win a hockey game. And so that for me, that's a problem. Like you can't realistically expect a win, but yeah, the Czechs and the Slovaks should be a good one. We'll be live for that. We'll be live for that one just because I feel it's my duty now that Canada's out to end up getting bombarded with nice comments from Slovak fans telling me that I was wrong, and I would agree. I do definitely deserve that. But we'll see. I would say for in that semifinal, assuming that's what ends up happening, as far as favorites go, and we'll talk about it tonight, the USA and Sweden, two teams that are very equal, could go either way. The Czechs and the Slovaks, two teams very similar as well. I'd say the slight edge does go to the Czechs. I'd say the slight edge probably goes with the US just with how badly they beat them the first time. Like, if it was a close game, it'd be a little different. But considering the fact that they absolutely blowed them out, I think that is a huge tone setter going into this game. It's a bit demoralizing. But not sure. We smoke our North Hungarian brothers. Surely, if that happens, I feel like Slovakia would win this one. What I'm sad about is that Czechia has, in the last years, is awesome in U20, but we have problems to integrate players to the NHL. Partially, I'd say as well, there is obviously an issue with that. I'm not going to claim it's not. The rise of the Czech program has been over the last few years as well, and so that'll come with time. So I wouldn't say necessarily have to worry about it too much at this point, just because it will come and they'll find their way at these tournaments. They always do. But yeah. Do you think that Canada's overconfident in these kinds of tournaments? I'd say that's part of it. I'd say there's an expectation as a Canadian team that you go out and you win gold. But I don't believe that pressure is an excuse, if that makes sense, because overconfidence is one thing, pressure is another, and I'd say overconfidence is you get pressure because of that overconfidence. I don't necessarily think that the overconfidence is the issue. I don't think pressure is the issue. I think it's more of a mindset issue more than anything else. I think it's the fact that you play as individuals, you don't play as a team, and unfortunately you can't win like that. But that's everywhere. Like, it's U18s, it's World Juniors, it's men's worlds as well, and it's Olympics, and that's the worst part is women's worlds as well, Olympics. That's my biggest issue, is the fact that it's not just an age thing anymore, and it's up and down the roster. You have guys who are looking for those highlight reel goals, and it's, as much as the men's worlds team is probably going to be better with that, because a lot of players who, let's say, are more team players, considering they're even going overseas at this point, I'd say that's going to definitely help, but I'm not sure. Pepperinen from Finland, everyone more from him, yet he didn't even score a point. Yes, it's not about the points, but he's predicted to go on the first round. Yeah, I thought Pepperinen had a terrible tournament. I actually think he probably worsened his draft stock by going to this tournament. He did not play well. He really struggled, actually, and so it's a tough look, and it's always pressure kind of going into these tournaments, especially as a guy with that kind of past, and having that pressure on you. But unfortunately, just sometimes you can't get them all. Yeah, so from friend of the channel, Nick the IIHF fan, who says, Canada will go at least 2 weeks without holding a IIHF title for the first time since before the Under-18 Men's World Championship, the Under-18 Women's World Championship, or the Women's Worlds, or the Women's Olympic Tournament even existed. That was from 1989 to 1990. So that means that it's been, 36 years since the last time Canada didn't hold a title for more than 2 weeks, or hasn't held a IIHF title. Right, it's terrible. It's just pathetic. Okay, we're going to switch over our coverage now to Latvia and Canada. We're going to put our poll into the chat. Who do you think will win? Latvia, USA. So be sure to go vote on that poll. Yeah. We'll stay live for it. I will be honest, I don't have a whole ton prepped for it. I wasn't expecting this game to be done by the first period, so I didn't put too much into it. But nonetheless, we'll still continue kind of talking through this one. As for second period action for Latvia and the USA, Latvia does lead this one. A bit of a surprise early on by a score of 1-0. The US hasn't been able to generate too much so far. We'll see if the Latvians are going to be able to hold on here. Obviously, it's early on in the game, but the beautiful part for Latvia is that they're up this early, which is typically a sign of good things to come. The TSN scoreboard currently has it in the first period. It's actually in the second period right now. So we'll see if that gets switched up at any point. But Latvia does start on the power play. We'll see what they can do here as far as kind of generate much on this thing. Because, I mean, the truth is that this Latvian team is still pretty good. And we'll see kind of as it goes along whether or not they are going to be able to find some success. If you are new here, please do hit the like button, subscribe button. For those who are just joining us, it's been a day. So very long story short, Norway came back in the very end to beat Germany. Norway went up early in the game. It went up 2-0. The Germans came back, ended up leading it 3-2 in the final few minutes, the final 2 minutes, and then took 2 penalties late. The Norwegians scored on the first one and then couldn't score on the second one, but in the final minutes, or in that kind of dangerous minute after the power play, we then saw the Norwegians score the second one. Nicholas Armolson had the 2 last goals of the game to complete the hat trick. And then Norway will stay up at this tournament for at least one more year. Germany will be the relegated team from this year's tournament. So once again, a big congrats to them for that. And yeah, like it's been an interesting tournament so far for really both Norway and Germany. A bit of a disappointing one for sure for Norway, and especially now for Germany. Ended up losing that game. You look at kind of the way that Norway came into it. It was definitely a tough game to watch, but still they played relatively well, I thought, and so yeah, we'll see, of course, kind of how it goes along. But obviously Germany today ends up getting relegated, so that was our first game of the day. Kind of a surprise there. Burchild walks in, shoots, save by the goaltender. And then kind of as far as second game of the day, we saw Czechia beat Finland 2-1 in what I would consider to be, I don't want to say kind of an upset game. It was pretty even from both sides. The Czechs, the better team in that game, The Finns had some more desperation late, and we saw that kind of a very similar trend to what we've seen all tournament from the Finns, where they start extremely slow off the top of the game, and as the game progresses, they get better and better. But still, obviously, so they did get better as the game went onwards, in fairness. U.S. walks in, fires it, misses the net wide. So I do apologize for the bit of a distraction. I'm trying to just get the right graphic up for... Oh, Pluminch doesn't know where it is, but he does end up holding on to it. Just making sure I have the right graphics for this game in the system. As once again, I wasn't actually planning on going live for this game, but figuring that it is as close as it is right now, I figure you might as well keep it going for this. So we will see whether or not the U.S. is going to end up getting upset in this game, because there is the potential for that now, especially with how well this Latvian team has played early on. They've been able to limit a lot of the U.S. chances, which is one of the keys to their success. We talked about it a little bit in that preview we did yesterday for this tournament. Okay. I think that's probably good. Team Latvia versus Team USA. Okay. All right. So that's that. If you are sticking around, thank you very much for taking the time to watch today. If you have not already, please do hit the like button, hit the follow, or hit the subscribe button as well. Turn on post notifications so you are notified when we do go live. We'll have 4 more streams with the semifinals and then the bronze and gold medal games. Good stop there. So please do stick around for that. Obviously, we'll also have our day recap videos in which everyone gets to make fun of the sad Canadian. We'll have a nice cold open for you in that one. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how those go. If there's any more big upsets, obviously. As well, we should probably change up these jerseys, as Canada already lost today and they are now done from this year's tournament. So we will step right back in. Oh, maybe they're not going to the break. I thought they might have been going to the break. Well, at the next break, we'll fix up these jerseys behind us, and then from there we will continue. And so, once again, I do apologize for the little bit of the franticness over the last few minutes, as we're just trying to kind of get properly prepped for this, because unfortunately I wasn't really planning on going live for this game. Didn't think it'd be all that close after the first period. And so anyway, we have now seen that it's going to be a tighter game. The Latvians do lead right now 1-0, and a pretty good start for them in this game. I will say, and anyone who's watched this channel knows, I do love European style of hockey, especially the Finnish and especially Latvia's with their commitment to defense, because it is so pretty to watch. So very pretty. Cullen works in, tries to feed it across. 13:44 left to go. Oh, and a breakaway. That's a penalty, surely. That's going to be a penalty coming up on the U.S. Latvia will head to the power play, where we might just see a bit of an interesting game all of a sudden. We might actually get to see another upset today, which would be nice. What did I say? 14, I think. Okay. We will step right back. Please do mind the break graphics. It's going to be for the wrong game. We will be right back in just a moment. And we are back. That was relatively quick. And we are, once again, with the right jerseys on the wall for USA taking on Latvia in what has been a bit of an interesting game so far. We'll see whether or not this Latvian team is going to be able to pull through with the win. But time will certainly tell. Here we go. Latvia wins the opening draw. Sets it up. Walks in. Solid play there. Works it around the boards. Up to the blue line. Good spin play there. Tries to feed it across. Can't. Passes it up. Works it over. Shot from the point. No go. Tinge at the line. Down low. Back up top to the line. Walks on in. Holds. Tries the jam play in front. Cannot find the back of the net. Minute left to go now in this Latvian power play. Hello from Latvia. Hello from Canada. Glad to have you in here. Good start for your Latvian team so far. We'll see if they can keep it going. Morniks passes it out front. Slides it over. Shot. Blocked. Oh, and he tries the backhand play. Cannot find it through. Jam play. They score! Latvia's up 2-0 over the U.S. on a power play goal. Ricard Rudkis? Is that who scored? Wow. There might just be another upset today. We were talking earlier about how we are expecting at least one upset at this tournament. And I think we might have found what it's going to be. Wow. That's actually kind of crazy. As the U.S. works back in, covered up by Plumage. It's actually crazy. Huh. Well, this is why we watch. Might we just see the U.S. end up blowing this against Latvia? What a game it would be. There's more sticks in the way. Oh, and some more extracurriculars after the whistle. Two teams that do not like each other. Wow. This could be very interesting. Let's see, how's everyone? Oh yeah, there we are. I was about to say, I know we have a pretty good Latvian contingent on this channel, so they do lead 2-0 now. We'll see whether or not they are going to be able to hold on to this one. But 11:32 left to go in this second period. The U.S. expect a pretty big pushback here. We'll see whether or not the Latvians are going to be able to quell it. Oh. Avotin with the chance there, but could not get the puck on his stick. Bounced over. Oh, and a 2-on-1 evolving for Latvia. Oh, but no go there. Oh, no. Wyatt Cullen works in for the U.S. Tied for the lead for the tournament points coming into today. Turns the corner shot. Blocked. Cullen picks it back up. Works out to the point. Point slides down. Shot. Rebound. Cleared out. Still kept in the zone, though. Shot from the point. Blocked out front. Shots are 17-8 for the U.S. to Latvia. As we hit the 10-minute mark of the second period, halfway through this game, Latvia does lead by a score of 2-0. Shot tipped out front, kept out by the Latvians. Works in, tries to jam it out front, cleared away. Miracle on ice. It has that kind of feel. It really does. Many miracles on ice. Yeah, it really does have that kind of feel. Wow. This has just been a strange day. There's quite a few I enjoy seeing all the Latvian or all our Latvian friends in this chat. What do you think is the most dangerous scoreline in hockey, not statistically, but mentally? I know it's the classic 2-goal lead is the most dangerous lead in hockey, is the general saying, but I don't know. I would say like the obvious one is a 1-goal lead just because it's, it's closer, but there's not, I'd say any lead is typically a good sign for you. Got to box out. Stay within your structure now. 9 minutes. Go. Smirnieks works back up the other way. Oh, and a great move by Smirnieks. Shoots! Oh, saved by Noling. Best fans for a reason. Can Slovakia and Czechia avoid in the semifinals? If Latvia were to lose this game, then Slovakia would play, or if Latvia were to win this game, Slovakia would play Latvia in the semifinals, assuming Slovakia ends up winning. And so they would avoid that way. And so you could very well see if that happens, considering that the Czechs are about to play the Swedes again, you could potentially see a Czechoslovakia gold medal game. So I think we have quite a few people who are currently rooting on this Latvian team in our chat. Out of curiosity, what's our... there's 114 votes in our poll. 71% say Latvia, 29% say the USA. If you are new here, please do go vote in that poll. as well as hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. We do a wide range of IIHF content. We will be recapping today's games as well, so stay tuned for that. Shot. Oh, misses just wide. This Cloud sends again. Shot. Blocked out front. Oh, and the U.S. walks in. Oh, but no one there looking for the latecomer who did not arrive. Oh, Latvians look tired. Oh, Burchow's shot. Oh, and a great save there by Plumage. 6:50 left to go now in the period. Wow, we have a lot of familiar faces in our chat today. Seems like the Latvian contingent has slowly but surely started to arrive. Shot misses over the net. 6:30 now left to go in the second period as Latvia holds a 2-0 lead as we head into the power. How can I stream for so long? I'm currently pushing my own limits today. I figure that the recap is going to be a lot of screaming. Then there's the day recaps for the short forms, and then we'll be done for the day. So as long as there's good hockey, I will continue streaming until the point comes where it's just a blowout. Then we will probably shift over to something else. But considering the fact that this game has gotten a lot closer than what we thought, we will of course see what's next on the great deal of things. Considering the fact that we are kind of heading towards our next game with Denmark and Slovakia, we'll be previewing that game at the next break, just so we can get the rest of the graphics ready for that game when it eventually comes. So once again, stay tuned for that. We'll be, of course, be going live, and we'll still be live for this one. We might stay live at this rate for the Slovakia-Denmark game. It'll be a long day of talking, but seems like we have some pretty good set of numbers so far in our chat for this. So as long as there's demand, we'll keep doing it. Oh, shot from the point. Oh, looking for a tip play there. That could have been really, really nice. Oh, no penalties now. Got to be careful with that stick. If you're Latvia, you got to avoid any possible penalties. Any penalties leads to some problems. Shot, kicked away. Shot from the point, tipped out front. No good. Six to go now in the second period. Looking for a streaking player there. Will not come. And clear it all the way down. That will likely go for icing here. 5:37 now left to go in the period. School ended and I went straight to your stream. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Because I guess what time is it? Oh, I guess it's 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern European time, Eastern European summertime, which I recently learned is the new thing. So yeah, I guess it's right around that time. Out of curiosity, is there anyone in our chat that's currently rooting for the U.S. to win today? Because I feel like it's a pretty strong Latvian contingent, but I'd love to know. That's got to be a penalty, no? I guess not. Are there any U.S. supporters in our chat right now who might be getting bamboozled at the end of this? Where to see live video, not this kind of way. It will be on, depending on where you are from, IIHF TV, IIHF TV will have it, as well TSN in Canada and in the US, NHL Network. But I appreciate you tuning in today, and I hope you'll join us for our day recaps later tonight. Nobody. It really does kind of feel that way. And I'm looking at all the chat. It feels like it's a Latvian cheering section over here, which I mean has been definitely in those videos. I think after enough time where Canada obviously has gotten smoked by a good Latvian team, we've come to appreciate that fact. But time will certainly tell. If you are new, please do hit the like button. I see that we have, I think, 100 people now in this, 62 likes. So let's try and pump that up. How many TV programs can watch in Canada? It's mainly on TSN. So TSN's the only one that will carry most of the IIHF stuff. Olympic Games, we had 3 different providers take care of it. So got to root for the USA just to be a contrarian at this point. You know what? That's fair. It's fair enough. I can't disagree with that. Czech here and no, go Latvia. I feel like everyone kind of cheers for the underdog at these tournaments, right? Like, especially if as good of a team as the US is, and coming in on paper, if you could end up losing both Canada and the US in the quarterfinals, that would be a crazy start considering where we were at just a little bit ago. As under 5 to go in the period, 4:36 to go now in that second period. Latvia still leads 2-0 over the USA. Stretch pass, tries to get there, can't. Tries to slide right back in, but no luck there. Oh, and a good pinch down the half wall. Latvia struggling to get it out of their own end. Rims it around. And then puck comes out to the neutral zone. Latvia now leads 2-0 still. 4 minutes to go in the second period. We'll see whether or not there's going to be any change there. We can't even legally watch this game here in Latvia. We're all Pirates. Well, I appreciate you tuning in for this stream. Hopefully I can do a good enough job at trying to play-by-play it as best as I possibly can. For those that were with us a little bit ago, they will know that we weren't actually... Oh, and a great save by Pluminch. Knew that we weren't actually going to be going live for this game, but didn't think so at least. But we are anyway, because frankly, it's been... don't watch hockey, play a mistake in the first place with the shots counter, because they always think it's total shots as a whole. Yeah, that's fair. Where was I going with that point? I'm not even sure. I've been streaming for too long when sentences don't even come together anymore. I think we have hit that point now in today. 3:15 left to go in the second period. Cullen shot from the point, saved, and Burchild coming in to go give Pluminch a nice little hug. Not gonna be received too warmly there. You can watch it. Just need to buy a IIHF pass for it. Not my problem. Nobody in my country is streaming that. That's fair, and that's why I like to do it. I know you get a lot of the same things from people from. We do a lot of lower division stuff as well, more recently, and so it's nice to kind of help provide some visibility where there might not be as much. Good save there by Pluminch. Another good one there. Shot, kicked away. Avotinch there with the shot for Latvia. Avotinch works it down the half wall. Oh, and a good kick play there. Avotinch kicks off the line, just loses it. Leijonat there with trying to hold it in. USA scored. Did they? Nope. Not on that shot, at least. Pluminch with another huge glove save. 2:10 left to go in this period. .21-10 shots. Who do I think will win? Well, I still think there's a surge coming from the U.S. I think they'll go back into the intermission and kind of get the wake-up call. Whether or not they do, it still remains to be seen, but I'm excited for this final kind of period here. Galski loses the draw. Fires it down. Spins it down. Can't quite find it. What will be the semifinal matchups if Latvia and Slovakia win? It will be Latvia taking on not the U.S. because they lost. It'll be Latvia taking on Slovakia, and it will be Sweden taking on the Czechs. Because we'll have one from each seed. So we'll have a top seed, which will be Slovakia. We'll have the second seed, which will be... No! Penalty coming up to Latvia. We'll see the U.S. on their first power play of the game. A delay game call. A tough one to take. Delay game. Tough call there. Rather unfortunate. Do I have? I'm not sure I have power play graphics for these. Do I? Oh, I do. Nice. So we'll shift that over to here. USA will go to the power play. Lasovskis for Latvia, the delay game penalty. $178 votes in our poll. I think it's safe to say we have a lot of Latvian supporters in here today. 79% say that Latvia will end up taking this game. 1:23 left to go in this period. We'll see which team can come out on top here. Shot from the point, kicked away. Second power play. Second power play for the U.S. I'm not sure. I don't think I put up the graphic the last time. Latvia will break it out the other way. That looked like it might have been offside. Oh, and a great play there to knock over the American forward as it will be cleared all the way down the ice. Going in down to the final minute of play here in the second period. Latvia still does lead by a score of 2-0. Oh, and a tough play there. Bad pinch. Without numbers. Cullen works around. Works it up to the point. Francisco shot. Save by Pluminch again. Another big save. As the Americans go digging away at Pluminch. But still a huge save there. Cheering for Latvia, but it's bad for Czechia. That's fair. And that's the other part of it too, right? Is as much as, yes, it might be bad for them, there also means that the Czechs likely will get an easier matchup down the line. So not having to go through the U.S. and Sweden, just one of them. It was during Canada game. Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. I was about to say, I don't remember much of that power play, but they've done a pretty good job so far with killing it off. 27.7 left to go in the second. 1:03 left, a minute 3 seconds left on the power play. Good save there. Another save by Pluminch. Need that to go all the way out the ice. Oh, and kept in at the line. Americans walk in, curl, drag, shot, and another save by Pluminch. Another really good save. 4.2 left to go. Wow. If Latvia wins, does it get in the semifinal? It does mean that if Latvia wins, they will play Slovakia, assuming they win in the semifinal. If they don't, if Denmark were to win that, then that would mean... I'd have to double check my tiebreaker scenarios, which luckily I wrote down from yesterday's playoff preview. It would mean that since Denmark is the last seed, they would play the Czechs, and would mean that Sweden would then play Latvia if both Latvia and Denmark, both underdog teams, were to win. We are going in this now the second intermission here in this game. A crazy game. I don't know. Today has been a weird day of action. I'm going to throw it out there. Do the people in the chat, would they like there's two things we can do. One, we can talk about the upcoming game between Latvia and then the Slovak game as well, which I think we actually did prepare graphics for that game, which we did. So we can talk about Latvia and the USA, or we can do things. Latvia and the USA we can talk about, or we can preview the upcoming game between Slovakia and Denmark. Let me know in the chat which one you would rather for this intermission, as your input would likely going to dictate what we end up doing. So yeah, please let me know which would you end up, which one you'd rather. I'm sure part of it too is we have a lot of Latvian supporters in here. So a huge game from Latvia so far. Really well played starting few periods for them. Been very impressed with just how well that they've actually ended up playing in this game. Definitely a nice surprise to say the least. If you are new here, please do smash the subscribe button. We are on the road to 1,700 subscribers here. Talk about Slovakia and Denmark, assuming everyone is okay with that. We'll play our clip from the preview. Okay, that sounds good to me. We will play a clip from our recent podcast in which we talked about this game. I'm going to take a quick break and be right back before we do end up heading into the third period action here. Stay tuned. More on the way in just a little bit. But with that, we will play our preview video for Slovakia and Denmark. Stay tuned. Once again, I do apologize. I can see, I've kind of been looking at the chat as it's been going. A lot of people have been on my case over the last couple days, really since this tournament started, about my comments on Slovakia from the start. I still don't think that the Slovak team is as good as it looks. Yes, they beat Canada on the opening day. Canada didn't play well, and I'll stand by that. We saw what Canada did against the Finns. That's more of what I was anticipating against the Slovaks. Canada looked flat. Their goaltending was okay. Their defense was abysmal. Their forwards were abysmal. I feel like we're just getting to that point, and we'll pull up the rest of their schedule. That yes, they go on and beat Norway. That was an expected win, and in a bad way. I don't think that game was ever one that was all that close. Finland and Slovakia, this game was relatively tight. The Finns started really cold. I thought they didn't play all that great in this game either. Although, once again, the Slovaks definitely seized the opportunity, and you're going to go into a game against Denmark. You're going to be the favorites in that. And so as long as they play their game, they should be fine. I'm not going to say that the Slovaks aren't going to be able to beat Denmark. But you look at this for the Finns, they started really cold, and this game wasn't terribly great for them. They end up finding their way at the end. They get up early in the game, but in the end, just a little bit too little, too late. And so that was the difference maker there. Suvanto ends up getting the game winner, as we talked about earlier. But then from there, we see them come out and beat the Latvians in a game where if they win that game in regulation, they guarantee themselves the top spot in the group. And so that was probably one of their biggest wins of this tournament. They were more or less given that win because they beat Latvia, or Latvia gave them 4 power play goals in that game. And you put the Slovaks on the power play, they have a good enough team that they're going to end up scoring. And so for me, I wouldn't say that was necessarily all that much of a surprise, but you look at it for the Slovaks, this was a really good, well-played game from them too, where they outshot Latvia 40-23. They looked good 5-on-5. I thought Latvia was actually the better team 5-on-5, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because they ended up on the power play as much as they did, and that was the difference maker there. Slovakia does end up beating Latvia 5-2. So some momentum riding into this quarterfinal matchup against the Danes. For Denmark, a bit of a different storyline from this tournament where they start with the game that mattered for them coming into this tournament with a 4-1 win over the Germans. And in this game, too, I would say that really you were expecting them to play well. I don't know whether you're expecting to play that well and really kind of shut the door on Germany. But this game too, I would say, was definitely a tight one where, for really both of these, for the Danes especially, they put in 2 empty nets at the end. So really it's a 2-1 game. But your goaltending was a huge part. Anton Emil Vilde Larsen is going to be a huge part for this Danish team, depending on how far they go. And so I think part of it too is like, we'll see, right? And that's part of the beauty of it is you never really know what's coming at these tournaments. And so 4-1 win for Denmark to start the tournament. They followed up with a 2-0 loss against the US in a game that they were absolutely dominated in, but still they found their way through, and that's all that matters. They got some good goaltending, and they nearly pulled off an upset in that game. They had some chances late. Unfortunately, just couldn't bury it. But they end up losing that game. 3 points in the standings doesn't affect them that much. They then lose their next 2 games, 9-1 against the Czechs and then 10-1 against the Swedes. 2 kind of blowout type of games. The game against the Czechs, they put their backup goaltenders in, second and third string. Obviously, it didn't end all that well. The game against the Swedes, Vilde played a little bit of it and then ended up getting it taken out. And so, once again, it's kind of coming into this game, the Danes, not a whole lot of momentum. Expect the Slovaks to really walk all over this game. Yes, I've been critical about them so far, but they're still a good team, and they should still go out and beat this Danish squad. I'd be very surprised to see them not, but it will definitely be interesting for sure to see there. But as far as some key players to keep an eye on for the Slovak team, Timothy Kazda, 4 goals, 2 assists for 6 points. Has been a huge part for the Slovak team and really all of their upsets. He had the big penalty shot, go-ahead goal against the Canadians, and that was the difference maker in that game. And so you look for those key opportunities, those key moments. Look for a guy like Kasta to kind of lead the charge for this team. We'll see whether or not he is going to be able to provide that factor, but still a pretty good player there. Samuel Shamati, 2 goals, 4 assists, 6 points. Another forward for the Slovaks, who I think is another guy you're going to look to in this game to really provide on the offensive side. Look for the Slovaks to really open the ice in this game. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do it. But for the Slovaks, still a pretty good team and one that shouldn't have too much of a problem with the Danish squad. Adam Gollier, 2 goals, 2 assists for 4 points, is another guy who I'd say very likely is on the defensive side, a draft-eligible guy who's trying to earn his stock right now. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to continue to perform at this level. Really good player as well there. Samuel Hrenak likely going to be the starter for this team. I don't know whether or not they'll start him in this quarterfinal game. Chelko as well is another guy who very well could end up in that spot. But I think Hrenak likely is the better of the 2 goaltenders, just what we've seen so far. He's played 2 games, 2 wins. And so we'll see if he ends up taking that going forward. As for the Danes, key players, their goaltending is really the only thing that's going to keep them alive. Anton Emil Vilde Larsen. If they aren't able to get good goaltending, this team's going to tank. We saw the goaltending come out in full force against Germany. We saw it come out against the US. We saw it as well early against Sweden, but not really that kind of game that they're hoping to kind of pull off a huge win in that one. And so what I'd say is for the Danes, it's ultimately coming down to how well Vilde plays. If he can shut the door, there's a chance. If he can't, well, then it's kind of expected. They already won their game that mattered. They avoided the relegation spot, which kind of their expectation at the start of the tournament. And so still, that's a huge accomplishment for them there. Lucas Eltoff is another guy, forward, 2 goals, 0 assists, 2 points. Kind of that more goal scoring side. I think that'll be a big factor there. We'll see kind of what goes on from that perspective. And then Emil Sabi Jakobsen, 1 assist for him. He's a -6 as of this point in the tournament, but really most of this team is a negative at this point. He's a defenseman as well. Will need to be a big part. Plays a lot of minutes for this Danish team. If they are going to pull off an upset, your defenseman has to be really good. Your forwards have to be able to score goals, and your goaltending has to be one of the best in this tournament, really. And so we'll see if they're going to be able to pull that off. Should be interesting there. But still, a really interesting mix here for the Danes. It's their first top division appearance since 2016. And so when you come back up to the top division, typically you end up getting sent down, what we call the elevator team. But they've shown that they've already won their first game, their important game of the tournament, and I will see if they can keep it going here against the Slovaks. But their first matchup against the Slovaks since the Division 1A men's under 18s back in 2022. That was the year the Slovaks got promoted to the top division. Slovaks won that game 3-1. They also played them back in their last top division appearance against them was back in 2016 where they were relegated, which was a 5-4 win for the Slovaks. And so recent history definitely favoring the Slovak team. We'll see whether or not that's going to continue. As far as my prediction for this one, I'm not going to, as much as I've dogged on the Slovaks, there's no way that the Slovak team doesn't beat Denmark in this one. I'm going to take Slovakia here 5-1. Their offensive firepower is really good. They have a lot of talent on this team. Once again, it's a different matchup than what I'd say if you're playing a team like Canada, Sweden, the US, again, where, yes, you beat Canada the first time, but I think that the Canadian team has come quite a bit of a ways since that point. And so for the Slovaks, they should win this game. They're still a very good team. As far as my general power rankings go, I'm still putting them probably fourth or fifth, maybe sixth, depending on the Finns and the Czechs. I'd say they're kind of in that range with those teams. I still think Canada, the USA, and Sweden, despite their rough starts to this tournament, are still that kind of next level up. But at the same time, it's part of the beauty of these tournaments is it's never decided on paper. And so especially with home ice, I expect the Danes, expect the Slovaks to end up walking away with this one by a final score of 5-1. And there you have it, your preview for the upcoming game between Slovakia and Denmark. As far as, once again, your predictions, as we talked about, likely you're going to see the Slovaks end up taking this game, although we did say the same thing a little bit ago about Latvia and the USA, and let's just say it didn't necessarily turn out quite that way, as we do now see. As of this current moment, Latvia in the top, or leading this game 2-0. A reminder of what's already happened today so far. We have had, this will be our fourth game now of covering our opening game of the day, the relegation game, where we saw, of course, Norway come back and beat Germany at the very end of that game. A tight game throughout. We saw Norway go up early. Germany rallied all the way back, ended up taking the lead, and then blew it in the last 2 minutes, where they took 2 penalties. Norway scored on the first one. Nicholas Aram-Olsen ended up leading the charge there, scoring 2 goals in the final 2 minutes to put Norway into that better spot, winning the relegation game and keeping them up at the top division for at least one more year. Second game of the day between Finland and Czechia, we saw the Czechs end up taking that one by a score of 2-1. The Czechs got on the board early, outplayed Finland throughout the opening part of that game as expected. Then the second period rolled around. We saw the Finns really start to push back. They got their own goal. Then late into the second period, we saw the Czechs end up taking that game. And that was a really impressive game as well from the Czech side in particular, where we saw them really just completely hold off the Finnish onslaught, which came in the third period. A really impressive game there. And then the last game that we just watched was Canada losing to Sweden. That score was 4-2 as well. We actually predicted that score, but for the flip version. And in that game, as you can see on our scoreboard, a bit of a disappointing finish there for the Canadian team coming to this tournament as the gold medal favorites, having to face against Sweden, who is more or less that silver medal favorite, kind of the second best team at this tournament. They end up knocking off the Canadians in today's game. A really well-played game by the Swedes, who came out flying in the opening half of this game. Got on the board early, scored 2 goals in that first period, and then we saw the Canadians kind of rally their way back. And so that's where we are as of this point, as we lead into the game between Latvia and the USA. Coming up very shortly as well will be Denmark taking on the Slovaks, who you just heard. So stay tuned for that game. We'll be doing some live coverage for that. I haven't decided yet whether we're going to be doing the full game. We will see. It's going to depend on, how good my voice is going to do, because right now it is, I'd say, not great after 4 games today. But we'll see how this goes. I do need to switch up the scores so that way it's not a 4th-2 hockey game, a premeditated result, if you will. But the Danes right now and Slovakia set to get underway in about 12 minutes time, as well. Latvia and the USA should be coming up fairly shortly as well. We'll see if the Latvia can find their way through and end up taking this game in upset fashion. As far as kind of what this means for the standings, we've talked about it a little bit already, but for those who maybe weren't a part of that or part of the video at that point, what it means is if Slovakia wins and if Latvia wins, we'll start with if Latvia wins. If Latvia wins their game and then Slovakia wins, it will mean that the Slovaks will take on Latvia in that semifinal round. Sweden will play the Czechs. If Latvia wins and Denmark wins, it will mean that Denmark will end up playing the top seed in the Czechs. Sweden will take on Latvia. If the US comes back and wins, they are the top seed. They'll take on the worst team. So if Denmark ends up beating Slovakia, the US will play Denmark. Czechia will play Sweden. If Denmark and Latvia end up winning, a little bit more chaos does ensue in that respect. So those are very high level as to really what to expect for it. Obviously, some big shoes to fill coming into this. It's all going to come down to goaltending, is what we talked about in our preview. The Latvians have the exact pieces they need to win this game, and we talked about kind of the potential for upsets quite a bit today, especially early on. It's there. It's absolutely there. Because they have a pretty good set of talent. They got a good team that they've set up well. As we are just about back underway here for third period action between Latvia and the U.S. So here we go. Third period action. The U.S. will start on the power play for the remaining, I believe it's 30 seconds left on that power play. And here we go. Will Latvia pull off the upset on today's semifinal match? Shot saved by Plumage. As the Latvians will break it up ice and clear it down, which should kill off the remainder of this power play. It's worked in. Brought up. Shot. Deflected straight up in the air. Picking back up. Power play is done for the U.S. As the Latvians will bring it back up the ice. Works in. Oh! Is that in? Oh, that had a weird play to it. I thought that might have been in. Hi from Latvia. Hello from Canada. Upniks with the chance there. Oh, it just slid on the wrong side of the net. It got under Noling's pad, which is why I thought it might have went in, but no beans there. Wait, what? Latvia is winning? Latvia is absolutely winning right now. 2-1 or 2-0 the score is in what has been a pretty well played game so far. They've limited a lot of the chances for the U.S. The U.S. has had their looks, but the goaltending has been up to the task so far to this point. We'll see if it continues. Why does your goalie play like Prime Hasek? As the whistle goes, I'm not entirely sure is it a penalty? What time is it in Canada for you? Right now it is 11:52. The Slovakia-Denmark game starts up at 12 o'clock noon Eastern time, at 6 p.m. Central European time, and 7 o'clock Eastern European summer time. Sorry, I always forget the summer part of that. It's rimmed around the boards. Latvia will break it right back up out. 18:30 left to go in the third period. Tries to chip it out. Oh, and a collision behind the net. Watch the guy high. There you go. And Latvia will skate it up ice 18 minutes left to go. Shot. Oh, good save there by Noling. If Latvia wins, they will play the Czech Republic. If the only way that Latvia will play the Czech Republic is if the U.S. loses and Slovakia were to lose. Very likely, though, Latvia will end up playing Slovakia, assuming Slovakia doesn't lose against Denmark. Do you think the Slovaks will get the medal? I think if Latvia ends up winning this game, I think they definitely get a medal at this tournament. Fired it around. And that'll go all the way down for icing. 17-19. Why do Latvia wear outdated jerseys when the new Olympic jerseys come out? Typically, the Olympic jerseys are used strictly for the Olympic Games, and so they make custom jerseys for those. And so they tend to use the same jerseys. There's double IIHF jerseys and then Olympic jerseys, and so there are different things. There's a chance out front there, turned away by Plumich again. It's been a big game so far for Plumich, for the Latvians, for their Latvian goaltender. And here comes the U.S. again. The onslaught continues. Francesco looking for it. Up to the point. Wheels around. Shot from the point. Blocked out front. As the Latvians will dump it right back out to the neutral zone. We use 5:54 p.m., although I always forget about the 24-hour clock rule. Because I know a lot of it's more of a European thing, I think. At least I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think I'm going that far off base with that. Where do I watch this for free? I'm not sure about for free. If you have TSN or if you have NHL Network, you can probably watch it there, would be my guess. Latvia still up 2-0. 15:50 to go. And a good box out there by the Latvian defense. Wouldn't Czechia play Denmark if Slovakia also gets knocked out? That is correct, yes. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Czechs wouldn't play, because the Czechs would be the second ranked team there, or the first ranked team, so they wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't play Latvia in this. Oh, and the Latvians break back out. Can't get too much further. Current shots on goal through this opening part is 28-11. Good play there. Kept at the line. It does show really well, though, and Ian, regardless of the result of this game for Latvia, they are going to be an extremely fascinating team to watch as the World Juniors come around over the next few years. This performance isn't a lost effort. I think more than anything else, it's kind of been a building of a program that's been extremely efficient over the last few years, a commitment to a structure that we've seen has worked. And obviously it's beat Canada at the World Juniors. They're leading through the U.S. through 46 minutes so far in this game. They've been getting better and better as tournaments have gone onwards. So it's been really good to see for this Latvian team. 14 minutes now to go for the Latvians. We will see whether or not this U.S. team is going to be going down today. Oh, goaltender playing the puck. Oh, no. Oh, great poke check. A little bit of chaos in front of the net there as Plumich almost put it into his own net, trying to play the puck. Shot, kicked away. Another good block. And that'll be cleared down. 13-15 to go as we have an icing call here. Currently, every game has been an upset, which could have been Czechs versus Finland 50-50. I wouldn't say that the Swedes were really an upset either. I'd say the Norway one was really the only kind of major upset we've seen today. As far as that goes, I'd say even that one isn't that much of an upset. Like, the Germans are a good team, but this has been one of the worst that they've put together in recent memory. And so I'm not terribly surprised by that fact. If you are new here, please do hit the like button. Be sure to subscribe. We do a variety of different IIHF content. We will be going and doing our Men's World Championship coverage coming up, which is just 16 days away. And so we're having quite a bit of content coming out over the coming weeks as we prep up for that tournament. We're doing team previews. And for many of you who are here to watch who I'm sure are here to watch Latvia, we'll be doing a full Latvian team preview, so stay tuned for that. Obviously, some great, some content to definitely be pushing out there. What else we got? What else we got? I realized I didn't actually go back through and check the comments after I left for the last break. Maybe I did get through them all. I can't remember. Pretty sure I did, actually. As the other game here between Slovakia and should be getting underway very shortly. Just trying to get this on the screen here so we can watch along with Slovakia, which is starting very shortly. Yep, and there we go. And so that game will be kicking off momentarily. The stream just got started for that, so we'll see whether or not Denmark can pull off a huge upset over there too. They've had a bit of an interesting tournament so far. Big win over quite a few different teams. And so we'll see, of course, whether or not there can be a big one there. What do you think about the Swedes' disallowed goal? It was a weird call, honestly. I'm not sure whether it should have been called goaltender interference or not, but I mean, to each their own, I guess. Oh, thank you very much for subscribing. Yeah, like I think part of it is, I think there's definitely an argument to be made. So, what is that? High stick? Offside? Oh, no. Oh, there's helmets are tied up behind the play. One thing you got to love about cages. What else we got? Plumage plays for Zemgel in the Latvian league, which is not considered a fully professional league. Is the OHL not considered a fully professional league? That's actually really interesting to me. I didn't realize that. Plumage is wearing the same goalie equipment that Shilov's wore in 2023. I did not realize that at all. To see that when he comes back. 13 minutes from, yeah, they are 13 minutes from the medals. Cullen shot wide of the net. 12:26 to go for this Latvian squad. Oh no, and it kicks off the skate. Turnover in the defensive end. Never want to see that, especially for a team like Latvia. Good save there by Plumage. Good blocker save down low. This could be turn into a penalty. Nope. Gives it away. Fires it down deep. 12 minutes to go. The clock continues to tick down. Cullen now walks the line. Wyatt Cullen spins back. Walks along the blue line. Sends it across. Oh, shot. Save by Plumage again. Another big save there. Oh, and a turnover shot. Saved again by Plumage. Oh, he's signaling for his mask that he came off. But he will not get the call. Rebound. He's trying to cover it. Oh, that went in. 2-1 now. 11:21 left to go. Zajic with the goal for the U.S., and we are within 1 goal. The game gets interesting. A weird play there. The Plumage signaled for the referee to stop it after he got hit in the head. And Zajic does the spin around, fires it into the back of the net. Interesting play there. Just goes right through the pad. See, if that was the game against Sweden, that would have been goaltender interference. Still don't understand how that was called. But you know what? Whatever. Didn't matter in the end. Jeremy Swayman's a Vezina candidate. Interesting. It's the U.S. with a little bit of momentum with them. 11 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Shot saved. Now 11 minutes to go. The clock continuing to tick down. If the USA wins, do the Slovaks play Czechia? Assuming the Slovaks go out and beat Denmark, yes. If the US wins, the Slovaks will take on the Czechs. Row again goal for US by Lucas Zajic. What is this? That's a Czech name. He's an absolute bozo. (2-1) Latvia as they look to try and hold on in this game. See if they can continue to collapse their structure here as the trap zone is in effect. The U.S. brings it up. 10:40 left to go. Fires it down deep. Plumage out to play it. Gets knocked down. But luckily, Latvian team is there. They will fire it around the boards. We're kept in there by Barnett. Oh, and a great play there, but broken up. Latvia will work back the other way. Dump it down deep. Be a lot of dump and chase over the next few minutes for this Latvian squad. 10:15 left to go in the third period. As they will look to try and... Oh, good move there. If you have not already, be sure to hit the like button. Bring your team some good luck. Shot. Saved. That's interference. No, I guess not. Oh, and a great save by Plumage. Did you just hit him in the back of the head with a stick? 9:50 left to go. Over on Denmark and Slovakia, both teams have now taken the ice. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds before we get to the that game over there. So we'll flip up our periods, scores, stuff now to keep you updated on that one. Oh, but very much so. It's making our way closer and closer to the end of this one. Latvia, will they be able to pull off the huge upset and take down the USA? It's going to be a tight game. So far, we have 366 votes. Latvia with 81% of the vote. The USA with 19%. Be sure to go vote in that poll who you think is going to win. We tend to see a pretty good correlation between the team who people are cheering for on this channel and the team that ends up winning. The Sweden poll today, I believe, was around... Sweden poll ended at 63% to 37%, as well as the opening poll of the day between Finland and Czechia, somewhat similar. As Latvia breaks out, open the ice, shot, scores! Latvia makes it. Magnus Avotinch scores for Latvia to make it 3-1, and all of a sudden, this game gets ever so much more exciting. Wow, they're actually going to do it. They might actually do it. Stretch pass. A tough Tough pinch down there by Gutierrez. Then Avotin snipes it over the glove of Noling to make it a 3-1 hockey game. Mogo and Zemgel are partially school teams. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It's good to know, though. Wow. The people's team continues to set forth more and more excitement. Latvia, with 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go, lead the U.S. 3-1. It's so much more fun when you're cheering for them and not against them. Puck is dropped in Slovakia and Denmark as well. 1 minute in, no goals as of this current point. .9:30 to go left in Latvia versus the USA. So the US will work it back up the ice. Plant now. Works in. You got to stay within your system. And the puck will come all the way back down the ice for the US. They will collect it behind their own net. 9 minutes-ish to go left in this third period. Oh, that's not a penalty, I guess. 9 minutes now to go left in this third period over in Latvia versus the US. Shot from the point, saved by Noling, and rebound. A little bit of a weird one. Tried to play it out right under his defender's stick, but his defender took a little bit to get to it. Murnik Schmitz. Murniks will fire it down the ice for icing. 8:30 now to go in this one. This is about to be one of the craziest, I don't want to say the biggest upsets that we've seen at this tournament, because there's been some crazy ones, but I don't think we've seen this big of an upset in quite a while at this tournament. This would be a huge win for Latvian hockey, guaranteeing them a chance to play for a medal at this year's tournament. We will see whether or not they are going to be able to get the job done. And if you look ahead to them likely going to end up shot, okay, maybe we'll calm down here. So it's chipped all the way out for Latvia. The U.S. will go back and pick it up in their own end. And another save by Plumich. 8 minutes to go now in this game. This is the kind of effort you wanted to see from this Latvian squad today. I'm excited to see what's next for Latvia, yes. I see everyone talking about the upcoming tournaments, and yes, it's going to be extremely exciting. Dumped all the way down into the Latvian end. The Latvians will try and push it back out, but cannot get it by. Francisco knocked it off. Shot blocked away. Sajek tries to feed it out front, but the Latvians once again will take it up back up ice, dump it down into the American end. 7:22 left to go. What a game this has been for the Latvian squad. A near perfect start from them, the exact result you wanted to see. Oh, and a great move there, but unfortunately it gets broken up. 7 now to go left in this third period. Latvia, the clock is ticking for them. Plumich, another big save, as Latvia once again will look to try and run out the clock in this one. At this point in this tournament, they can just decide games by a coin toss. This year's results are something else. Yeah, they really, really are. Vietad Schmitz in this? Is that what it says? After a tournament of chaos, this is the exact kind of result you were expecting to see. Americans working behind the net. Short side. Good poke check there. The Latvians continuing to play good structured hockey, taking away the middle of the ice for the Americans, the exact type of game that they need to play to be successful. Americans throw on the brakes. Shot, tipped, and here comes... Oh, the Latvians lose a stick. That was Murniks again. He asked if Schmitz was playing. My Latvian's getting better, I'll say that much. I'm starting to understand some words as I go along. As shot, blocked away again. Another really big block for this Latvian team. Slovakia will also head to the power play. 16:51 left in that game. 5:44 left to go in the Latvian versus the U.S. Here we go. Is that not a penalty? No? Shot right up in the air. Plumich again with a big save. Shot to the front of the net. Going for the jam play. Cleared out, but whistle already went. And here's a little bit more rough stuff after the whistle. 5:19 left to go in this third period. Latvia looking for the upset. Currently in our poll, 411 votes registered. 82% say Latvia is going to win. 18% say the U.S. is going to win. If you are new here, please do smash the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you have not already. And let me know where you are watching from today. I know most people watching are from Latvia, but I wish you would turn the TV around. I do apologize for that. Unfortunately, we aren't allowed to do that because of copyright reasons. But I do appreciate you tuning in to today's stream. The time was 5:19. I believe that was the comment that just got asked. Slovaks still on the power play here. 16:10 left to go in that first period. They found their plane. I'm impressed, to be honest, because our surnames are heavily butchered. I'm trying to improve upon that. Something I've been working with. Unfortunately, I don't actually have the updated names in front of me. I'm starting to work better with those accents, and so I was trying to find it in between the little break, but couldn't. The U.S. has pulled their goaltender. The U.S. has pulled their goaltender with 5 minutes left to go on this game. What is happening? Shot. This is a bold strategy. The U.S. pulled their goaltender in this game. 4:45 left to go in the period. All-out offense. This is the moment that we see if Latvia can earn their spot and play for a medal at this year's tournament. Walks in. Shot. Looking for the back door. No good. 4:30 left to go in the third period. Cullen tries across the ice. No good. As Latvia will break it up ice. Is this the dagger? For the empty net. Scores! Latvia 4-1 over the U.S. and it looks like they will be playing for a medal at this year's tournament. What a game, what an upset, what a tournament. And who else but Martin Klausens to end up doing it for the Latvian team. Klausens, a guy who we talked extensively about, needing to pull through in the biggest moments for the Latvian squad. He finally does it, securing them a chance to play for a medal at this year's tournament. Wow, an aggressive play by the U.S. to pull their goaltender this early on. It ends up backfiring, and the U.S. now trails 4-1 with Latvia in the spot of legends. Can they continue going forward? They'll pull their goaltender again. 4 minutes now on the clock. They'll be cleared all the way back down. U.S. still with their goalie pulled, so we won't change that graphic. Shimko looking for the backdoor feed. Did he get it? No, missed it out wide. Merrick. Sorry, I must have missed your question. I'll be honest, this chat is moving far too fast. Is if the U.S. loses, will that be a consolation? It absolutely will be. Francisco. 3:40 left to go. Oh, and that's 4-2 now. Game gets interesting again. 3:26 left to go. The U.S. still needs 2 goals. All of a sudden, this game gets a little bit more interesting. Thank you very much for subscribing, H.R. Gordon. If you have not already, please do hit the subscribe button. And the Slovaks score on the opening goal of the game, 13:08 to go. As the home crowd cheers onwards. .318 left to go as the goaltender gets pulled again for the U.S. Puck down deep. If you're Latvia, you need to make sure that you're playing defense first. Don't need to go for the empty net goal. That's a high stick. That's a high stick. Going to go all the way back down. Like 3:05 left to go. The goaltender likely has to come back in for the U.S. unless they really feel like they are guaranteed a face-off win. Three minutes now to go left in the game for Latvia. Empty net as well for the U.S. once again. Here they come. Latvia, oh, and they just miss out on the chance. Shot saved by Plumich. Another big save from him. 2:40 now. Jakub Florish with the goal for the Slovaks. Shot from the point. Another big save by Plumich. And he will hold on for the whistle. 2:28 to go. U.S. still needing 2 goals. Oh, and another big goal. Slovakia makes it 2 on the board. Is that Kazda? As Vilda gets absolutely punished in the net. And this one looks like it might get ugly. Blocked out front, Latvia. 2:20 now to go. Shot. Good save there. Lucky save. just got the back pad. 2 minutes now to go left in this third period. Cullen winds it around. Goes for the shot. Blocked. Latvia, chance at the open net. Is this going to go? No, it's not. Just wide of the net. This will go back for icing. $11:54 left to go. Slovakia, Denmark in the first period. They lead 2. Slovakia leads 2-0. Latvia leading 4-2 with 1:53 left to go. The U.S. has pulled their goaltender in this game. Going to go all the way around. No icing there, which means that the U.S. has to wind it right back up. 1:40 now to go. The clock ticking down. The enemy of this American team. Can they pull through? 1:30 to go. Every second so precious for this American team as they look to try and tie this game and force an overtime period. Puck comes out. Moves it around. Shot from the point. Block shot. Puck stays just in the line. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. 70 seconds before Latvia pulls off the miracle of miracles. And Slovakia scores their third goal of the game. Oh, and the empty net for the win scores! Latvia has pulled it off. They will win this quarterfinal matchup against the U.S. and play for a medal at this year's tournament. 5-2 Latvia. And that should do it. Tried the cross-ice pass, gets broken up. And who else but Daniel Rydzen's to end up putting this one away. What a performance from this Latvian team today to end up securing the victory as our chat is going crazy. "30 seconds left to go in Latvia's game. Oh, and a huge, dangerous hit there by Nick Bogus as he absolutely lays out the guy who just put in the empty net, Daniel Rydzen's. A brutal and reckless and dangerous hit there. That should be a 5 a game and a future as well. We'll see whether or not he ends up getting suspended for that hit. A dangerous hit. 24.3 to go left in this one. A complete intent to injure there from Bogus. Rydzen's walked off under his own power. He should be okay, but a huge hit. Follow through to the head. A dirty play, to say the least. Frustration boiling over for this team. Illegal check to the head. They're calling it a 2-minute minor, which is shocking. The pep talk, I believe that Latvia just called a timeout. The moral is don't do anything stupid, as Timothy Kazda makes it 4-0 for Slovakia. This game is slowly but surely getting out of hand. An ugly game for sure, to say the least. If you are new here, please do hit the like button. It helps this stream a ton as well. Please do hit the subscribe button so you are notified when we go live. If you've enjoyed what we have done so far today, this is our fifth stream now. This game coming up will be the 5th stream as Oliver's Murniques will end up going to the box here. Once again, a 5-on-4 power play for the Latvian squad. But in the end, it's not going to really matter, as Latvia has pulled off the miracle, and they've ended up taking home the win in today's game. Shot just wide. Now no injuries, nothing dumb. You have a semifinal to go play in. The puck will be cleared out, be dumped down, and that is going to do it. Team Latvia has pulled off the miracle and beaten Team USA. What a performance. What a performance. Wow. And they mogged their goaltender after an incredible performance. Their coaches jumping up for joy. Truly the stuff of miracles. As the American team consoles themselves, a disappointing performance from them as Team Latvia has pulled off the miracle at this year's tournament. What a game. What an absolute game. They've actually done it. And now the question remains, can they do it again in the semis? We'll be live for the semis, so stick around. I believe it, assuming that this Slovak game ends up playing out as it should, they're currently up 4-0, barring any kind of crazy last-minute miracles. That game should be final as well. And so we'll see whether or not the Latvia is going to be able to pull off yet another miracle against the Slovak team. Because out of all the matchups you'd want if you're Latvia, that is a pretty good one to have. How did Latvia beat Team USA? With a lot of belief and a lot of really well-played structured hockey. A tremendous game today from the Latvian squad as they now look ahead to the playoff rounds as they'll continue into the semifinals. At least they can't laugh at Canada for losing to Czechia. Yes, so Czechia, Sweden, Slovakia, and Latvia seems to be the guaranteed matchup as of this current moment. Looks like there was another penalty just called against the Danes, so that likely ends up being a 5-0 game. We're going to keep going for a little bit longer, just kind of talking through the scenarios. A reminder that we will be having our full recap video, which is going to come out later tonight. Once again, we are on the road to 1,700 subscribers here on YouTube. So please do subscribe if you have not already. There are currently 400 of you roughly in this live stream. So I'd appreciate it a great ton if you could hit the subscribe button. We will be back. We will watch as Plumich was just named the MVP of this game. We'll be live back on Friday for the semifinals of this tournament, as well as on Saturday for the bronze and gold medal game, which will feature your fellow Latvian team, as well as probably the Slovaks as well, which I know there's a pretty big contingent of Slovak fans who have really kind of come onto this channel over the last little while as well. We'll see the Czechs, of course, in it, and lastly, Sweden. And so it's going to be an extremely exciting game. We'll be talking more about it tonight as far as what to look for, but please do hit the subscribe button if you have not already. It does help this channel out a ton. This has been a bit of a crazy day so far. Did the Danes switch up their goaltending? No, Vilda's still in there, right? Yeah. Latvia has a good generation coming up. They sure do. It has been an impressive performance, to say the least. Shot saved. As they're doing players of the tournament for the U.S. team who was just knocked out. And so, wow, this has been an absolutely crazy day. A reminder that for those who are just joining us now and for those who are now looking at these final scores and saying, well, what happened? This day has been a bit crazy. We started the day with Norway upsetting Germany in the opening game there. That game was a tight game throughout. We then saw, of course, the German team. Norway went up early. Germany came all the way back. They end up leading 3-2 into the final 2 minutes. They take 2 penalties in quick succession. Then from there, Norway scores 1 on the power play, and in the dangerous minute afterwards, they end up taking this game as well. A huge win for them on that account. And then as well, as far as the second game, the Czechs beat Finland today, an early goal. They really dominated the early part, the Czechs did. Finland came roaring back. They tied the game, really outplayed the Czechs through the rest of this game. But the way that the Czechs play is that they're going to wait for you to make a mistake. The Finns made a mistake. The Czechs ended up capitalizing on it, making it a 2-1 game in the end. Thank you for subscribing. And then from there, it has been a great start as well. Then Canada lost. We don't talk too much about that, 4-2 to Swedes. And so that was a disappointing result. But still, as the Latvians now are singing their national anthem, a well-deserved national anthem for them to sing. We saw what it meant to them to win their big game against Norway. And now we get to see them play for a medal at this under-18 tournament, which is a huge accomplishment for them to even get to this point. And considering the path that they're going to have to go on to get to that medal, there is a chance we see them play for gold at this year's tournament. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. The Slovak team is still a very good team. We'll see whether or not the Latvians are going to be able to pull off that upset. But of the teams remaining, as far as who I'd want to play, it would definitely be the Slovak team. They're a good team. They're on home ice, so it'll be difficult. But you look at the way the Latvians are composed, especially with the way that we saw Latvia play against Slovakia in the early stages of this tournament. It will be definitely something to keep an eye on as this tournament continues to go onward. And then this game, Latvia and the USA, where of course we did just see and we did witness Latvia pull off the miracle by knocking off Team USA. A huge win for them there. And now it's just a matter, thank you very much for subscribing. Now it's just a matter if they can keep that trend going. A huge day today. In the for the U18 tournament. Slovakia continues their success. And we'll see how far they can really go at this turn. Oh, good save there by Vilda. We'll see how far they can go. Because really now the sky's the limit for this team. And I'm really excited that, just a terrible giveaway at the blue line. Comes all the way back down and scores. Denmark makes it 4-1. 7 minutes left to go in the first period. But once again, the storyline of today, although this game likely going to end up in a bit of a blowout, the big storyline of today is that Latvia has knocked off Team USA. Wow, what a game. What a game, what a tournament. It has been an absolute disaster of a game, or a disaster of a tournament so far. A huge win for this Latvian contingent. They do earn the big 5-2 win as the final. And so I guess what we can do is, considering that this Slovakia-Denmark game looks like it's just about out of hand. We'll keep it on for a little bit longer. We'll keep the stream going a little bit longer just to make sure that this game is done and there's not going to be any more crazy upsets. So we're just going to quickly change around the title, the description, and the thumbnail for this one. So do just stay tuned with us very shortly as we just get that done very quick. A reminder that we will also be coming out with our day recap video, which will come out later tonight. And for that, we will, of course, be posting that shortly after this last game is done, probably about 2 hours or so after that fact. But for Latvia, they will start to party in the streets, and I'm looking forward to seeing kind of what else ends up coming out of it today. A huge win for them there. And it'll be fascinating to see for sure whether or not this Latvian team can continue some success going down the line here. But a huge win today as Slovakia scores yet another goal. That makes it 5-1. So a bit more of that blowout type of game now, as much as it wasn't before. But that's it's been a day. It's been a really strange day so far at this tournament, but it continues. What do we got? 5-1. I do want to thank everyone for coming out and supporting the stream today. We put up another record number on this stream. It has been a chaotic day of action here at the quarterfinals and the relegation action from the men's under-18 World Championships. So a big thank you to everyone for watching along with us today, for continuing to comment, hit the like button. We're at 119 likes on this stream so far. I think we've grown over 50 subscribers to this, 30 subscribers, 40 subscribers to this point today. So once again, a huge thank you to everyone for coming out, for continuing to hit that subscribe button. I had an engineering exam during the game and we beat the US. Oh, that would be a great surprise. Yeah, it was, this is the kind of game you want to go watch the highlights for. For the US, they put on a lot of pressure on the Latvians, but a few defensive mishaps, and that's exactly the way Latvia has always played, is they're going to make you pay if you make a mistake. You can't make those kind of mistakes, or otherwise it ends up in the back of your net. And credit to Latvia today, because unlike their game against Canada, they actually capitalized on those chances, where the game against Canada, I'd say they didn't necessarily do it as much. And so that was, for me, one of the biggest differences between last game and this game. And so once again, a huge game for them today as they look to continue some success into now the semifinal round. We'll see, of course, a guaranteed chance to play for a medal. 60% of Latvia's goals were scored inside an empty net. True. It's very hard to argue with that. But still, it's been an impressive day for this Latvian team. They have looked progressively better as the day has gone onward, and they continue to kind of stick to their structure. Their structure is what separates them from teams like the US, teams like Canada. And so now we've seen the US lose, as we've seen both Canada and the US now lose to the Latvian team. We'll see what's next. Obviously, the Men's World Championships is coming up. Latvia not necessarily expected to be as contending, but time will certainly tell there. We'll also, as we do take a look at our final poll. Latvia did lead the Who Do You Think Will Win with 601 votes registered. 86% of the votes will go to Latvia, 14% for the US. We will end that one and do one last final poll of today of Who Do You Think Will Win. A little bit late for it considering the score, but worth it anyway. For Slovakia, or Who Do You Think Will Win, whether it be Slovakia or whether it be Denmark. This is our number. We've been live since about 6 a.m. It's 12:40 local time, which means we've been live for basically 7 hours today. And so it's been definitely a chaotic mix, as we do have 23 votes, 26 votes already. 100% of the votes so far has gone to the Slovaks, which is definitely expected. Oh, we do have one final vote for the Danes. But as far as your semifinal matchups and what to expect, assuming the Slovaks don't pull off the choke of the century here and end up losing this game, they will take on Latvia in the semifinals. We'll be live for that. I would assume, I haven't looked at the tournament schedule. I don't have it around me, but I would assume that the Latvia would end up playing, or that matchup would end up playing the later slot. So that'll be the 1 o'clock slot. Yeah, so we'll be live for that game as well. We probably will end up live for the first game between, which will end up being the Czechs and the Swedes, which will be a good game as well. And so we'll see kind of how that ends up playing out. But yeah, we have our day recap coming out later tonight. Question for everybody in our chat right now. Would you like me to continue to do this game, or would you prefer a quicker turnaround time on our Did you already talk about Canada, Sweden? I haven't yet. I certainly can, though. The game was kind of a story of 3 periods almost, and we'll touch on this a little bit more in our recap tonight. Sweden came out flying, scored the first 2 goals of the game, and really looked to be in control. Second period came around. Clearly something was said in between the periods. Canada came out absolutely flying. Third period, a really balanced period, could have went either way. The Swedes get a goal and end up putting in the empty net as well, kind of being the reason why it was a 4-2 game in the end. But yeah. And so kind of go back to that last part. Would people like me to continue staying live? This game's about to head into the intermission. Certainly can, would be happy to do it. But also day recap faster. It's basically just a trade-off, because if we end up going for the full duration of this game, I am going to have to take a little bit of a break before I try to put my voice into yet another day recap. But obviously open to it, depending on what people would prefer. Did Latvia win because of the goalie? Absolutely. But to be fair, like, part of it's the goaltending, part of it's their structure. And I'd say always with a team like Latvia, it comes down to their structure because of the way that they play. They're a very solid team, and they know how to play the right way. They know how to shut down passing lanes and shooting lanes and whatnot. But ultimately, it came down today for them how well they could play when the game matters the most. And so it was a huge win for them, right? And a really well-played game, and it's just a matter of how well can you continue to perform, and they did really well. Plumage was great, 43 saves. The rest did really good too. Really out of 45 shots, very few looked dangerous. Yep, yeah, that's fair. And a really impressive performance too. There were also a lot of key saves in there as well that kind of went under the radar just because of the way that the U.S. played and how dominant they were. But once again, the beautiful part about a team like Latvia is that they're not going to beat you kind of mano a mano with offense. They're going to try and beat you by making you make mistakes, and they wait for it. And if you don't make a mistake, they lose. And we saw that against Canada earlier on in the tournament. Thank you for subscribing. We saw that earlier in the tournament, right, where it was a disappointing end for them, but at the same time, a really good sight to see. And so it will be interesting kind of to see as this tournament continues to go on, whether or not the Latvians can pull off a big win against the Slovaks, because it's going to be hello from Latvia. I am so happy. It was a crazy game. It was a really well played game, and it's funny because I was questioning whether or not to kind of go offline after Canada lost today. After that game was done, and then I was like, okay, well, Latvia is pretty close here in this one, and so we stuck with it. And obviously now it ends up in a pretty cool upset victory as we enter the final minute of play here in Slovakia and Denmark. Absolute terrorism in the third period. Get the puck, skated over the red line to avoid icing, dump it deep, and go change lines. Tried to attack only once and scored the third goal. Well, that's right, but part of it too is if you're Latvia, you know what your game is, right? They don't need to score a lot. They need to play good defense. They need to shut down the passing lanes, and they need to overall just continue to try and beat teams in tight margins, because that's where they are so successful. And we saw that today. They didn't strange from their game plan, aside from that one goal where the U.S. had it pulled. That second goal for them, for me, was the only kind of example of probably stemming away from that system, where we saw really, I think it was 3 of the Latvian players try and go for the empty net. But even that, I mean, that's a 4-1 hockey game at that point. So you can appreciate why they're doing that. But it's been a great day for the Slovaks. It is a stay live. Okay, I can stay live. So assuming this game goes forward, Latvia plays Slovakia in our semifinals. It'll probably be Friday at, I assume it'd be at 1. It might be at 1:30 actually, now that I think about it. Let me just quickly double check that now that I say that out loud, because I know that could potentially be a big part. So I think they probably have it in here. Let's see. That doesn't actually help me. Yeah, so it's at night. So there's 2 semifinals coming up. One's at 9 a.m. on Friday. There's also one on the Saturday, May the 2nd and May the 1st. And so the May the 1st game, as far as what to expect as far as timing goes, very likely you will see the bronze medal game, the first game of the day be between Sweden and Czechia. I don't expect that they'll put the Czechs or the Slovaks in a tough spot, especially on home ice where they get to decide the roster. And especially considering all the teams that are in it now are all in European time, there's no point as far as TV ratings that there's going to be a lot of kind of surprises there. And so Slovakia should get a lot of say as to what game they play. Very likely you'll see them in the 1 o'clock slot, which is 7 p.m. Central European, which is 8 p.m. Eastern European summertime. All those are summer times. Slovakia will play with Czech or Latvia. They'll play Latvia in the semifinals. The Czechs will take on the Swedes. There's the potential, though, and one of the interesting things is that you could also see a Czech versus Slovakia semifinal, which would be a really interesting one, to say the least. Slovakia will be in. They have a very good chance. And I know we probably lost quite a few of our Latvian friends who just kind of, we lost them on the stream, obviously with the game ending there. That is probably the best matchup for the Slovaks that they could have got. I mean, when considering the alternative was Sweden, the Czechs, and the U.S. would have been the alternative because they would have been in it. What will semifinal teams win? I think we did that. If it keeps going right now, there's a very good chance that we see Slovakia on home ice play for a gold medal. Very likely we'll see them play against, I don't even know, the Swedes and the Czechs are 2 very close teams. Of course, we saw the Czechs outplay the Swedes in their game. I'd say the Swedes should end up taking it as far as favorites go. But it will be a bit of a home kind of crowd atmosphere, which is interesting for the Slovak team. I'm Latvian. I'm still here. I appreciate it. Yeah. And for those just joining, we've been live here for now, I believe it's 7 hours. A little bit less than 7 hours. So my voice is a little bit gone, so I do apologize if I sound a little coarse. I think my plan will be to cover the last and the second period, and then I think after this second period goes, we will likely call it a day. The throat is starting to feel it a little bit. And with a big one still coming up, a day recap coming up that we still have to film, we will likely call it a day after that. But once again, I really do appreciate everyone for tuning in, and big thank you for all the support on this stream as well. If you have not already, please do hit the subscribe button. We'll be going live again for Slovakia and Latvia, which will be the quarterfinal matchup or the semifinal matchup on Friday, as well as Sweden and the Czechs, which will be another fun one to try and cover. So we'll see. Should be interesting. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, it has been an absolutely crazy day today as far as this tournament has gone. Are all the NHL scouts going home now as USA and Canada are out? I'd say realistically, a lot of the NHL scouts are going to stay just to watch the Swedes and the Czechs and some of the players on the Slovak team who are maybe later round picks. But yeah, I'd say for the most part, they're going home pretty unhappy. No, we are keeping them hostage. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, yeah. What a win today, though, for really all three of the teams. Czechs had a huge win earlier in the day. I'm not sure how many Czech supporters we still have at this point in the day, but NHL Scout dead. Yeah, it's been a good day of action so far. Draft country bias. This looks very promising for us as in Slovakia. We're hosting the Men's Worlds in 2029. These players can grow to be great for our team. Our future is fine, looking bright. It really is looking bright. And I'm excited to see, and sorry, I'm trying to switch it over to the Slovak game right now. But it is looking extremely bright for this team, and I'm excited to see kind of what ends up coming next for them, because they have done extremely well at this tournament. They've been a force more or less at the World Juniors over the last few years. Obviously, the Olympics, we saw them put together a really impressive performance as well, especially as a younger team. Just going to become a matter of, well, how much farther can they really go at this point? Yo, Latvians suck. Let's not draft them. That's crazy. That's actually kind of funny. As we go to that, I think this should work now. Please work, please work, please work, please work. Score. All right. Here we go. We now have it on, so that is even better. Normal age for a Latvian to have first game in NHL is 28, not 18. Well, that could change pretty quickly, especially with a good tournament. Latvia can definitely get a great draft this year, as well as Slovakia. That's true. I'm excited to see kind of what ends up happening this year, as far as the draft goes and as far as really the rest of it goes, because it's a huge opportunity. Thank you for subscribing. We are just 24 subscribers away from 1,700 here on YouTube. So if you could, please do smash the subscribe button. We currently have 150 people in our live stream today, so I really appreciate if you could hit the little button down there. It'd mean a great ton. And as well, we'll be going live as well next week, so if you're enjoying the content today, please do smash the subscribe button, as we will be live, and you can find us a lot easier for when we go live next week, as well as hit the notification bell so you are notified when we go live. For those wondering, and I don't believe that's a typo, the current shots on goal for today's game is 15-1 for the Slovaks. The current score is 5-1, which means, yeah, the Danes have scored on their only chance of the game, or their only shot of the game. For us Latvians, we hope Schmitz will go high and break the record still held by Gergensons. I'd say that there is definitely a possibility for that, and he should be going probably top 10, if not Yeah, I'd say he's probably a top 10 pick. I personally have him a lot higher on my rankings, especially because what we saw from him at the Olympic Games. But I could see definitely an argument either way. There is, what is it, 6 minutes, I believe it says, until maybe it's 8 minutes until the next period. Slovan Bratislava or Nitro. It's like 3-3 right now. Little Danish getting owned right now. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you as well for subscribing. Hello, Slovakia fan here. Where to watch Slovakia-Denmark live, and my country gets paid servicing. Slovakia is organizing this championship. I wouldn't have the answer for you. I know IIHF TV is paid. I believe it's 7.50 euros, 7.5 euros. At least that's what it was for here in Canada. So single game, it's 5 euros. But yeah. Here. Do you think the Slovaks will take the medal? I think at this point they should be favorites for a medal. They have a fairly easy path into that medal match, and their semifinals against Latvia should be more than enough for them to be considered favorites going into the medal rounds. I was hoping to see a close game. Me too. Let's have a Slavic final. Can't post piracy links here, unfortunately. The sport channel is free for Slovaks if they ever broadcast it there. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't actually know which platforms carry it over in Slovakia. Oh yeah, it probably is. It is probably geo-blocked. Actually, I'm curious for everyone in our chat right now, because there's 126 of you. Let's hear everyone's gold, silver, and bronze at this tournament. Given that you're 4 teams available, coming out of the semifinals, so you have to, the winners go to the gold, the losers go to the bronze. Is Sweden taking on the Czechs, and then Slovakia taking on Latvia. My personal bet is it's going to be Slovakia, or it's going to be Sweden in the top spot, Slovakia in second. We'll see the Czechs in third, and then Latvia in the 4th spot. But I'd love to hear everyone else's thoughts and predictions. We have 198 votes in our poll. Actually, better yet, you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to do it in one of our polls, because I figure that this game is probably done as far as that poll goes. 96% of people said that the Slovaks would win. Who do you think wins gold? Latvia, Slovakia, Czechia, and Sweden. Cool. Okay, I've posted it in our poll. Also, be sure to leave it in as a comment as well. Should I decide with my mind or with my heart? Definitely your heart. I want to hear what you feel is right. Slovakia, Czechia, Latvia, and Sweden in the last spot. Sweden in the third. Slovaks and Czechs, definitely a possibility. Slovakia, Czechia, Latvia, Sweden. Yep, makes sense. Latvia in the top spot. I like it. Czechs, Slovaks, Sweden. Interesting. Slovakia, Czechia, Sweden, Latvia. Sweden, Slovakia, Czechia, and Latvia. Czechia, Slovakia, Sweden, Latvia. Slovakia number 1. It's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. I wouldn't rule it out. I'm Czech, so I would love to see the Czechs first, but I think Latvia deserves the gold medal after this match. So 1 Czech, 2nd Latvia, 3rd Slovakia. I like it. Czechs, Latvia, Slovakia, Sweden. Head says Sweden, Slovakia, Czechia. Heart says Latvia, Sweden, Czechia, and Slovakia. As the refs have taken the ice back here. Slovakia, Czechia, Sweden. Slovakia, Czechia, Sweden, Latvia. Latvia wins 100%. Latvia first. My mind says it's going to go either way. Let's actually see what our poll says, and I think we just posted that one. So we have 71 votes registered right now. Slovakia currently leading, which makes sense considering they're the ones who are playing. Czechia in that second spot right now with 32%, which is rapidly changing. Latvia right now is in the third spot to win gold, and then Sweden in the last spot with 12%. As a Latvian watching this game, what a game. Plumich MVP. I'd agree. I think realistically, you're looking at it. There's definitely a possibility for that. Like, if Latvia goes on to win this tournament, he's absolutely he's going to win. He has to win it. But it will be very interesting to see. Well, thank you very much for subscribing. We are just 16 subscribers away from 1,700 here on YouTube, so please, please, please do smash the subscribe button if you have not already. We will be going live on Friday for the semifinals, as well as on Saturday for the medal round matchup, so please do hit the subscribe button, so at the very least you can find us a little bit easier. Puck is dropped, and we are back underway for Slovakia taking on Denmark. We have 20 minutes on the clock. And it is in the second period, as we're trying to find that now. There we go. Second period. In a Slovak-Czech final, in Slovakia, I'm picking Slovaks. That's very fair. I think realistically, both teams are going to travel pretty well. I'm excited to see which team kind of comes out on top, but it's a wide open field right now. Like, it's really fascinating to me. Because I can't remember a time when it was this open. Thank you for subscribing. play. Puck played out to the point. Are you still looking forward to the Men's World Championships? I really am. I think it's going to be another fun tournament to cover. I'm excited to see which team. There's always one team that always seems to kind of, I don't want to say pull off an upset, but kind of surprise a little bit at these tournaments. And I'm excited to see what that's going to be this year, because every year there seems to be a new one. And so we'll see which team it's going to be this year. And what is your opinion on Slovakia ice hockey? I mean, Craig Ramsey, Canadian, was Slovak representation trainer between 2016 and 2025. He has lifted Slovakia hockey from zero to the actual state. I think the Slovak hockey program is actually in a great state. And you look at it, they've gone through a bit of a rebuild, but I think that they needed to do that. And so I think they're in a pretty good spot. I think you look at the U18 program; they've come fourth place for the last 3 years now. They've done a lot of things right, and they're guaranteed again this year. They'll play for a medal, which looks to be in a decent spot. We'll see if they can do it, of course, but time will tell. Czechia, Sweden, Slovakia, Latvia. Yes, those are the matchups. Slovakia, Sweden, Czechia, and Latvia. No, it's Czechs and Czechia and Sweden, Slovakia, and Latvia will be your, assuming that this score continues. Sweden and the Czechs, yeah. A little bit of rough stuff after the whistle here. 5-1 still the score for the Slovaks. They do have the lead. And a bit of a stranglehold type of game. Who's playing Canada in the semis? Funny. Although they are going to do really well, Canada, this year. I have a feeling that they're going to go all the way and take gold. Terrible team. I feel like you have a better chance against the Czechs than against Sweden. Baltic League seems to be improving all three nations. Lithuania is currently dominating the U18 Division 1B. Yeah, they have some big games coming up. They're currently in the first place over in that tournament. They're trying to earn the promotion up to the Division 1A level, where we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Estonia pumped Spain 12-2 in the Senior B tournament, and Latvians U18s. I haven't looked too closely today at the Division 1B Men's World Championships. It's unfortunately on my list to do. I'll get to that later tonight when we do our day recap for that tournament, like we always do on our social media platforms, as well as in the thing. So, down what's up. Slovakia versus Latvia, Czechs versus Sweden. Should be a good matchup. We are now just 11 subscribers away, so if you have not already, please do smash the subscribe button. We are getting ever so much closer to our target or our goal of 1,700 here on YouTube. So please do smash the subscribe button if you have not already. I hope to see Lithuania in the top division for a world champion. I don't think it's like, the thing is that as much as it looks like it's far away right now, as time continues to go on, teams get better and teams start to build out their programs and the parity level starts to get a lot closer. We've seen it quite a bit with the women's program as well, where that tournament's gotten so much more competitive now that there's, of course, the addition of the PWHL, which is a huge addition as well. But it is interesting just to see kind of the addition and the importance of the thing. Hello, how did we do that? Oh, the Latvia. What a win. It was truly a great win. We are now just 8 subscribers away. Please, please, please do smash the subscribe button if you have not already. Yeah, and a bit of a disappointing day for my Canadian teams today. It'll be make for some good content today in our post-day recap. So stay tuned for that. Thank you very much for subscribing. We will have quite the. We got to put together a good cold intro for the day, but this one I can promise you will come from the heart. But yeah, if you are interested in our thoughts on the after the game, it is also in the same live stream. We've used the same live stream all day long. As we said, this is hour number 7 of it, or hour number 7 and 12 minutes. So it's all in this thing if you'd like to watch it, but it has definitely been a long day. Thank you very much for subscribing. We're now just 5 subscribers away. Oh, I want to see Uzbekistan in the elite divisions. We made them a podcast topic a few weeks back, and obviously they had a really good run at the men's under 18s Division 3. Would have been the 3A tournament for the U18s and the 3B tournament for the World Championships, but they absolutely dominated at the U18 level. Or at the World Championship level, at the 3B World Championships. And so it was really interesting to see. Sleetown Pounder, Huntington dragged in that league, so is Riga, makes up half the U18. You made it, bro. You are famous. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't consider myself that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Target for year 2035. They're actually targeting the 2030 was their original goal. It's part of Uzbekistan 2030. Worst case is 2034 is their next one. Am I going to stream till the end of the Slovakia-Denmark game? If the Slovaks end up leading by the same margin, probably not. Thank you very much for subscribing. I'll be honest, my voice is starting to go a little bit. We still have to do a full recap video tonight. And so I'm not sure if we're going to do it yet. We might, we'll see how we're feeling in 30 minutes time, or the 12 minutes and 26 seconds after it ticks down. But if people want to continue watching, I'm more than happy to keep going live. It just means that our day recap today might be a little bit, might come out a little bit later. Will I be streaming any World Championships games? Yes, that's the goal. As far as specific dates, I don't have that planned out yet as far as which games we'll do. Weekend games most likely will be live for. But as far as morning games, probably not, or weekday games, probably not. But obviously, if you subscribe, we'll keep you posted. And the other thing we like to do is put out a poll just before we go live, asking for which games you'd like to see. So if there's a particular game, for example, I know we have a lot of friends from Slovakia, a lot of friends from Czechia, and a lot of friends from Latvia. They tend to do a lot better in the polls. So it always helps. Did the relegations happen yet? Yes, they did. They happened earlier today, where we saw Norway beat Germany by a score of 4-3. A bit of a crazy game. Norway goes up early 2-0. Germany storms back, ends up leading 3-2 the final 2 minutes. Germany takes 2 penalties. Nicholas Aram Olsen ends up scoring twice to put Norway out of the relegation spot at this year's tournament. Germany will be the team relegated down to the Division 1A level for next year, where they will be replaced by the Swiss team. Uzbekistan is making a good point to go back to a system where you have 2 parallel groups in each level, as in Division 3A and 3B teams. Both can get promoted to the Division 2A and 2B. I think that's definitely a point of contention. I think part of the issue with doing that is, and a great move there. Oh, what a move. Didn't end up scoring, though. I think that's, as much as it's kind of, it'd be good, I think the other issues you kind of run into the same reason why those divisions exist in the first place. It's to make sure that teams remain competitive through and through. I don't know if you necessarily get that same kind of level if you do end up going along that kind of train. We are now just 3 subscribers away from 1,700 here on YouTube. A big thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far today. Looking forward, of course, this game, although it doesn't seem to be that close, I'm looking forward to doing our semifinal coverage for this tournament. Some big games coming up. With, likely, assuming this game runs its course, Slovakia taking on the Latvians, and then Sweden taking on the Czechs as well in the other game. And actually, now that I say that, I realize that I have the wrong jerseys up right now, so should probably fix that around as well at some point. Just realized Switzerland isn't in the elite to top division. No, they're not. They struggled at last year's tournament, and so that's definitely part of it. Thank you for subscribing. We are now just 1 subscriber away from 1,700 here on YouTube. A big thank you to everyone for subscribing. We are going to take a quick break and fix up the jerseys. We will be back in just a sec. And we are back, and yes, it is a different graphic than what it should have been, but still, we weren't really sure if we were going to be going live for this game as well, and so for that reason, we never actually got around to doing it. We have now hit 1,700 subscribers here on YouTube. A big thank you to everyone for hitting the subscribe button and watching along today. Hitting the like button gets it out to more people, brings in some new people to come watch. So a big thank you for watching, for hitting the like button, for commenting in our live chat, and for watching along today. It really means a ton. When is the Latvia-Slovakia game going to take place? That will take place on Friday. Very likely we'll see that in the 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time slot. That's 7 p.m. Central European, 8 o'clock Eastern European time. So that'll be a little bit of a later type of game, but still, it'll be... that's very likely the slot that they'll end up being. Shot from the point. So there's under 9 minutes now to go left in this second period. Shot. Blocked out front. Let's check out on this poll because it feels like it's been a while since we've checked this thing. For who do you think wins gold? The Slovaks currently lead with 169 votes in, but 41% of the vote. 31% belongs to the Czechs, 18% for Latvia, and then 11% for the Swedes. I'm excited to see kind of what ends up happening at this tournament for both those teams. A huge opportunity for them as they continue to try and earn their success at this year's tournament. Jam play out up front. Vilde open up to the task. But for Denmark, as much as, yes, they end up losing today, thank you for commenting. In Slovakia, there's no other, not even an audio broadcast except for Joe's Plus. Well, and I'm glad I can be of help with that. I know we do a lot of coverage, especially for tournaments like this one, but also for some of the lower division ones as well. And so I always love hearing that our content is making a difference. And I'm glad that we can provide a little bit of, at the very least, a score and some commentary over a blowout type of game here between Slovakia and the Danes. The next few U18 years look bad for Latvia. HS Riga, the base team for U18s, results is a great indicator. Rutges, Obuks, Klausens, Laugelis, Lux, and others dominated and finished league 4 years ago. Yeah, I'd say part of it too is there are going to be a few late bloomers as well, and that's part of the things that you tend to appreciate is as much as you look at it now and say this is probably one of the better runs we're going to see of this Latvian team over the next few years. I'm excited to see what the World Junior team can put together. They have a lot of really good players that next year especially we're going to see, which will be in Canada as well. I'm excited to see what they can put together. It's going to be a really good one. Overall ridiculous tournament. Sweden loses 9-1 to the US. Then they beat Canada, and the US loses to Latvia by 3 goals. Math ain't math, and yep, you're not wrong there. And I think it's been a strange tournament since the start. The upset with the Czechs too, where the Czechs lose to Denmark, Denmark beats the Czechs, and then every other team smokes Denmark, except for the US, who didn't necessarily have as good of a shot. We did talk a little bit about it. It's just especially with how the Danes played in that game. They played very similar to the way Latvia does. The only difference is that Latvia actually commits to that kind of structure and plays with regularly, where for Denmark it was a bit more of a I have to play this kind of way to stay alive at this tournament. And so that's one of the things I found kind of interesting in a way. We are going to finish off this game. I think we will take a quick break at the intermission just to try and get some food and get myself back into shape for the final period of this game. But we will be back. Of course, Slovakia goal. Am I behind on this broadcast? I'm not sure if I am. 6:14 left to go in the second period. Is it 6-1? My broadcast might be behind. It hasn't happened yet on my screen, so I'm going to assume it hasn't yet until that point. And if it is, I'll speed up my thing because apparently it's that far behind, which is weird because it should be pretty up to date. Oh, and they did score 6-1 with 5:20 left to go. Yeah, this game is just about done. Good 2 minutes ahead. Oh, yeah, no, it is behind. That's weird. Seems to have got behind throughout the course of this game. There we go. 3:46 now on my clock. That was my apologies for the delayed stream. HS Riga improved greatly at the end of the season. Started the year by losing every game 12-0. By the end, they were able to beat the Lithuanian, Estonian teams and almost beat Semgal. I really hope we can beat Sweden twice in one tournament. I would love to see Sweden and Czechia gold medal game. That'd be a great gold medal game, to be honest. And one that we made our top rivalries, that kind of segment a few weeks back on our podcast, and that would make for a pretty good rivalry game. Can't remember where they placed. I'm not sure if they made it onto the list. I think we had the Czechs and the Swiss, maybe. Because part of the issue with the Slovak team is that their women's program isn't as high up, and so I think we ended up having them just lower. But yeah, they're re-showing that last chance there. But 2:18 left, 2:17 left to go. The Slovaks do lead this game 6-1. A reminder that we will be having our full day recap video where we'll recap all 4 quarterfinal games as well as our relegation game action. And so stay tuned for that. Lots more content well on its way today. It has been quite the day of action. We've seen Latvia pull off the miracle of miracles. We've seen Sweden knock out Canada. The Czechs knocked off Finland, and then Norway, with a late game comeback, sends Germany down to the relegation, down to Division 1A tournament for next year, which is crazy to think about. It's rendered 2 minutes now, 1:52 left to go as the Danes ice the puck. Feels like a bit of a runoff now as Slovaks just look to tick down the clock. Try and earn their semifinal berth. Guaranteed chance to play for a medal at this year's tournament. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to get that done. Sheldon now tries to work in, can't. And the Slovaks will work back up the other way. When it comes to playing against other teams, Czechs and Slovaks support each other, but when it comes to Czechia versus Slovakia, both nations suddenly absolutely hate each other. That's fair. I think that's part of it too. It's part of the beauty of a rivalry. Is you always want to see each other do well, so that way you can play each other and beat each other and win the games that matter. We will tick down the final seconds of this period. We're almost there to the game with this final few seconds does go. That'll do it for our second period of action here. 6-1 the score for Slovakia. They look to be on course on their way to the semifinal round where they'll take on Latvia for a chance to play for a gold medal at this year's tournament. And to be honest, it's looking pretty good for them as of this point. I'm excited to see what's up next for them. But we will quickly take a break. We'll be back momentarily to talk a little bit more about the day and kind of recap high level as a whole. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a sec. And we are back for the final period of action. I probably should put the intermission on there. And it's been a pretty good stretch of hockey today. It's been a bit of a crazy day of hockey, I might add, as well. You think about kind of the day as a whole. I think the opening game, relegation action, good start for the rest of the day. 8-hour stream, you're the goat. I will say my voice is just about gone. It's going to be a tough, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is anymore. It's going to be a tough recap video tonight. But I do hope to see everyone in the comments section over there. A lot of very happy people today. We'll see, hope to see all of you on that video tomorrow or today or whenever we end up getting that out. It'll be most likely tonight for that. And then we'll of course go into the semifinals where it'll be more excitement, but it has been a great day of action so far. I appreciate everyone for tuning in to our live stream. We've had some record numbers today. We've hit 10,000 total viewers on today's live stream, which is kind of crazy. So a big thank you to everyone for watching. We've hit some pretty big peaks. We had 409 people in at one point towards the peak of that Latvian game, as well for the Slovak game. Two places we've had some very good success over the last little while. If you are new, please do hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are on the road now to 1,800 subscribers as we just hit 1,700 here on YouTube. Big thank you to everyone who has hit the subscribe button today, as well as everyone who's been subscribed in the past as well. Back to kind of what's actually happened today. It's been a crazy day, and the opening game of the day again between Germany and Norway. Norway did pull out the big 4-3 win, a tight game right to the very end. A back and forth type game. Germany rallies back after being down 2-0. They end up being up 3-2 going into the final 2 minutes. They take 2 bad penalties, and then all of a sudden, Norway, the team that was expected to be relegated, gets a power play goal and then one in the dangerous minute. Nicholas Olsson ends up leading them on to the promised land, keeping them up at this top division for at least one more tournament. Then the second game of the day between Czechia and Finland. This was a back and forth type game. We saw the Czechs end up pulling out and coming out on top in that one. A great game from them as they look to try and continue their success going forward in this tournament. As well, as far as other games from this today, the game we don't really like to talk about, Canada lost to Sweden today 4-2. A good back and forth game, really a tale of 3 periods. In the first period, it was all Sweden. Second period, all Canada. And then the third period, a bit more of that mix where we saw both teams really come to play. And that was a really good game as well. And unfortunately for Canada, just found themselves on the wrong side of things. An early loss to the Slovak team ended up costing them there. But still, a decent game, one that I'd say they can definitely walk away happy with. And then as far as the last game, or the game that just happened, we finished up with was Latvia upsetting the USA in what can best be described as a stunner for the Latvian team. A really well-played game from them. They earned their win every step of the way. And unfortunately, just for the U.S. team, just couldn't quite find that offensive touch. A few key mistakes really that the U.S. gave up ended in the back of their net as Latvia does so well. And that was a big difference maker from today. And then this game here, which is just about over. We have 1 period left to go where we'll see Slovakia taking on Denmark. And another game that can be best described as a blowout type of game. And it was a well-played game by the Slovak team so far. We're going to see if they can keep it going. I would expect them to do so, but in the end, a real hot start for this team. And now we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to close out this game. Obviously, a pretty good margin right now, a 6-1 lead to this current moment. And so time can only tell, assuming they do end up making it as far as they can. it's really fascinating, though, to see all the different stats that are going across the screen right now. They're showing the Jumbotron, and on the Jumbotron, they show kind of advanced stats from the game. The hardest shot so far was 140 kilometers an hour, which is actually pretty hard, which is probably about 100 in miles for our American friends. So that's more or less the recap on what's actually happened today. As far as kind of back to the comments here, who is my favorite non-Canadian NHL team? I'm a big Bruins guy. A big win last night over Buffalo. They do stay alive for at least one more game at the NHL playoff level. We'll of course see whether or not if the Bruins do end up getting eliminated, whether or not and which players from that team end up over at the Men's World Championships, which I would say there are quite a few of them that we could very realistically see. There's really quite a few players across the board who realistically could end up playing for that spot, and so it'll be interesting for sure which team ends up there. As far as expected goals go, I don't know if this is just for the period, but it said basically like 2.4 to 1. As far as expected results go, probably not the best outcome. As we do await the third period of action, there's about 7-ish minutes left. Man, when will IIHF finally upload the Latvia USA highlight video? Do they? TSN probably has. If you check with TSN, I would assume they would have, because they have. Oh, they don't have rights to this game though, do they? I'm actually not sure. Yeah, I guess they haven't yet. That's interesting. Yeah, it's been quite the game. I'll say that much. An absolute stunner for Latvia as they did upset the U.S. today. A big win for them as they look to now try and win a medal at this tournament after realistically being expected to be a relegation contending team. They've played extremely well throughout today and have earned their chance to play for a medal. And so we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Once again, third period action between Slovakia and Denmark coming up very shortly. We will kind of go into the final part of the day, but not too much more to really talk about from today's games. We got through most of it. A pretty good game so far. Pretty good day of games so far. Closing out, of course, with a bit of a blowout in the Slovaks being Denmark. Our prediction for this game, I believe, was 5-1. Let's see here. Yeah, 5-1 Slovaks over the Danes. So we're already lost on that account. So far, we've gone we'll go basically 3 for 5 today. And that's kind of been our pretty well expected average throughout this tournament as it's gone along. Or I guess 2 for 5 today if you include, it'd be 2 for 5. So not a great showing from us, but we'll be better for next time. Latvia, USA, last minutes. Yep, it was a crazy game, really, and right to the very end. And I am very excited, too, I might add, to see both really the Slovaks and Latvia in that final. We'll see which team can come out on top. It'll be a really good game between the two. And time will tell. Time will absolutely tell to see which one comes out on top. I did not get to see the game because I was working and then saw your live, decided to come in. The first thing I saw was the score, and I was like, holy moly, no way. and that's very fair. It was an interesting game to watch and cover too. We weren't, as we talked about during that game, we weren't actually planning to go live for it. What I was thinking of doing was basically going live for the tail end of the Denmark game. Then we do basically the Finland-Czech game, which was kind of a marquee matchup coming in. Canada and the US, or Canada and Sweden, which was the other marquee matchup. So basically the two kind of big games of the day. Not thinking that this Latvia-US game would be all that close, and I think most people would agree with me on that account. But in the end, we saw Latvia kind of put together an impressive performance and end up upsetting the U.S. team, where now it's kind of a world's your oyster type of deal. Where even you think back to that game between the two earlier in the prelims, where we saw the Slovaks and Latvia play. I didn't think that the Slovaks looked all that comfortable, especially 5-on-5 against the Latvian team. The Latvians took a lot of bad penalties. Slovakia scored 4 power play goals. They also potted an empty net goal. And I'm interested to see kind of what happens in this rematch, where it is going to be an extremely tight game. It wouldn't have surprised me to see the score remain extremely tight throughout, but it could really go either way. I'm excited to see what is next for them at this tournament. So we'll see. Long story short, we're going to see kind of what ends up going on here. But we are just about underway for third period action. Will they go back to Gameday? I wouldn't assume so. Maybe they would. But both teams now are heading out onto the ice surface. And here we go. Both teams have now taken the ice here. We'll see whether or not the Danes are going to be able to make this a little bit more interesting towards the end. Realistically, probably not going to be able to pull off an upset. I don't really want to claim that that's going to end up happening, but you really never know, right? And it's part of the beauty of it. As far as our poll goes, we have who do you think wins gold? Slovakia, the top spot. Makes sense considering this is the team we're currently talking about in this game. 43% of the votes with 258 votes in. Is Slovakia cooked if Latvia plays disciplined? I would say it's a tough call, right? And I think part of it has to do with the way that Latvia plays, because they're a very structured team. And so if the Slovaks can break through that, they'll be just fine in this game. But I just struggle to say for sure that Slovakia is going to take this one. I didn't think they've looked all that good in the preliminary round. They beat Canada. They played really well there. That was probably one of their best games they played. But then from that point on, I wasn't terribly impressed with them. And so we'll see kind of going forward whether or not, for the Slovaks at least, they're going to be able to find their way back in. But time will tell. It will be a tight game, though. Don't be surprised. I think there's basically two ways that game goes on. One is that it's going to be a very tight game, or the Slovaks are going to absolutely pummel Latvia. It's just a matter if the Latvians can sit in their structure long enough. Because it is a really big advantage that they have, especially with how much they play within it. Their structure is one of the biggest differences between a lot of teams, and because the skill level isn't comparable for Latvia compared to the Slovaks, compared to really any other team at this tournament. But if they can play structure, there's a chance for them to play for a gold medal at this tournament, which would be something special. It really would be. Especially after the way that this tournament has played out, and the team that they have it's good enough to get there. It really is for Latvia. Now, whether or not they'll be able to do it, different question, but Oh, and a jam play out front. No good. As we are into the third period of action here. I thought some of the penalties were a little bit strange in Latvia, Slovakia. That's true as well. Especially as games get more important, we tend to see refs bury their whistles a little bit more as well. And so, shot saved by Vilde. I don't know why you're still pushing it that hard right now, especially considering the fact that you have a kind of a semifinal, quarterfinal to play with, to get ready for at least. But to each their own, I guess. This chair is creaking and it's driving me nuts. I thought some of the penalties. Latvia will play Slovakia, yes. And so that's going to make for a really, really interesting quarterfinal. A reminder that the matchup is going to be Sweden and the Czechs on the other side. So that's 2 Group A teams, 2 Group B teams. You have the Slovaks who finished top of Group A against Latvia who finished 4th in Group B. You have Czechia and Sweden, teams that finished 2nd and 3rd respectively in their groups and go over in Group B. And so kind of interesting there to see how that breakdown ends up working out at the end of this tournament. But still. But yeah, no, I think the Czechs and the Swedes are going to be there. There's 2 versions of that game as well. Either the Czechs win a tight one or the Swedes absolutely blow them out. But especially considering the fact that that was nearly over the glass, how close these 2 teams really are, it'll make for an interesting game. Latvia is the best opponent we could have gotten for the semis, and they're the best opponent, Latvia. 100%. 100% it is. And it's always funny how that works is, like the way that they're built is extremely interesting because for me, and another goal. Timothy Kazda with the goal for the Slovak team. It is now 7-1. An ugly game, to say the least. Yep. 7-1. And this is where you kind of get your licks in if you're the Slovaks. Coming into this tournament, though, realistically, the Danes, as we talked about, not necessarily the team expected to be a contending team in any stretch of the imagination. They won their one game that mattered. They made it interesting against the U.S. as well. Unfortunately, just not enough to end up kind of going out and winning this tournament. But they have been a very interesting team to watch. They've been fun to watch as well, I'll add. And so I'm excited to see kind of what ends up coming next for them. Shot picked up, played. Nope. Who will win gold? It's honestly hard to say. Like, I didn't even know of Timothy Kazda's existence before this tournament. Now he's like the most productive player of this championships. It's very important for our players to be seen for the draft. I completely agree. And we always talk about it, these kind of drafts or these kind of tournaments. You earn a lot, you get a lot of attention, especially for teams that may not necessarily be used to it. But Commenting doesn't work when your favorite teams start losing. No, are you still streaming? I am. Yep. We are quickly approaching hour 8 of our live stream today. We went live at 6 a.m. Eastern time. That's 12 o'clock Central European Summer Time, and 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern European Time as well. Very likely we'll be releasing our quarterfinal day recap and relegation round as well. That'll be coming out probably going to take about an hour just to rest my voice before we end up recording. And so stay tuned for those questions. We'll post it out on our YouTube page as well as on our social medias at OnTheFly1515. So be sure to go follow us over on that channel or on those accounts: Twitter, X, Instagram, TikTok. We'll be posting that poll over on our Twitter page. What do you think about the USA and Canada? USA and Canada. The US, I mean, that was a surprise. The Canada game, they lost an opening game of the tournament. That's what costed them. Coming in, the game against the Swedes was always going to be a tough game for Canada to win. They're a toss-up. That's a toss-up game every day of the week. And so, to be honest, I'm not upset about the fact that they lost to Sweden in the quarters. I'm upset that they ended up drawing Sweden in the quarters because they shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. But yeah, for me, that's probably one of the biggest issues. But speaking of, we might as well end up posting our questions for today. So if you are interested in participating and want to appear in one of our videos, please do go and comment over on our YouTube channel in our community section where you can find those. Or I think it might also be called the post section of our channel. We are just going to quickly get that post up so that way we can record fairly quickly after we are done here today. Happy to see Latvians send those Yanks back home. Canada and the US out in the quarters is crazy. It is. It really is. But it also goes to show just how far the rest of the international hockey world has come. And it's really great to see. Like, it is really good to see that it's no longer just dominated by two teams. And that for me is probably one of the best parts about it, is that it's no longer just top dominated, right? It's now very evened out, and part of the beauty of these tournaments is every year there's a new team that kind of comes up, and this year is definitely the Latvian team. The Slovaks have always been good at this tournament. They've put together some really good teams in the past, and so we'll see if they can continue that going forward. Should be an interesting one there, but yeah, that's part of the beauty of these tournaments, and that's why I love covering it too, is there's always one team that comes completely out of the blue and just completely shocks the world. What else do we have here? Crazy, but the best thing happened. Also, Kaz's stats are cool in the USHL this season. Out of curiosity, what are they? It's been a while since I've looked at those. Part of the issue is you look at these players at the start of the tournament and try and kind of draw comparisons when leagues are extremely different. And so it can be a little bit tricky that way. Shot saved by Vilda. Okay. We have posted that now on our community section. So if you want to be involved, we have, what do we have? 50-ish people on the in the live stream right now. If you do want to appear in our post-game recap for tonight, where we'll recap every game of the day, please do go leave a comment over there. It's on our YouTube page in our community section. We want to hear about your thoughts, opinions, questions you may have on the day, where we can answer it there. Shot saved by the Slovak goaltender. A 7-1 lead for Slovakia in this one. A bit of an ugly one to conclude the day after a crazy end. But still, quite the win today from the Latvians, quite the win today from the Swedes, quite the win today from the Czechs. And realistically, those are three kind of somewhat major upsets. You add in the fact that Norway beat Germany, that's another upset. And then the Slovaks beating the Danes is not an upset. But it'd be nice if it was, because then you could complete the trifecta. Technically, the correct play right now would be pulling the goalie. Yeah, I guess, for Denmark, sure. Like, you're not wrong, but I don't know if that helped them all that much. Our predictions for today, though, have gone terribly awry. I will say that much. That's part of the beauty of it, right? Is you end up making your predictions, you make it on the information you have, and sometimes you're right, sometimes you're terribly wrong. As we now go under 10 minutes to play here in this period, score would have been 50-1. It has been quite the day of action here. It's 9 minutes now to go in this game. Is the Denmark power play really good this year? I don't think it's been that good, has it? Oh, good hit there. I don't think it's been all that good. I could be wrong. If memory serves, I'll be honest, I haven't really looked that closely at their numbers, but it actually might be. I don't know. Let's see what their power play percentage is at. Their power play percentage is at basically 7%. So no, it's not that good. Probably better with the goaltender in than without it. Don't know. We haven't seen it. No. Yeah, it doesn't look all that great. Can't remember what the one goal on the power play would have been. Down under 8 minutes now to go. Slovakia still in the lead, 7-1 your score. Bit more of a back and forth kind of feel here. No team really trying to push the pace, just trying to clog out the last few minutes as best they possibly can. Good stretch pass there, offside the call. 7:32 left to go. We will go to a power break, or we'll return very shortly. We're just going to quickly go fill up the water. We'll be back after this commercial break. As we are back, we did also put on the wrong graphic, so I apologize for that. Denmark will go to the power play here, 7:12 left to go in this third period. And so we're going to get to see this power play in action, the one we were just talking about a moment ago. It'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting. The 7% power play, too, I may add, that we were just talking about. So this could be really bad. As they set up down low, under 7 now to go. And throws it around. Hasn't looked great so far. Haven't really been able to generate much as far as an actual attack goes. A lot of just playing on the perimeter. We'll see if they can find it here. Works up top. Atkinson from the point. Poke checked. The Slovaks have a pretty good looking power play thus far. 1 minute left to go on this power play for the Danes. Works it up to the point. Jakobsen again. Shot. Save. Works it over. Passes down low. Back up to the point. Back down low. And misses it. Puck will try and go rimmed around the boards. Still can't. This has been a pretty brutal power play despite the puck staying in the offensive end the entire time. Sheldon turns the corner, shot, misses way wide of the net. Not even close. This power play is now done. The power play that works at 7% looked like a power play that has been operating at 7%. That was a tough to watch. Shot blocked. Oh, another shot. Misses way over the net. 4:46 left to go in this third period as we enter one last final power break. I think this will be the last one. I think they've done 3 already. And so we look ahead to our playoff rounds, right? Where all of a sudden it's going to be a must-watch kind of series. The home ice advantage has been really good so far for the Slovak team. They've put together some really impressive performances. Their only real kind of disappointing games so far was against the Finns, or of course they ended up losing that game in overtime. But they've played well so far through this tournament. We've seen them get better and better as it's gone along, and we'll see if they can keep it going. .430 left to go in the third period. Slovakia still in the lead with a score of 7-1. Blowout type of fashion. If you are still here, thank you very much for being here on this Wednesday afternoon, night, evening, depending on where you're watching from. I do appreciate all the support on this 8.25 hour live stream today. It's been a bit of a crazy one. We've seen 5 games now come to an end. Of course, we saw a big upset with Latvia knocking off the USA. We also saw Canada lose out today against the Swedes, so North America has been done at this year's tournament. As well, we'll see kind of what ends up happening next. Should be an interesting couple days. As we go into the playoff rounds, Slovakia will play Latvia, and Czechia will take on the Swedes. We'll have our full when he runs right through the goaltender, and it's breaking loose now. We got some extracurriculars after the whistle, after running through the goaltender. And Vilde is down. Looks like he'll be okay, but still a tough look there. 3:45 left to go in this last period here. Vilde just absolutely ran over there. Lucien Bernat will be heading to the box for the Slovak team. North American has fallen. Yes, it really has. In a bad way, too, today. We also just hit 11,000 views on today's stream, so a big thank you to everyone who did tune in today. 39 people currently watching, which is still really good considering the score of this game. A big thank you to everyone who's tuned in to today's games. We will be going live on Fridays, we just kind of mentioned, and so stay tuned for that. We will... of course, have full coverage of both semifinal games, and likely we'll see the Slovak game at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern. That's 8 o'clock Eastern European, 7 o'clock Central European time. Just saw the hit the Bogus did versus Latvia in the dying seconds. Yeah, it wasn't a pretty hit, but fortunately you gotta make sure that you're keeping your head up, especially in those games where it is so dangerous because of that exact reason. 3 minutes now to go in this game. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on this power play. 7-1 the score for the Slovak team. Oh, this is really interesting. So all the Slovak fans have their flashlights out and are basically just waving. And a great play there. Unfortunately, can't get it past the goaltender. They're basically waving the Danes goodbye. Just quite entertaining. Two minutes to go in this final game of the day here on quarterfinal and relegation action day. A big thank you once again to everyone who has tuned in today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you, most of you, for the last 8 hours and 15 minutes. I know there's quite a few that we've seen since the early game this morning. So a big thank you to everyone who has tuned in for the full time. Once again, we'll be live next week on Friday for the semifinal action, where we'll see the two games, 9 a.m., 1 o'clock p.m., and then the bronze and gold medal game the following day. So please do stick around for that. Hope to see you all there. We had some record numbers on today's stream. Got up to 400 people watching at once as well. We just hit over 11,000 views on this stream. And also we hit 1,700 subscribers here on YouTube today. So a big thank you for everyone for watching, commenting, hitting the like button, subscribing. It all makes a huge difference to get this out to more people. And obviously looking forward to being back here on Friday for what should shape out to be a very interesting semifinal where we could see either the Slovaks, good 2-on-1 opportunity there that Ozoyani just could not quite find the back of the net on, shot it off a shin pad instead. Final minute. So we'll be back. We might see Latvia going to their gold medal game. That'd be a sight for sore eyes. I'd be excited to see if that ends up happening. Could be really cool. And then, for Slovaks trying to win it on home ice, we'll see if they're going to be able to get it done. Could be an explosive game as well. We'll see which team come out on top there. The Czechs and the Swedes is the other game. That'll be another really good one as well. Day recap video tonight, which will be coming out very soon, probably within the next 3 hours or so. I do need to take a little bit of a break before I do record that video, as my throat and my voice is just about gone. But once again, we will be live on Friday. We will be posting our day recap later tonight, and so stay tuned for that. Please do also let me know your thoughts on that video, as it does help it get out to more people. Hit the like button, subscribe, and all that fun stuff. But once again, a huge thank you to everyone for tuning in today. The Danes are going to the power play one last time, which will set up our semifinal matchups for this tournament. Once that's done, they're really taking their sweet time with this. This goodbye is starting to get a little stretched out. But yes, the Slovaks are going to be heading to the semifinals, where they will take on Latvia. And we will also see the Swedes taking on the Czechs. Third goal by Latvia was pretty much unsavable. Yeah, it was a great shot. 15 seconds left to go. In this one, final few seconds ticking off the clock. 3, 2, and 1, and that will do it today for our coverage of the quarterfinals at the Men's Under-18 World Championships. Team Slovakia will guarantee themselves a chance to play for a medal here on home ice. They will take on Latvia, very likely at 1 o'clock p.m., 7 p.m. local time. They will take 8 a.m., 8 p.m., which is, or 2000 hours, or 2,000 hours, or whatever the 2000 hours for that game. So stay tuned. It will be a great day of action. Stay tuned for our day recap. We'll be recapping all the action from today and more. With that, if you made it this far in the live stream, thank you for watching. If you'd like to drop a like, if you really like to consider subscribing, tell all your friends that Canada is out yet again. Latvia is heading to the semifinals, and home team Slovakia looks like they might be competing for a medal. Until next time, see ya.